Chapter 51-51. This is the feeling of powerlessness. Dusk, the setting sun. Looking from inside the spiritual courtyard, it is a fiery red. The one with the same color is the team building of the 11th Division. This battle between Captain-level Shinigami has been going on for almost an hour. The participants have gradually evolved from Zaraki Kenpeki vs Higashino Shuaki to Zaraki Kenpeki vs Higashino Shuaki and Rokusha Kenpeki, until now Zaraki Kenpeki vs Higashino Shuaki and Rokusha Kensai and Kamikawa Renosuke. If you include the former captain of the 11th Squadron, Onijo Kenpeki, who had been coded by Zaraki Kenpeki before, Zaraki Kenpeki is now absolutely 1 versus 4. It definitely looks like a record that can be used as a family heirloom by an ordinary god of death for several lifetimes. However, from Higashino Hideaki judging from the expressionless face of Anohanaretsu, Higashino Hideichi guessed that Anohanaretsu was probably disappointed. Let's put aside Higashino Hideichi, a captain who was a bit like a god or a ghost. Rokuguru Makensei, the recognized unit of measurement for the captain's combat power, his participation in the battle was better than nothing. Kamikawa Renosuke, the current captain of the 3rd Division, has been in this position for hundreds of years. He is old and has a lot of injuries. In the battle to defeat Hueco Mundo 20 years ago, he was injured by Bailergan's aging ability, and his strength has fallen to the point where Rokuguru Makensei can almost compete with him. Kenpeki Kiganjo is needless to say. After killing the weakest Kenpeki in history, Kenpeki Gosok took over and barely had the strength of Kenpeki Tenguruma. These 4 people combined can fight back and forth with the current Kenpeki Zaraki. Kenpeki Zaraki, who fought with all his strength, did not show a sign of defeat, but he did not show a sign of victory either. You've suppressed yourself for too long, Zaraki. Have you almost forgotten who you were before? Through this long battle, Anohanaretsu confirmed the guess in his heart. Is Zaraki strong now? Without a doubt, he is definitely strong. But he is far from what Anohanaretsu expected. The boy who was full of vigor and sharpness that day, and who made a fatal knife in the shadow, leaving a scar on her chest that she didn't want to erase, is no longer there. Turning away disappointedly, Anohanaretsu no longer has any interest in the final outcome of this battle. Zaraki now is not the person she is waiting for. And after Anohanaretsu left, she still wanted to continue the battle. The reason why it is want instead of in is because Zaraki Kenpeki has not finished his meaning, and the captain can't stand it. Nonsense. Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu was just standing in the middle, and his invincible momentum overwhelmed everyone. Higashino Hideichi stopped his attack wisely, but Zaraki Kenpeki wanted to test his sword on himself. The result is self-evident. Even if Yamamoto Genryu is no longer at his peak, Zaraki Kenpeki, who has sealed off most of his strength, cannot challenge him. A miserable defeat. If Anohanaretsu had not publicly acknowledged Zaraki Kenpeki's identity as the captain, and the other captains present had also acquiesced, Zaraki Kenpeki would have been sent to the maggot nest, if not imprisoned in the infernal affairs. But even so, after the captain-in-chief left, while receiving necessary medical treatment from Higashino Hideichi, Zaraki Kenpeki did not ask Higashino Hideichi for a request. Let Higashino Hideichi find a time in a remote place, bring along Rokuguru Makensei, Kamikawa Renosuke and Anohanaretsu, and have another fight. After hearing this, Higashino Hideichi ruthlessly rolled his eyes at Zaraki Kenpeki. Forget about him, Rokuguru Makensei and Kamikawa Renosuke. Anohanaretsu? No matter how remote the place is, it won't be enough for these 2 guys to fight, unless they open the infernal affairs and throw both Zaraki Kenpeki and Anohanaretsu in. But it's unrealistic to think about it. In the original plot, the future was threatened by Waiwak, so Anohanaretsu was forced to agree to Kurako Shunsui's request, otherwise how could Anohanaretsu sacrifice himself like that? And what did Zaraki Kenpeki say? What do you mean by I think your captain looks familiar? Anohanaretsu has been waiting for you for hundreds of years, okay? Although this sounds a bit ambiguous, it is indeed the case. Even Anohanaretsu's reply was specially learned in order to better enjoy the battle with Zaraki Kenpeiki. As for the Shinigami of the Kashomajayaji family who were killed by Kenpeiki Zaraki, and the Shinigami he accidentally killed on the way to the Soul Garden. Ah? Is that true? Wasn't it killed by so-and-so? Those who were just caught in the maggot nest. The strong always have privileges. This is especially true in Soul Society. One day later, in the study of the head of the Kashomajayaji family. Can you tell me why that Zaraki is so powerful? Why is he now the successor of Kenpeiki's name and the captain of the 11th Division? Why? Kashomajayaji Mayu grabbed something and threw it to the ground in anger. Opposite him, stood Kyumwa Yokaku and Higashino Hideichi. Sir Mayu, Kenpeiki Zaraki's strength is indeed beyond my imagination. When I fought him, I didn't think he had hidden his strength. Higashino Hideichi replied. And he should be just an ordinary Ryokan in Ryokan Kai. It is unprecedented to have such strength. Yaeju Yunjing defended Higashino Hideichi. But this is indeed the doubt in Yaeju Yunjing's heart. Where does Kenpeiki Zaraki's terrifying strength come from? Talent? Can there really be a Ryokan with such a terrible talent? If this is true, then Kenpeiki Zaraki is definitely the most talented Shinigami that Yaeju Yunjing has ever seen, except for the current captain of the Godi I-13, Gen Yamamoto. What about now? We have killed so many Shinigami, but the old man Gen Yamamoto actually persuaded the 46th chamber to let me forget it. Thinking of this, Kashomiyoji Mayu was really full of rage. This is definitely the most irritating thing he has ever suffered since he succeeded as the head of the family. Excuse me, Lord Mayu, if the 46th chamber really has this attitude, I am afraid we really have no way to deal with Kenpeiki Zaraki in the short term. We can't beat him however, once he was discovered using his dirty tricks, with the fearless attitude shown by Zaraki Kenpeiki yesterday, he might be able to hit him with a backhand. The frontal pressure was applied, and there was no way to bypass the central room 46 and Yamamoto Genryuu. What else can be done? Even Higashino Shoaki would never have thought of it. But this was exactly the result he expected. Impotence and rage, only impotence and rage. For the first time, Kashomiyaji Shinsuke felt a deep sense of powerlessness, and at the same time, Higashino Shoaki also saw further desire for power in his eyes. That's it. Only anger and failure to ask can make people lose their minds. Higashino Shoaki followed Yunjing Yaokaku and left the study with satisfaction. Chapter 52-52 When it comes to betrayal, I am a professional. Chapter 52-52 When it comes to betrayal, I am a professional. The number 1 secret workshop of Kashomaji's family. Higashino Shoaki came to this familiar place again. Master Kyumwa, do you still need experimental materials? Higashino Zaiwichi asked, pretending to be curious. Yes, but it's better for us to take less action recently. Because of Zaraki Kenpeiki's incident, several other nobles are staring at us. Yunjing Yao felt he was there and answered casually. I understand, Lord Kyumwa. Higashino Shoaki's eyes swept across the slightly deserted training ground not far away. Soon the two came to the secret room set up by Yunjing Yaeju. When the door is closed, outsiders cannot hear anything going on inside. That Zaraki Kenpeiki reacted too quickly. He found a way to break the situation before he could even consume many of Kashomiya Hiro Shinsuke's direct Shinigami. Yunjing Yao felt a little regretful. Actually, this result is pretty good now, Mr. Kyumwa. I learned a saying when I was traveling in this world, you can't bite off more than you can chew. Higashino Shoaki comforted. That's the truth, but at this juncture, since I won't be able to act too openly for a while, you should find a time as soon as possible for me to take a trip to the Zaraki area of North Rukonga. Yunjing Yaeju has kept a low profile and tolerated it for so many years, so naturally he cannot be in a hurry. North Rukonga Zaraki District? I remember that seems to be the 80th district. Higashino Hideichi pretended to be puzzled. The new captain of Team 11, Kenpei Zaraki, the little girl next to him said that Kenpei Zaraki is from Zaraki district. Master Yunjing, what do you think? Look what's going on there. Why has a person with such talent and strength been unknown before? If you hadn't met Shuaki by chance, we don't even know how long he would have been hiding like this. There must be a secret in him. Yunjing Yaeju used the most normal logic to analyze. But what he didn't know was that Zaraki Kenpei was not a person who could be analyzed using ordinary people's logic. He clearly has the power to penetrate half of the Soul Society. If his body is strong enough, he can even face-to-face with Yamamoto Genryu and Rong Yu. However, he prefers to suppress his own power. Go and enjoy the fun of fighting with enemies with good strength, even if you drown in the fish pond, it doesn't matter. This kind of thinking logic is completely incomprehensible unless you are someone who knows Zaraki Kenpei. I understand, Lord Kyunghwa. Higashino Shuaki replied respectfully. So far, everything is under control. After a while, Higashino Shuaki walked out of the secret room and glanced at the training ground in the distance again. The number of people there was indeed much larger than the last time he saw it, but it still did not reach the prosperity scene in his memory. And Yunjing Yaeju has personally admitted that he has not made any big moves recently. What does this mean? Higashino Shuaki narrowed his eyes. Isn't that undercover death god named Ryukainu not yet dealt with? It is very simple to verify this problem, just go to the secret workshop where Ryukainu was discovered last time. But Higashino Shuaki was not like a mirror. Last time, he was full of curiosity, and he was not like now. Burdened with so many heavy tasks, so he was willing to take the risk of being discovered. This time is different. The Void Cocoon plan has been launched. There is no room for big mistakes in every next step. Otherwise, one wrong step after another, and when the irreversible situation finally appears, no one will save him. In other words, no one can save him. Based on the few relationships he has managed now, it can only be said that the future is promising. Besides, the life and death of Ryukainu are not important to Higashino Shuaki. However, maybe this can be used as a suitable certificate of nomination. Originally, Higashino Shuaki's plan was to confess directly to Urahara Kisuk, but that was too insincere, and it was hard not to make Urahara Kisuk doubt whether Higashino Shuaki had another purpose. That's why Higashino Shuaki didn't go there. Now that he has this as a reason, his betrayal of the Kashomatalo family seems to be a little more credible. That's how it works. Why do I look like someone with the third surname? With a decision in his mind, Higashino Shuaki suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If you want to blame it the person who threw him from the blue planet into this world. It's not impossible to throw him away, but it's really too much to leave him without leaving a cheat. If he had a sign-in system, a store system, or a modifier, a simulator, or a spiritual pressure talent comparable to Kenpei Zaraki and Aizen, would he have done what he did now, just to have a fragment of the Soul King's nail? It's all tears. Higashino Hideichi calmed down and went straight to the 4th Division's barracks after leaving the No. 1 secret workshop. Don't ask why he didn't go to the 2nd Division's barracks. It's still working hours, and it's the limit to skip work and take time to come to Kashomajayaji's house. If he doesn't go back and show his face, Yamada Sanashuk will definitely write a 10,000-word letter in blood to complain to Anohanaretsu. And Higashino Hideichi can't really go to Urahara Kisuk to confess empty-handed. He said that he had guessed that the other party knew what he was doing behind his back. A pretext must be found. The undercover Ryukainu's matter can only be regarded as a token of surrender, not as an introduction to a topic. At night, Higashino Hideichi, who rarely stayed out at night, walked leisurely on the streets of the Lingting. Today was dark and windy, and it was the night of murder. An hour later, in the secret workshop number 3 of the Kashomajayaji family, which was also the warehouse for storing the finished but undistributed taper swords, all the Shinigami and taper swords stationed here died tonight. Only one Shinigami who had been arranged here not long ago disappeared. Also missing was the taper sword, Lai Huo, which had never found a new owner. The next day, the Lingting was calm, and only Higashino Hideichi, who had just yawned and clocked in for work at the 4th squad, was called over by Kashomajayaji Mayu with a tough order. What happened? Lord Yunjing. When Higashino Hideichi arrived, Kashomajayaji Mayu had not returned from outside, but Yunjing Yaeju had already arrived at Kashomajayaji Mayu's study room. Last night, the number 3 secret workshop was attacked by a traitor. All the death gods present were killed, and we also lost the most important taper sword. Yunjing Yaeju rarely stood on the same emotional line with Kashomajayaji Mayu this time. While speaking, he did not forget to look into Higashino Hideichi's eyes. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The stunned expression on Higashino Hideichi's face did not seem to be acted at all. Is it the taper blade Lai Huo that you always wanted to give me? Hideno Hideichi was surprised and immediately showed his anger. That was the taper blade prepared for me. How can you repair it? Chapter 53 Raise bees for 1,000 days, use them for a while. Chapter 53 Raise bees for 1,000 days, use them for a while. During a special period, when such a vicious incident occurred, even Kashomajayaji Shinsuke could only vent his anger on Yunjing Yaeju and Higano Hideichi. Not only could he not publicize this matter, but he also had to try his best to minimize the impact of this matter. It was like someone had broken his teeth and he had to swallow it himself. The reason why Kashomajayaji Shinsuke was late was because he was personally directing the evacuation of those taper blade people and all the equipment for making taper blades to the manner of the predecessor of their Kashomajayaji family, the Kashomajayaji clan. At the same time, Kashomajayaji Shinsuke had to appease the elders of the Kashomajayaji clan and let them keep their mouths shut. Because only the territory of the Kashomajayaji clan was a place that the Godii 13 would not dare to enter easily. If it was not handled properly, the Godii 13 would be on the opposite side of all the nobles. Only in this way, even if the escaped Shinigami leaked the secret of the taper blade to the Godii 13, as long as the Godii 13 could not get the evidence and did not catch the person red-handed, they would have no way to deal with the Kashomajayaji family. But what Kashomajayaji Shinsuke did not know was that last night, no Shinigami in the secret workshop left there alive. The Shinigami that could not be found was just decomposed into a spirit person by Higashino Hideichi using his ability and then thrown into Daowen. Therefore, the order that Kashomajayaji Shinsuke issued in a rage at the end, find the defected Shinigami and bring him back to be cut into pieces, was actually impossible to accomplish. Oh, it seems that I can't say that. Am I not a traitor? It's just that I didn't run away. After leaving the Kashomajayaji family with ease, Higashino Hideichi thought happily in his heart. This time, his destination is the 2nd division. Oh? You said that the vice-captain of the 4th division, Higashino Hideichi, is looking for me. Yura Harakisuke, who was conducting some research in the maggot nest, received a report from Suafeng. At this time, although Suafeng was only a little girl of 15 or 16 years old and her body was not fully developed, she had officially taken over the name Suifeng from the leader of their bee family, who had few people left. And she had also mastered the Shikai and officially became a chief officer of the 2nd division. Yes, Master Hideichi said that he wanted to discuss something with you. Suafeng's face was still slightly red, and her little mouth was breathing heavily. Obviously, she had not yet practiced the instant step very skillfully, and she had just rushed all the way here. After all, this is a rare task given to me by Master Shuki himself, I must complete it as quickly and as well as possible. Sui Feng thought to herself. I know, you can ask him to wait in my lounge now, I still have some work to do here done, I'll be there later. Yura Harakisuke nodded towards Suhao and replied warmly. Higashino Shoaki is looking for him? After Zai Feng left anxiously, Urahara Kisuk shook his head and smiled to himself. He usually rarely leaves the second division, and always stays in this dark maggot nest. He had a chance encounter with Hideyuki Higashino, that time 20 years ago. How could Higashino Hideyoshi suddenly come to him today? Is it difficult? Urahara Kisuk thought of something, but he didn't think it was reasonable. If it was really discovered that he secretly took out the special weapon that Higashino Shoaki carried, Higashino Shoaki would have come to him long ago to hold him accountable. Can a deputy captain of the 4th Division be allowed to be harassed by a mysterious salary, Urahara? Seeing Urahara Kisuk's stagnant movements, the blue-haired male Shinigami standing opposite him who had been conducting research non-stop snorted and said with a slight disdain. He is not an ordinary vice-captain, Nirvana. Urahara Kisuk looked up at the good helper he had found in the maggot nest and smiled. Then do you still want to continue? It's okay if you don't. I can finish it by myself. The blue-haired death god said arrogantly. Urahara Kisuk, who had long been accustomed to the former's bad temper, smiled and continued his previous work. It doesn't matter, you can just let him wait. Just like that, about an hour later, Higashino Shoaki waited in Urahara Kisuk's lounge, now the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division and the captain of the 3rd Covered Mobile Division, Kanori Squadron. Long time no see, Urahara Sanchi. Higashino Shoaki actually wanted to call him more affectionate, but thinking that he had only met Urahara Kisuk once in this world, he could only give up. Kisuk Urahara is a nerd who really doesn't like to go out. Vice Captain Higashino, it's been a long time since we last met. The last time we met, I remember you were still the 3rd seat of the 4th Division. A polite word from Urahara Kisuk. Yes, 20 years have passed in a flash. Time flies so fast. I heard that Urahara Sanchi likes to tinker with some novel gadgets alone. It's just a gadget, not worth mentioning. The two people in the room were talking to each other, and it looked like they were having a lively conversation, but in fact they were just talking nonsense. Both sides are waiting for the other side to take action first. In the end, Kisuk Urahara, who was less stressed, stood at the end. It was impossible for Higashino Shoaki to keep talking nonsense with Urahara Kisuk like this endlessly. Since Urahara Kisuk himself was unwilling to take the initiative to tell the truth, he simply cooperated and pretended not to know, and everything went according to the process of nothing happening. Actually, I came to Urahara Sanchi today because I have something to ask for your help. What's the matter? Vice Captain Higashino said it's okay. Immediately, Higashino put on his special gloves and took out the Tapi Raya knife, Thunder Fire, that he had taken away fairly last night from the box he carried with him. This sword, with Urahara Sanchi's knowledge and the background of your 2nd Division captain and Captain Yuriuki's family, have you ever seen anything similar to it? Higashino Shoaki stared into Urahara Kisuk's eyes. Sorry, I haven't seen it. Urahara Kisuk frowned, and after carefully examining the Thunder Fire, a very regretful look appeared on his face. Pretend, you pretend again. Regarding Urahara Kisuk's reaction, Higashino Shoaki couldn't believe it in his heart. But he won't expose it. Since Urahara Kisuk likes to act stupid so much, that's fine. It's time to show him the cost of pretending to be a pig. That's such a pity. This sword has a great background, but for some reasons, it is not convenient for me to take it directly to the 12th Division and give it to Captain Hikifune for research. I heard that in the maggot nest of your 2nd Division, there is a prisoner with quite a talent for research named Nirvana. I wonder if I can lend him a hand? You mean Nirvana? The atmosphere in the room froze for an instant, but it was immediately resolved by Urahara Kisuk's smile. Did Zeihao tell you? Higashino Shoaki didn't answer, but returned Urahara Kisuk's meaningful smile. As the saying goes, bees are kept for 1,000 days and bees are used for a while. It's time for you to take the blame for destroying the bees. Chapter 54 Yamamoto, you're old. Chapter 54-54. Yamamoto, you are old. Ling Garden, 2nd Division Urahara Kisuk's Lounge. The atmosphere is not very good. For Kisuk Urahara, it is not that nirvana cannot be borrowed. Anyway, even if it is lent to Higashino Shoaki, with nirvana's current status, he can only stay in the maggot's nest and conduct experiments. Therefore, he did not refuse Higashino Shoaki's request, which was not too excessive. It was just the news that Higashino Shoaki said immediately that shocked him. Are the superior aristocrats, the Kazumi Aji family, secretly developing this kind of weapon that is harmful to Tianhe? There are already dozens of similar weapons? Are they still trying to catch death and continue to perfect this weapon? The seriousness of the situation was beyond Urahara Kisuk's imagination. It was indeed after he discovered something strange about Lei Huo that he mentioned it to Sifenjai Yuan Yai. Depend on because of the short contact time, he just thought it was a somewhat evil sword at that time. He had seen similar swords before. The family of Kirako Shunsui's sister-in-law, the Ise family, had a sword that was more evil than the thunder fire. The divine sword, 8-mirror sword. That sword will curse all men who marry into the Nanao family and make them die young. In comparison, the thunder fire only devours the spiritual power of the holder, which is relatively mild. However, through Higashino Hideaki's description, Urahara Kisuk realized that he might have made a serious mistake. This new type of sword called the taper sword can actually corrode the user's soul. If the user's spiritual power is insufficient, it will even directly devour the user's soul. Fortunately, he told Shifenjai Yuan Yoryuaki about this, and the latter told the Captain General Yamamoto Genryurong Yu. Urahara Kisuk remembered that Shifenjai Yuan Yoryuaki mentioned to him one day that the Captain General had discovered something and reminded Shifenjai Yuan Yoryuaki to pay more attention to Higashino Hideachi. It's just that because of Higashino Shoaki's identity and strength, Shifenjai Yuan Yoryuaki didn't send members of the second team to monitor Higashino Shoaki, but she occasionally secretly followed Higashino Shoaki. After discovering that Higashino Shoaki was actually working for the Kazumi Jayaji family, Shifenjai Yuan Yoryuaki rarely followed Higashino Shoaki. But because of this, her view of Higashino Shoaki became complicated. But Shifenjai Yuan Yoryuaki didn't mention these things to Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk only knew that the captain asked Yoryuaki to pay attention to Higashino Shoaki. Is this all the captain's plan? Urahara Kisuk didn't know, but this didn't prevent him from taking Higashino Shoaki with him and rushing to the first team immediately. And Higashino Shoaki was also confused. How could there be something about the captain? Could it be that those undercover Shinigami were arranged by Yamamoto? But it doesn't matter, anyway, in the end, you can't get around Yamamoto. Urahara Kisuk and Shihaoran Yoryuaki are different from Anohanaretsu and Kirako Shunsui. The latter like to investigate secretly. Because of their identities, the former will definitely communicate with Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu. As expected, those undercover Shinigami were indeed sent by Yamamoto. And just as Higashino Hideachi had guessed before, the protagonist was changed from Urahara Kisuk to Yamamoto. Yamamoto has been secretly investigating this matter for 20 years. However, although he is the strongest Shinigami in the history of Soul Society and holds the military power of the Godei 13, he is always unwilling to openly tear his face with the Kazumi Jayaji family because of his blind loyalty to the ridiculous aristocratic ruling order. Add to that the strict management system of Yunjing Yaokeo, all the undercover Shinigami sent in have no way out. The only possible breakthrough point is Higashino Hideachi. Yamamoto can't figure out the former's attitude at all, and is worried about alerting the enemy. This is why the progress of this investigation is unusually slow. Now, Higashino Hideachi has come to surrender with the news of the death of 2 undercover Shinigami, the news that Chinyu Kisaragi has been completely corrupted, and important material evidence such as thunder and fire. Although Yamamoto has doubts, it seems to be understandable when he thinks about it carefully. After all, from Anohanaretsu, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni has heard about Higashino Hideaki's lofty ambitions. The phrase "until death" can make many Shinigami ashamed. It can be said that it is precisely because of Anohanaretsu's guarantee that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni acquiesced to Higashino Hideaki's recklessness until now. He just asked Shifunjayu and Yoryuki to pay attention to Higashino Hideichi. But that's all. With such important material evidence and witnesses in hand, Yamamoto Genryusai should be able to capture him easily. But the actual situation is that he still did not choose to order a direct search of the Kazuma-Jayaji family. Instead, he asked Shifunjayu and Yoryuki to lead the members of the second team to secretly raid the secret workshops that Higashino Shuaki revealed were used by the Kazuma-Jayaji family to make the taper sword. Just as Kazuma-Jayaji Meiho was sure, Yamamoto Genryu wanted to catch the people red-handed. Unfortunately, he was destined to fail. So the raid was fruitless. After that, knowing that the Kazuma-Jayaji family might have been alarmed, Yamamoto arranged a comprehensive secret surveillance of the Kazuma-Jayaji family. Yes, it was still a so-called secret operation. On the surface, the singing and dancing continued, and it was peaceful. That's why I said, "Yamamoto, you are really old." When he learned the news, Higashino Shuaki had been in the East Ryokan street for several days. He was completely out of the incident. If this was the young Yamamoto Genryu, he would not need evidence, no matter if the other party was a top noble after the 5 nobles. As long as he had suspicion, he would definitely dare to destroy the Kazuma-Jayaji family. Unfortunately, the current Yamamoto is not like that. He has lost the will to resist the existing order and is just a mountain with thousands of holes. After casually replying to Yunjing Yaeju that he was investigating the situation in Zaraki district at a critical moment, Higashino Hideichi sat on the roof, looking at the silver-haired boy and orange-haired girl in the distance. The second team's raid on those secret workshops could not be hidden from the Kazuma-Jayaji family. At this moment, whether it was Kazuma-Jayaji Meiho or Yunjing Yaeju, they must be ants on a hot pot. The exposure of the taper blade was a matter of time. They either gave up their hard work for so long or in this way, he worked hard to completely build the taper Yao swordsman into a masterpiece that can shock the Soul Society. But is the latter possible? Lord Aizen, the current Kyumwa Yaokako should be eager to eat the nectar you are about to give him, right? Higashino Shuaki smiled disdainfully. The noise you made is quite big. Next to Higashino Shuaki, Aizen's figure fell down, and his eyes followed Higashino Shuaki and focused on the 2 boys and girls in the distance. Aizen did not directly answer Higashino Shuaki's question, but the latter could tell from Aizen's tone that Aizen was in the same happy mood at this time. Higashino Shuaki stood up and spread his hands helplessly. "This is the reason for my subordinate's lack of intelligence. Speaking of which, Aizen-sama, I have been observing them here for several hours, and found that the silver-haired little boy will take our target with him wherever he goes, and the 2 of them are almost inseparable. Is the relationship so good?" Aizen put his hands in his sleeves and narrowed his eyes. Written at the end, please read it. The reading data before it is put on the shelf is really important to the new book. I hope everyone can read it more. After it is put on the shelf, there will be a minimum of 3 chapters per day. Thank you all. Chapter 55-55 Boy-Girl. Chapter 55-55 Boy-Girl. The flowers in District 62 of Higashi-Rukanga are withered. The boys and girls in ragged clothes, not knowing how terrifying the existence was, stared at the 2 of them. "There's nothing to eat again, Ayin." The girl looked sadly at the thin back of the young man in front of her and said, "It's okay, Ranjaku. The old man who gave us persimmons last time is very nice. If we go help him with some work again, he will definitely give us a lot of persimmons." The boy's left hand, which was covered with wounds, tightly held the girl's right hand. "It's you, not us. Am I too useless, Ayin? I will only drag you down." It was obvious that the 2 of them were not walking fast, but the girl would stop every few steps, breathing heavily. Having been physically weak since childhood, the girl had no way to survive alone in this indifferent Rukanga District 62. If she hadn't met the boy, she might have starved to death in an unknown corner. It doesn't matter, Ranjaku, I told you, I will protect you. The young man stopped and looked seriously at the moist eyes of the girl behind him. But if this continues, Aizen, I will be in trouble. The girl wanted to go up and touch the boy's tired body, but her little hand was caught by the boy halfway. I'm fine, Ranjaku, we can all survive. The boy shook his head at the girl, then stretched out another hand that was also scarred and placed it on the girl's short wavy orange hair. Looking at the boy's smile that was obviously deceiving her, the girl let the boy gently stroke her head, and then wiped away the 2 crystal stars in the corners of her eyes. Well, we can definitely survive. At this moment, the hearts of both boys and girls were filled with beautiful longings for the future. About a quarter of an hour later, the young girl arrived at the residence of the grandfather they had mentioned before. I happened to bump into the old man running out of the house in a hurry. Master Daioka, what are you going to do? The boy hurriedly pulled the girl to the side, and at the same time shouted loudly towards the figure behind her. The Lord Death is coming. The figure disappeared in the dust, leaving only this paragraph. Lord Death? After wandering in Rukanga for so many years, he certainly knows what the word death means. He had seen the death god several times, and even boasted to the girl that he had seen the death god captain. Even though the captain only flashed by in the air, the boy had definitely seen him. Not all Shinigami are worthy of the old residents of Rukanga like District 62 who have long been used to seeing the big world and have seen too many fights and killings. They deliberately added the word Sir after them. This shows that this god of death is at least the rank of chief officer. Why would such a god of death come to a chaotic area like Area 62? How about, Aizen, can we endure it any longer? I should be able to hold on for one more day. The girl gently pulled up the boy's somewhat damaged sleeves, not daring to use any force. The young man originally planned to wait for his grandfather to come back, but when he saw the girl's white lips and frail body, he was stunned. No, Ranjaku, you have to eat something today. The boy gritted his teeth. He could still hold on for a while, but the girl couldn't. With the girl's unbearable physique, she could never starve like this again. But nothing but, Ranjaku, just stay here for now. This is a residential area, and there is a Shinigami-sama nearby. There will definitely be no danger. I'll come back as soon as I go. The boy originally wanted to take the girl with him. But when he thought that the girl had been following him for several days without a full stomach, and he still didn't know when he would get something to eat, he couldn't bear to take the girl around with him anymore. It can make the girl consume less physical energy, so she can consume less energy. Anyway, this is a residential area now, not the suburbs where they live. The young man's experience tells him that as long as he doesn't encounter a hollow who gets lost and breaks into Rukanga, it's safe here. Soon, the young man saw the Lord Death among the crowd. He has short black hair, eyes as deep as the stars, a calm face, a smart black death suit, and a smile that makes people feel like spring breeze. He just stood in the crowd without any fuss, enthusiastically explaining the characteristics of certain medicinal materials to the surrounding Rukanga civilians. This is a friendly attitude that no Shinigami who has come to Rukanga Area 62 has ever shown before. What a gentle Lord Death! The young man couldn't help but think in his heart. And during the subsequent inquiry, the young man's favorability towards this Lord Death skyrocketed. Because this Shinigami-sama is not only from the gentle-sounding medical division, but also from the 4th division of the Godei 13th division. And he is also the vice-captain of this squad, no wonder he is so gentle. Moreover, the purpose of this Shinigami-sama coming to their Higashi Rukanga District 62, Kagu, is also to ask the people here to help collect some medicinal materials, and to give generous rewards afterwards. The young man found out clearly that as long as he picked 10 plants, the reward from those 10 plants would ensure that he and the girl would have enough food and sleep for at least a month. I want to go back immediately and tell Ranjaku the good news. The young man simply stood outside the crowd, glanced at the medicinal materials a few times, and then remembered all their characteristics in his heart. Then the young man immediately turned around and ran towards the girl's location. There is a place in District 60 that sells persimmons that are particularly delicious. Ranjaku has always said she wants to try them. When she gets paid, I will take her there. The young man looked forward to the future happily in his heart, and everything seemed to be moving in the direction of happiness. If that man hadn't appeared, it would indeed be like this. The feeling of suffocation flooded into the brain instantly. The boy even forgot to hide his body for the first time. Fortunately, the man didn't seem to notice him. But what did the boy see? He saw the bespectacled man wearing a death bully costume, putting one hand into the girl's chest, and then pulling it out. The blood spurted out, stained the ground beneath the girl red. During the whole process, the girl was like a puppet, her body at the mercy of the man. Only the girl's painful expression could be seen, but her eyes were dull and empty. No! The young man screamed in his heart, using too much force with his hands, and he dug out blood from his palms. But he didn't dare and knew that he couldn't make a sound. He is no match for that man. Just because that man is wearing a death uniform, just because that man is a god of death. The young man swore that he had never hated a person so much, and had never wanted to completely erase a person from this world so urgently. No. There is still hope for him. The young man suddenly thought that there was more than one god of death in Area 62. That gentle Lord Death, the vice-captain of the 4th Division. If it were him, it would definitely be possible. The young man immediately turned around, and before leaving, he didn't forget to look back at the bloody girl. You must wait for me, Ranjaku. Chapter 56-56 Good Death Bad Death. Chapter 56-56 Good Death Bad Death. In District 62 of Higashi-Rukanga, it started to rain lightly. Maybe it's because God is also looking at the scenery and expressing his emotions. When Higashino Shoaki was brought to Matsumoto Ranjaku by Ichimaru Jin, this ill-fated girl was already dying. She is seriously injured. I may need to take her back to the 4th Division to fully cure her. Higashino Shoaki replied using all his strength to Matsumoto Ranjaku. He did not deceive Ichimaru Jin about this. With the kind of injuries Matsumoto Ranjaku had, he was still alive thanks to the Soul King fragments that had ravaged his body for so many years. The weak body carries such a huge power, making Matsumoto Ranjaku's body far more resilient than ordinary people. Please, sir, you must save Rangju. Ichimaru-jin knelt down to Higashino Shoaki without hesitation. Well, I will, don't worry, this is my responsibility. Higashino Shoaki helped Ichimaru-jin up with one hand, and then stood up holding Matsumoto Ranjaku. What about you? Do you want to go back with me? In this case, she will be able to see it as soon as she wakes up. Higashino Shoaki extended his hand without taking it back and extended an invitation to Ichimaru-jin. Looking at the generous palm in front of him, Ichimaru-jin knew that as long as he nodded now, he could follow the virgin-like death vice-captain in front of him to the legendary spiritual court. But his choice was to shake his head and refuse. In the pale lips and bloodshot eyes, there is indelible hatred. The god of death wearing glasses, the god of death who almost took away Ranjaku's life. He must not follow Ranjaku to the spirit garden now, otherwise the death god might guess something. Okay then, I respect your choice. Higashino Shoaki didn't insist, and was about to leave with Matsumoto Ranjaku when he suddenly heard Ichimaru-jin's voice coming from behind. Sir Zaiwichi, can I ask you a question? What exactly does it take to become a god of death? Higashino Shoaki stopped, turned around, and within his field of vision was Ichimaru-jin's firm gaze. As long as you have the qualifications to become a Shinigami, go to areas 1 to 10 of Rukanga and pass the admission examination of Mao Spiritual Arts Academy there. You have the qualifications to become the God of Death. Do you want to become the God of Death? Tell me your name, maybe I can help you. Ichimaru-jin pursed his lips, lowered his eyes, and bowed his head. He was a little afraid to face Higashino Hide-ichi. Obviously, this God of Death was so good to him. If it was in the past, Ichimaru-jin would never dare to imagine it in his dreams. But now he can't tell this God of Death his name, because he is afraid that this God of Death who doesn't know the inside story will accidentally reveal his name to the God of Death wearing glasses. He has never been to the spirit court, and he doesn't know the specific relationship between those gods of death, so he can't take this risk. Even the fact that it was a God of Death who hurt Matsumoto Ranjaku, Ichimaru-jin didn't dare to say it. Perhaps because he saw Ichimaru-jin's reluctance, Higashino Hide-ichi stepped forward, stretched out his hand and gently pressed Ichimaru-jin's head, and comforted him. It's okay, I understand, everyone has their own difficulties, don't worry, your partner, I will definitely save it. After saying that, Higashino Hide-ichi no longer wasted time, performed instant steps, and rushed towards the direction of the Ozrai-T while holding the unconscious Matsumoto Ranjaku. After Higashino Hide-ichi left, Ichimaru-jin also raised his head and stared at the direction where Higashino Hide-ichi left. After a long time, Ichimaru-jin reluctantly looked back at the wilderness where he and Matsumoto Ranjaku had depended on each other in the past. That was the past, and from now on, he would become a God of Death and write the future himself. Wait for me, Ranjaku. The young Ichimaru-jin silently made a promise in his heart, and then he did not look back and moved forward. But what Ichimaru-jin did not know was that in the distance where Ichimaru-jin could not see, Higashino Hide-ichi did not actually go far, but held the unconscious Matsumoto Ranjaku and came to the side of the bespectacled God of Death that Ichimaru-jin had been thinking about. You want to save her? Aizen said as he looked at Ichimaru-jin's back as he walked away step by step. I can't break my promise, can I? Lord Aizen, this doesn't fit my personality, Higashino Hide-ichi shrugged. After all, you said before that if he doesn't rush out to save the girl, or if he comes to complain to me directly, let him go. It seems that the probability of him becoming my colleague in the future is not low at all. Be more confident, for sure, his talent is much higher than yours. Aizen said without hesitation. In fact, this is why Aizen chose to do this. The corners of Higashino Hideaki's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This is because you call yourself Aizen. If you change your name to another name, you will see whether I will strike or not. Hehe. Indeed, my current strength is a little behind Lord Aizen's pace, but with this Soul King fragment, I think it will take some time for the boy to catch up with me. However, despite thinking about it, Higashino Hide-ichi could only laugh awkwardly. As for whether Aizen would care about this little detail? Just kidding, you're overthinking. Even if Aizen noticed it, he wouldn't take it to heart, otherwise he wouldn't be called Aizen. According to your plan, you're going to use this fragment now, right? Aizen retracted his gaze. He no longer cared about what Ichimaru-jin would do next. With the character and wisdom that Ichimaru-jin had shown so far, there was only one possibility left. That was to become a God of Death, then wait for an opportunity to come to his side, and then find an opportunity to kill him. With the talent contained in Ichimaru-jin, is there such a possibility? Aizen was very curious. Yes, Lord Aizen, relying on the false records of the Great Spirit Book Corridor, the amazing talent of Kenpei Kizaraki, and the sense of oppression brought by Genryu Yamamoto, it might be possible to deceive Kazuma Jajimeu, who had been blinded by power, but it would be absolutely impossible to let Yunjing Yaeju completely let down his guard. If you want him to bet everything, you have to let him see some tangible results. Higashino Hide-ichi carefully placed Matsumoto Ranjaku on the ground, and then took the Soul King nail fragment taken from Matsumoto Ranjaku from Aizen's hand. Without a doubt, I am the best result. Humph. Aizen snorted lightly, with a faint smile on his lips. Although he had long guessed that Higashino Hideaki's purpose was this, he was satisfied when Higashino Hideichi really got to this point through so many means. In this case, don't let me down in the future, Hideichi. Aizen and Higashino Hideichi looked at each other, and both seemed to see the unexpressed meaning in each other's eyes. Then Aizen took out the unfinished broken jade with restrained light. The Soul King's nail fragment, fused. Chapter 57-57 Different Track, Seeking Follow-up Reading. Chapter 57-57 Different Track, Seeking Follow-up Reading. What does it feel like to have the Soul King fragment in the body? If this question is to be asked to Higashino Hideichi, the answer must be, no feeling. Except for some pain when it was forced into the body at the beginning, the pain gradually disappeared as the fragment gradually merged with the body and soul. However, this may also be because Higashino Hideaki's current strength is he has already reached the normal captain level, and what is integrated into his body is just a fragment of the Soul King's fingernail. While feeling happy, Aizen's doubtful voice came from behind Higashino Shuiki's ears. This was actually the first time that Aizen had refused the Soul King's body fragments into the body of a Shinigami, but the feedback he received from Higashino Shuiki's body surprised him. The upper limit of your spiritual pressure has not been increased. Aizen checked it several times, and finally found no problem with his perception, so he asked Higashino Shuiki. This is a very strange thing. Because according to past experience, even those who possess a trace amount of the Soul King's body fragments can show strength far beyond the upper limit of their own talents. However, Higashino Shuiki, who now has a more complete Soul King's nail fragments, does not have it. What he had originally envisioned was a scene where the spiritual pressure surged like a fountain. That's true, but not quite. Higashino Shuiki understood exactly what Aizen was thinking. After fusing the body fragments of the Soul King, he had authority in this regard that Aizen had never had before. As he spoke, Higashino Shuiki released all his spiritual pressure wantonly in the space that was blocked by Aizen's spiritual pressure. This time, as Aizen expected, Higashino Shuiki's spiritual pressure strength reached at least twice its original value after breaking through the limit due to so many years of accumulation. The Soul King fragment does not directly increase the upper limit of my inherent spiritual pressure. If my inherent spiritual pressure limit is compared to a pool, then the Soul King fragment is like digging a new deeper pool next to it. Normally, if I want to release spiritual pressure, I can choose to use this new pool, or I can continue to use the old pool. Therefore, if I lose this Soul King body fragment in my body in the future, my upper limit of spiritual pressure will not be any different from now. In the popular terms of the previous life, the Soul King fragment is equivalent to a limited time experience card with a fixed upper limit of spiritual pressure. If Higashino Shuiki wants to further increase his usable spiritual pressure limit in the future, he will need to collect more Soul King fragments and fuse them into his body. In comparison, Hollow appears to be much more substantial, because it helps the Shinigami to break the limit of his own spiritual pressure. Even if the Hollow ability is deprived, the broken limit of spirit pressure will not be returned. After thinking about this, Higashino Shuiki finally understood why in the original work, Aizen never had the slightest intention to fuse the body fragments of the Soul King until the later stages. On the one hand, having high-end goods like Bengyoko was the reason. On the other hand, it might also be because Aizen at that time also discovered the disadvantages of using fragments of the Soul King's body to increase combat power through constant experiments. But this thing that Aizen looked down upon was still as precious to the current Higashino Shuiki. No one would think that they have too many life-saving cards, not to mention that the Soul King's nail fragments come with infinite regeneration ability that cannot be directly displayed, which is simply a life-saving weapon. Higashino Shuiki wants the virtual form, and he also wants the Soul King fragments. It's tasteless to eat, it's a pity to throw it away. After listening to Higashino Shuiki's description, Aizen only used these 8 words to express all his thoughts. Then Aizen threw a heart-like device that beats rhythmically to Higashino Shoaki. The spiritual king's heart you want? Hiss. Higashino Shoaki withdrew his spiritual pressure, held the heart in his palm, and took a breath of cold air. Isn't this too realistic? Except that it is a little small, there is no trace of carving at all. In this regard, Higashino Shoaki could only lament that Nasser Apollo was indeed an artist among scientists. Aizen-sama, how should I use it? Higashino Shoaki carefully took out the box he had prepared long ago, put the Soul King's heart in it, and then asked. Just let those gods of death put it in your heart, and leave the rest to it. Every hollow has its own hole. Master Aizen, are you going to turn their hearts into holes? In this case, once they fail to survive, there will be no chance of survival. The failed product of the experiment has no value in living, right? Since I have been spending a lot of time with Dongxian recently, I always have to speak with justice on my lips, and never leave my words without love and peace. As a result, Aizen's originally low sympathy plummeted. That's true, but my future tasks may be a bit more arduous. With the current number of Tapir Yeo swordsmen in Seattle's family, I'm afraid they can't afford this loss. Higashino Hideichi didn't think there was any problem with this, but he just thought that in the future, Kazumi Oji Shinsuke and Kyungwa Yeo Kako would come to him to ask for someone, and then he would hide from the Godei 13th Division while secretly giving Kazumi Oji a favor. On days when his family caught the god of death, he felt a little numb. I will let the 10 Blades and others cooperate with you. As expected, communicating with Higashino Shoaki was both comfortable and enjoyable. Aizen understood Higashino Shoaki's implication, wasn't he just trying to be imaginary? Just give it. This was a very satisfying exchange for both parties. It's night, let's go back to the team. Higashino Shoaki temporarily placed Matsumoto Rangiku in the medical rest room of the 4th Division. Based on the latter's current physical condition, there is basically no possibility of waking up within 10 days and a half. The information of the Mongolian system has changed. But when Higashino Shoaki walked out of the medical rest room, an unexpected voice came from the shadows. Have you discovered all this? Captain. Higashino Shoaki turned around with a wry smile, and in the shadow was Anohanaretsu, who let down her long hair and tied it behind her back. The silk nightgown embroidered with several pink cherry blossoms perfectly outlined Anohanaretsu's figure under the moonlight. If you don't think about the opponent's proud record, you will indeed see a beautiful picture of Yamato Nadeshiko welcoming her husband in front of you. Higashino Shoaki did not expect that Anohanaretsu would appear in the 4th Division team building at this time. He also happened to seize the opportunity he just had in the medical rest room to test his unlimited regeneration ability. It seems that you have gained a lot in the past few days since you disappeared. Mao's Hiwali's eyes are like torches and her voice is like water. In order to realize my dream, I have never given up my efforts. Higashino Shoaki answered seriously. After listening, Anohanaretsu just looked at Higashino Shoaki silently for 2 seconds, then stepped on his clogs and turned around, leaving a clicking sound on the floor. Follow me to the training ground. Cannot be refused. Chapter 58 The beginning of virtualization, please follow up. Chapter 58 The beginning of virtualization, please follow up. Late at night, people are quiet. The outcome of the battle with Anohanaretsu will not change much. Higashino Hideichi has only doubled the upper limit of his spiritual pressure. The base number is too low. This doubling is still not enough in front of Anohanaretsu. But for Uajiwali, the process of this battle finally made her feel a little bit happy. Question: what would you do if you had an opponent who couldn't be killed no matter how hard you cut? Mao's Hiwali. Answer: then chop it to death. It wasn't until Higashino Shoaki felt that the fragments of Soul King's nails that he had just integrated into his body were already warning him Hongwen, that he managed to persuade Anohanaretsu, who was already a little over the top. This ability is pretty good. Standing in front of Higashino Shoaki, who was paralyzed on the ground, Anohanaretsu gave Higashino Shoaki a good evaluation of this new ability. After all, it can make her sweat a little, it's just because she's tired from chopping. It turns out that unilateral abuse of food is also a bit interesting. But at this time, Higashino Hideichi only had one thought in his mind. I'm tired, hurry up and destroy it. Who is this? He almost cut his infinite regeneration ability into a limited one. If you disappear like this next time, I hope you can improve like this time, otherwise. At this moment, Hideyoshi Higashino felt that Anohanaretsu was a smiling devil. Otherwise what? Do you dare to speak clearly? Forget it, Higashino Shoaki could think of what would happen next even with his eyes closed. But is the Spirit King fragment something he can get if he wants to? It might be better if he were in this world, and he would spend some effort to find those who are fully aware of the magic. But now that he is in Soul Society, where can he find so many Soul King fragments to improve his strength? He didn't dare to play and disappeared. Now Higashino Shoaki was really a little scared. Isn't this Miss Hiwali starting to be interested in me? Higashino Shoaki shivered all over. Bah, bah. This idea is not fun, it is even more frightening than being suspected by Ms. Hiwali. Higashino Shoaki quickly stopped his random thoughts. In the early morning of the next day, Higashino arrived at the first team building without closing his eyes for a moment. Some time ago, due to the reason of paralyzing the Kazumioji family, Yamamoto Genryuo approved Higashino Shoaki to follow the instructions of Kyumwa Yaokaku to go to the end of Kitarukanga and Saragi district to conduct an investigation. At this moment, Higashino Shoaki needs to report to Yamamoto Genryuo Ranjaya before he can enter the Kazumuji clan manor that is under strict surveillance. What are they saying? However, Genryu Yamamoto did not intend to listen to Higashino Shoaki's report that was not nutritious. He knew what Zaraki Kenpeki and Zaraki district were like. Therefore, he knew that it was impossible for Higashino Shoaki to find anything in Zaraki district. I plan to tell them that I discovered a terrifying force in Zaraki district. It is precisely because of the existence of this force that Captain Zaraki has the terrifying strength he has today. Higashino Shoaki told the story he had prepared long ago. The statement made here by Yamamoto and the statement made next at Kazumioji's house should be as consistent as possible. It was Higashino Shoaki's decision after careful consideration. Because he wasn't sure if anyone from Seattle's family would spill the beans after his plan was implemented. If both sides agreed, he could at least ensure his own safety. And this is also because Higashino Shoaki's current identity is not qualified to know the existence of the Soul King. Otherwise Higashino Shoaki would not beat around the bush and directly named this mysterious power as the Soul King's heart. You want to trick them out? This is a good idea. As an old fox who has lived for thousands of years, Yamamoto Genryuo naturally guessed Higashino Shoaki's plan at once. After thinking about it carefully, he didn't think there was much of a problem. But with the cautious attitude of the Seattle family, it would be difficult to deceive them so easily. But as a casual chess move, this is completely sufficient. Also, Captain, I would like to ask Captain Hikifun whether the research on the Tapi Raya sword has been completed. I would like to apply to take back the Tapi Raya sword, so that if the Kazumioji family becomes suspicious of me, if so, I can hand over the Tapi Raya knife at the right time to dispel their doubts. Higashino Shoaki took the opportunity to make his request. To be honest, this was one of the few things that he didn't expect. Higashino Shoaki guessed that Yamamoto would definitely want to see how dangerous the Tapi Raya knife was, and he estimated that it would only take a few days to test it. However, Higashino Shoaki did not count that Hikifun Kiryu, the captain of the 12th Division, also had a strong interest in the thunder fire. After he borrowed the sword from Yamamoto, there was no sign of returning it. But Lei Huo didn't study it carefully. If he did, there's a high chance that the knife wouldn't be back in his hands. Fortunately, Yamamoto didn't care about the effect of thunder and fire, it was just a Tapi Raya knife. If there was really a problem in Kazumioji's family, they would definitely have this one. As for research, the information at this stage is sufficient. Therefore, Yamamoto agreed to Higashino Shoiki's request without much hesitation. As for Hikifune Kiryu, fortunately, the Tapi Raya sword has very high requirements for the user's fitness. In a short period of time, Hikifune Kiryu was unable to find a suitable test object to release the core ability of Thunder Fire. Therefore, Hikifune Kiryu didn't think there was much problem with Yamamoto's arrangement, and he happily returned the Thunder Fire to Higashino Shoiki. After Higashino Hidechi hid the Taper Yao sword and Thunder Fire, he rushed to the Kazumuji clan manor without stopping. There were two people who had been waiting for food for a long time. There was another speech similar to the one faced by Yamamoto Genryu, after Higashino Shoiki invited Kazumioji Shinsuke to go to the Great Spirit Book Corridor to have a look, and he showed his new strength in front of them. In the face of the ironclad facts, even someone as cautious as Yunjing Yaeju had to admit that his heart was moved. By simply leaning that heart towards your own heart, you can obtain several times your original spiritual pressure limit out of thin air. At the same time, the arrogant and uncontrollable power of the void, which grows wildly, just meets the needs of the Taper Yao knife to devour. In this way, one of the most difficult problems in using the Taper Yao knife is directly solved, which is where ordinary gods of death can find so much spiritual power to constantly feed the Taper Yao knife. As for why Higashino Shoiki himself did not become virtual, Higashino Shoiki just used his own captain-level strength, which may be special, and played a careless way. After all, this is not critical. In the face of practical results, neither Kazumioji Shinsuke nor Kyumwa Yaokaku will pursue such an explanation that cannot be falsified. God bless my Kazumioji family. On this day, Syadalul Janayu was in high spirits. God help me. On the same day, Yunjing Yao felt very satisfied. It's time for a change in the world of Soul Society. A few months after being overwhelmed by Room 46 and the Godai 13th Division led by Yamamoto, Shinsuke Kazumioji and Yaokaku Kyumwa made such a cry in their hearts at the same time. Unfortunately, Higashino Shoiki was not at the scene. He was busy secretly capturing the Shinigami from the Kazumioji family outside. And deploy the new unlocking ability of the Zanpakuto that you just unlocked. In the new book issue, I still hope that everyone will read it more. Shoiki, his boss Aizen, Captain Anohanaretsu, colleague Taisen Kaname, and little fangirl Suhao, thank you all here. By the way, after watching a lot of them before, I feel that no one guessed the protagonist's interpretation ability type correctly. I think it should be easy to guess. Chapter 59-59 Incomplete Solution. Chapter 59-59 Incomplete Solution. The time goes back to the day after Higashino Shoiki obtained the nail fragments of the Soul King. Just after returning home from Kazumioji's house, his Zanpakuto took the initiative to contact Higashino Shoiki. Sinking into the inner world, here is an antique bookstore. The bookshelves are filled with books made of bamboo slips. In the innermost part of the room, there is a middle-aged man wearing a white cloak and a white and green jade hanging around his waist. The man sat elegantly on the straw mat, holding a half-open bamboo slip in his hand. This is not the first time Higashino Shoiki has entered here. When he had just acquired captain-level spiritual pressure, he excitedly wanted to visualize his Zanpakuto. As a result, the Zanpakuto did not materialize, but he himself was pulled in. This so-called inner world. It was here that Higashino Shoiki experienced the most brutal and inhumane torture in his life. His Zanpakuto relied on the flow of time in his inner world to be different from that of the outside world. Higashino Shoiki, who appeared in the inner world, was just a projection of his original body, forcibly created in the inner world. I killed Hideyoshi Higashikata 1,000 times here. And almost every time it was a different way of dying. Until the end, when there was nothing left to kill and no law to use, this one-sided massacre ended with Higashino Shoiki's complete defeat. That time, Higashino Shuiki's Zanpakuto did not tell Higashino Shuiki its real name. He only slightly praised Higashino Shuiki's actions in Soul Society, and then told Higashino Shuiki that Higashino Shuiki could use the name Art of War in the future. Communicate with him to obtain part of the power to understand and use the Zanpakuto. Since then, Higashino Shuiki's Zanpakuto has completely closed the communication channel between the two. No matter how Higashino Shuiki called after that, there was no response from his Zanpakuto. In that time, Higashino Hideaki's Zanpakuto only gave Higashino Hideichi the right to use a debunking ability. That is, smiling with a dagger. Using this ability, Higashino Hideichi can take the enemy's attack actively and return the enemy's attack with the same amount of force that cannot be avoided by any means. Quite useless. This is the only evaluation Higashino Hideichi gave to this ability. Because he may not be able to withstand strong attacks, and the opponent probably doesn't care if he returns weak attacks. Unavoidable does not mean it cannot be offset or broken. So after learning this incomplete debunking, Higashino Hideichi never wanted to use it once. However, this debunking ability, combined with the way his own Zanpakuto behaved in his inner world, also gave Higashino Hideichi some speculations. That is, if his debunking ability wants to be further debunked, it is very likely related to what he does in reality. Because this so-called smiling with a dagger just happens to coincide with what he usually does, right? Therefore, Higashino Hideichi kept trying, until he gave up after he still didn't get a response from his Zanpakuto. Unexpectedly, after he set up such a big game himself and obtained the fragment of the Soul King's nail after a lot of hard work, his Zanpakuto finally responded. "Look at you, you seem to know why I pulled you in." The man turned his back to Higashino Hideichi, but he seemed to have everything under control. "If I'm not mistaken, it's because my actions this time are in line with the way of military tactics." Higashino Hideichi is not a fool. After receiving the contact from his Zanpakuto, he quickly figured it all out. It's not that his previous ideas were wrong, but that the pattern he used to test was too small, and it didn't enter the eyes of his Zanpakuto at all. "Which one is that, the Omiya path?" the man said slowly. "If you are useful, don't borrow it, if you are useless, ask for it, borrow the useless and use it." Hitano Hideichi closed his eyes, and the book 36 Strategies of War that he liked to read in his previous life appeared in his mind. Attack and war strategy, borrow a corpse to revive the soul. I could have directly taken the fragment of the Soul King's nail and asked Aizen to merge it into my body, but I didn't. Because I know that doing so will only consume Aizen's trust in me, and this process is full of unreliability. I don't know whether Aizen is targeting Matsumoto Ranjaku. I am definitely in the mirror, so there is no need to take such a meaningless risk. This is a useful one, and cannot be borrowed. The Kazumi family wants to solve the problem of using the taper sword, Aizen wants to do a hollowing experiment, Yamamoto wants to investigate the taper sword, and so on. These have nothing to do with my goal of obtaining the Soul King's nail fragments, but I cleverly used them to achieve my goal without causing Aizen's disgust. This is a useless one, please borrow it. The combination of the two is to borrow a corpse to revive the soul. Higashino Hideichi opened his eyes, and at this moment, the whole process formed a clear image in his mind. At the same time, the man who was transformed from the Zanpakuto and had his back to Higashino Hideichi also turned around. "Then, from today on, you can borrow a corpse to revive the soul from me. What's your real name?" Higashino Hideichi did not forget that knowing the real name from the Zanpakuto was the most important step in understanding the Zanpakuto. "You want to know my real name?" The man smiled. "Who wouldn't want to?" Hideichi Higashino replied. "Two choices. First, you get my full approval and get the right to use all military tactics from me." As he spoke, the man stood up from the straw mat. The original scholar's casual aura disappeared, and a Zanpakuto with a fiery red body and 18 pairs of wing-like scales on the back of the blade appeared in his hand. Hidechi Higashino had seen this Zanpakuto last time. There is no doubt that it should be the appearance of his Zanpakuto after it was fully understood. Second, defeat me, and I will tell you my real name. Attack, soldier. A good soldier has a strange plan. The man was responded to by Higashino Hideaki's unhesitating and thunderous slash. He had long been eager to come in and fight again. This time, he wanted to wash away the shame of the last time. At least this time, he couldn't be killed 1,000 times again. The result was gratifying. This time, Higashino Hidechi was indeed not killed 1,000 times. He only died 999 times. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. After being ruthlessly driven out of his inner world, Higashino Hidechi threw his head back and fell on the bed, laughing heartily. He should have thought that his Zanpakuto ability had exceeded the normal specifications of the original owner since the beginning of the first release. He only inherited the ordinary spiritual pressure talent of the original owner, but his soul and his Zanpakuto were still unique and were not affected by the original owner's talent. This wealth brought by him from the previous world was his greatest reliance. Chapter 60 10 Years of Ease, Seeking Follow-up Reading. Chapter 60 10 Years of Ease, Seeking Follow-up Reading. Time returned to the present. In the 9th district of East Ryokan Street, Higashino Hidechi stood on a rooftop, looking at the civilians leaving Ryokan Street. This was the result of his slight trick, because what he was going to do next could not be discovered. Not much left. Higashino Shoaki sensed that there were no drifting souls within the predetermined range. Then with a wave of his hand, 4 spiritual pressure shielding devices flew out towards the 4 corners. Covering unfolds. The art of war can be traced back to its origins and solved. The majestic spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the entire space, and the dark green Zanpakuto in Higashino Shoaki's hand also turned fiery red, and the 2 pairs of fish scale wings on the back of the knife seemed to be about to spread out and fly. Higashino Shoaki jumped from the roof and landed in front of a stone lion. He then raised his Zanpakuto and stabbed upward. The tip of the knife touched the lion's head, injecting spiritual pressure, borrowing a dead body and bringing it back to life. In an instant, most of the spiritual pressure in Higashino Shoaki's body was extracted. Hoo! Panting heavily. Every time Higashino Shoaki finished doing this, his body felt a little uncomfortable. As he lifted the unblocking, the spiritual pressure converged back into his body, and the stone lion in front of him returned to normal. No matter how he sensed it from any angle, he could not find anything strange about the stone lion. But Higashino Shoaki could feel in his heart that this place had successfully become an anchor point for him. This is the effect of his solution borrowing the dead to resurrect the soul. By infusing his own spiritual pressure into the dead object, it can be transformed into an anchor point for the release of his future abilities. That is to say, no matter where Higashino Hidechi is, as long as he unfolds the solution and uses the power of resurrecting the corpse, then any of his ability effects can be instantly transferred to any prepared corpse for release, including using the original solution. The spirit beings created by the ability can also be resurrected instantly on these corpses, and inherit the anchor point attributes and become movable anchor points. And as long as it is within the scope of influence of the corpse, as long as Higashino Shoaki is willing, all effects can be transferred to the corpse to bear, and will be offset by the spiritual pressure Higashino Shoaki has stored in the corpse in advance. Until the stored spiritual pressure is exhausted, this corpse will lose its anchor point and return to its original attributes. It is precisely because of this effect that Higashino Shoaki chooses to consume most of his current spiritual pressure reserves every time he creates a corpse. Soldiers should be strong, not numerous. Higashino Shoaki understands this truth. What's more, Higashino Shoaki has plenty of time now. His goal is to have his anchor points spread throughout Soul Society, the present world, and Hueco Mundo in the foreseeable future. If it weren't for special places like the Invisible Empire, Hell, and the Soul King's Palace that he had no way of reaching yet, Higashino Shoaki wouldn't mind letting them feel his love. After finishing this trip of setting up the corpse, Higashino Shoaki stood up and looked at the spiritual court. Now that everything is ready, it's time for God to fall to the mortal world. 10 years are like a fleeting moment. With the support of Aizen's virtualization technology, Kazumyoji no longer needs a large number of Shinigami to conduct experiments as it did in the past. It only requires a small number of Shinigami to persist in the early virtualization process. This requirement can be met by Higashino Shoaki alone. It can be done without any fuss. Therefore, Shinsuke Kazumyoji regained his original composure, and by using his status as the top nobleman of the Kazumyoji family, he gradually forced the Godei 13th Division to gradually lift most of their surveillance on the Kazumyoji family. Yunjing Yaeju, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that the gods of death were in a state of confusion when they were in the process of becoming empty, and kept injecting brainwashing information into them, gradually becoming a dove in the magpie's nest. However, neither of them would have thought that Aizen was the biggest winner in this game. He obtained a massive amount of experimental data without any effort. 10 years were enough for him to perfect the virtual blur technology to an extremely high level. The next step is to point the sword at the captain. As for Higashino Shoaki, he was not idle either. In addition to setting up a large number of anchor points in Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the real world step by step, he also took the time to hand over the Thunder Fire to Nirvana in the maggot nest and successfully fought with him. The latter got on the line, and a special communication channel was established between the two. Higashino Shoaki's purpose is very simple. He needs to bring the Tapi Raya Sword Thunder Fire closer to its future perfection before the fuse is ignited, and he needs to minimize the side effects caused by swallowing other Tapi Raya swords. And Nirvana's purpose is also very simple. He needs Higashino Shoaki to guarantee that after this is done, he can be released from the maggot nest and provide enough research sites and materials, because he is not willing to be in the maggot nest. Inside, he has been Urahara Kisuke's deputy for the rest of his life. The two hit it off immediately. But when it comes to whether Higashino Shoaki has the ability to release Nirvana from the nest of maggots, Higashino Shoaki thinks that he most likely does not. In the original plot, Hikifune Kiryu, the captain of the 12th Division, was promoted to the 0th Division, leaving a vacancy for the captain of the 12th Division. Urahara Kisuke was recommended to fill the position, who recommended it, needless to say, and then Urahara Kisuke smoothly replaced him. Nirvana was brought out from the nest of maggots. Now Higashino Shoaki is satisfied with captain-level strength, but his name is not Urahara Kisuke. Higashino Shoaki doesn't think that he has the same respect as Urahara Kisuke in front of Chiffon Yuaki. However, this does not affect Higashino Shoaki's acceptance of the matter in front of Niriyuri. Anyway, based on Aizen's current research progress, Nirvana will be released. Taking over as captain of Division 12 is basically a certainty. Everyone is making their own calculations in an orderly manner. Everyone is waiting for that opportunity. Until this day, a silver-haired young man and a black-haired young man came to the entrance of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy at the same time. Today is the annual enrollment of freshmen at the Lingting Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Hi, are you a freshman this year too? The black-haired young man took the initiative to say hello to the silver-haired young man. Well, I just passed the exam last month, Ichimaru-jin from Nishi-Rukanga District 29. The silver-haired young man stretched out his right hand and responded to the bright smile of the black-haired young man with his eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Ichimaru-jin. I remember, my name is Kisaragi Sushuk, I am also from Rukanga, but I am in the West Rukanga District 1. Please take care of me in the future. The black-haired young man also extended his right hand and held it tightly with Ichimaru-jin. After shaking his hands, Kisaragi Sushuk called to Ichimaru-jin to quickly go in with him, because the two of them might be the last batch of freshmen to come to report. But Ichimaru-jin silently raised his head and glanced at the big characters of Mao Spiritual Arts Academy above again. Finally, I'm going to become the god of death. Ranjaku, are you okay? Please read it, the author promises that you will not be disappointed, crying loudly. Chapter 61 If there is a random chrysanthemum at home, if so. Chapter 61 If there is a random chrysanthemum at home, if so. Night, Nishi-Rukanga District 2, Higashino Shoiki's residence. Higashino Shoiki ended his work life today and returned home quite exhausted. Welcome back, Mr. Shiuyi. As soon as he entered the door, a young woman with long wavy orange hair duly handed Higashino Shoiki the clogs he wore in the house. Are you, Team 10, usually so busy? You get off work earlier than me every time. Higashino Shoiki skillfully put on the clogs handed over by the latter. Similar scenes have been repeated countless times. Ever since Ranjaku Matsumoto ended her studies at Mao Spiritual Arts Academy a year ago, she has returned to Higashino Shoiki's home again. Yes, it's time to stay again. Because since Matsumoto Ranjaku was rescued by Higashikata 10 years ago, whether it was out of sympathy or guilt, Higashino Shoiki allowed Matsumoto Ranjaku to temporarily live in his home until he had the ability to survive independently. This probably also includes Higashino Shoiki's original promise to Ichimaru Jin. Although it was just a calculation at the beginning. That's not true. On the contrary, the frequency of lost hollows in Rukanga has been much higher recently than before. We ordinary team members can't deal with it at all, so the main patrol work is left to those officers. Matsumoto Ranjaku bowed slightly to Higashino Hide-ichi. Under her loose robes, she could vaguely see the fiercely rising mountains. That's it. Higashino Zaiwichi thought about it, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. In order to make tonight's plan go smoothly, Aizen had indeed gradually increased the frequency of attacks on Rukanga a few months ago in order to contain a sufficient number of Shinigami. By the way, Mr. Zaiui, do you plan to drink jasmine tonight or do you want to drink oolong? After a short while of serious time, Matsumoto Ranjaku quietly went to the next room with bare feet, took out 2 bottles of wine and asked. You used your salary to buy alcohol again. Higashino Hide-ichi had a headache. He didn't know when Matsumoto Ranjaku started to develop a habit of drinking. It had been like this since graduating from the academy. Ranjaku Matsumoto's monthly salary was basically spent on buying alcohol, so that now she could only live with Higashino Shoiki. It was fine before, the Matsumoto Ranjaku hadn't bloomed yet, but now? Higashino Hide-ichi moved his gaze down a little, and it could no longer be described as beginning to take shape. If this continues, with a man and a woman living together in the same house, what will other people think? Just a little, just a little. Matsumoto Ranjaku came to the opposite side of Higashino Shoiki with a smile, put the wine glass away, and then quickly filled it up. Without waiting for Hideyoshi Higashikata to raise her glass, she punished herself with a glass of wine first. Speaking of which, I encountered broken bees in the past 2 days. Matsumoto Ranjaku seemed to remember something. Higashino Shoiki was also a little confused about Matsumoto Ranjaku, so he had a drink with him. She complained to me. Seeing June often needs to be watched in Rukanga for a long time. It would be too far and inconvenient to go back to her home in the Soul Garden to rest. I think there are a lot of empty rooms here, sir. There is a lot of space. Yet, and she admires adults so much, so I told her, then you can consider coming to our place to rest. A sly smile appeared on Matsumoto Ranjaku's face. No, there are already enough students in the family. Higashino Shoiki immediately shook his head in denial. Are you kidding me? Let Swifeng come over and live there. Then when he comes home every day, he will have a big show on his left and a big show on his right. His head will be very big. Moreover, the current strength of Zeihao is not only due to the teachings of Shifen Jin Yoryuaki, but also because he has relieved Yamamoto Genryu and Rong Yu's suspicions. In the past 10 years, he has often given Xiaofeng a small start, so compared to at the same time as the original work, it is only stronger but not weaker. Having already mastered it, it is said that Si Feng Yuan Yueki has also been secretly teaching Zai Feng the secret technique instant coax. If Broken Bee came to rest at his place, would he still be allowed to sleep peacefully? Why did he sneak out to do his own private work? He doesn't have a mirror. Hey? So Xiuyi only needs one woman, is that enough? Matsumoto Ranjaku suddenly came closer and said. Higashino Shoaki frowned as the complex smell mixed with wine and body odor passed through his nose. I don't know how many, but Ranjaku, have you found your childhood sweetheart? Oh no. As soon as Ichimaru-jin was mentioned, Matsumoto Ranjaku immediately shrank back like a deflated rubber ball. The reason why he chose to join the 10th Division instead of the 4th Division where Higashino Shoaki was to look for Ichimaru-jin, but a few years later, she could not find any trace of Ichimaru-jin. The atmosphere was frozen. After 3 rounds of wine, the moon and stars are scarce. Looking at Matsumoto Ranjaku, who had one hand hanging down on the table, leaning in his arms, still murmuring in a low voice, I will definitely find you, falling asleep. Higashino Shoaki smiled helplessly, stood up and picked up the ladder, went to her room, carefully placed her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt gently. According to experience, Matsumoto Ranjaku will sleep until dawn. And tomorrow, this soul society may be completely different, right? Higashino Shoaki stood at the door and looked at Matsumoto Ranjaku again, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Sometimes knowing less makes it easier to feel happy. He knows too much and is too tired to live. However, Higashino Shoaki never regretted his choice. This was true in the past and will be true in the future. Opening the door, Hideyoshi Higashino rushed towards the spirit garden again. Quiet and shadowless. At the same time, Ichimaru-jin and Kisaragi Sushuk, who had just finished the first day of classes for freshmen and had just received their respective briefs, also quietly ran out of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Let me tell you, you are right to listen to me. My father has been working in the first team for many years. He often brought me to play in the spiritual courtyard. I have also been to the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy many times. So this road is clear to me. Ryuzahuzu said proudly. But if we come out like this, nothing will happen, right? Ichimaru-jin said with some worry. In fact, his eyes that seemed unable to open were constantly scanning the surrounding buildings, as if he wanted to remember them all in his mind. What's the matter? We went to my father to learn how to use the Zanpakuto, and it's not some other ulterior thing. Even if the teacher and the others find out afterwards, they won't blame us. After finishing speaking, Kisaragi Sushuk seemed to be trying to encourage himself, and added. After all, your spiritual power qualifications are so high, and mine are not bad either. It is such a waste of time to follow them step by step in Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. We had agreed before that we would compete to see who would become the captain first. If you don't go and are left behind by me, don't blame me. Ichimaru-jin would not fall for Kisaragi Sushuk's inferior provoking method, but he did have the idea of improving his strength as soon as possible. In order to avoid suspicion, he had wasted almost 10 years in Nishi-Rukanga. Now, he no longer wanted to waste a moment. He just wanted to find the bespectacled Shinigami as soon as possible and kill him with his own hands. However, just as Kisaragi Sushuk and Ichimaru-jin were running on the way to the first team, not far from them, terrifying spiritual pressure bloomed, and an explosion that roared all night kicked off the bloody prelude. Chapter 62-62 Rebellion at Kazumi Temple, 1. Chapter 62-62 Rebellion at Kazumuji Temple, 1. Just a few minutes ago, in room 46 of the Central Committee, a protracted negotiation that lasted for several months finally came to an end. In the audience, the head of the Kazumi family, Shinsuke Kazumitaji, stood below and made an impassioned speech. Standing next to him was a man who looked not in good condition. He wore a skull mask on his face, and there was a faint roar coming from inside. The god of death holding a tapi knife tightly in his hand. This is the first time that Shinsuke Kazumioji has made his masterpiece public. He wants to show the 46th central room above that he can now fully control this new power. As you can see, this is definitely a force that can subvert the existing Soul Society's combat power system. And this power is truly completely controlled by our nobles themselves. Shinsuke Kazumioji emphasized the pronunciation of the second half of the sentence without hesitation. It is almost self-evident to whom it refers. But the captain of the Godai 13th Division, Yamamoto Motoriu, Ranjiu, who was on the right, only had his pupils slightly contracted, but showed no other reaction. In Soul Society, our Godai 13th Division is enough. We don't need a new force, let alone such a dangerous thing you developed. However, Yamamoto Genryu did not intend to express his disapproval, but Yuryuki Shihoan, the captain of the 2nd Division who was also at the scene, showed great disgust. How dangerous is it for the god of death to become virtual? Having once heard Urahara Kisuke describe her, she knew very well that this was something that should not be forgiven at all. It's a pity that the person who did this is called Shinsuke Kazumioji. Currently, the head of the top noble family in Soul Society is second only to their 5 nobles. And Kazumiya hero Shinsuke has not only perfected this matter to such an extent, he also precisely grabbed the necks of the other nobles. That was Yamamoto Genryu Ranjiu, the strongest god of death in Soul Society for 1,000 years. No matter how loyal Yamamoto Genryu Ranjiu was, for these nobles standing on the throne of power, Yamamoto was never one of their own. This was also one of the reasons why they spared no effort to insert noble members into the Godai 13 and recommend noble members to become captains. If they could have a high-powered team that was completely subordinate to their nobles and only accepted their noble control. It must be said that many of these people in the central 46th room were tempted. Some people even regretted that they should not have allowed Yamamoto Genryu Ranjiu to participate in today's meeting. The decision was delayed, and Yamamoto Genryu Ranjiu suddenly said, "I have only one request, the candidates for the future tapers cannot be selected from the current Shinigami." Yamamoto knew that if the resolution was still to reject, the verdict should have come down long ago. The reason why those people on the stage did not make a decision was because of his existence. Sure enough, after Yamamoto Genryu Ranjiu stated his request, Kazuma Meiu's request was quickly won by a high vote. The verdict fell, as long as Yamamoto Genryu Ranjiu read it out next, the establishment of tapers would become an ironclad fact. Kazuma Meiu was very excited after receiving the verdict. Tapers was established, and his title of the 6th noble would not be far away? Or, it is the title of the new 5th noble, because Kazuma Meiu heard that many of the other 4 nobles have expressed dissatisfaction with the Shiba family. However, Kazuma Meiu's beautiful fantasy had not yet reached its climax, and the terrifying spiritual pressure and explosion outside shattered his fantasy in one fell swoop. "It's bad, Captain." A humanoid creature suspected to be an Arankar, but with a Zanpakuto, appeared in the Kazuma family's residence. Soon, a bloody Shinigami broke into the central 46th room and reported to Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu. Since the trial of the Kazuma family was conducted in secret, these ordinary Shinigami did not know the existence of the Shinigami Hollow. But at this time, everyone in the central 46th room knew it clearly. Impossible. As long as their taper swords are still there, they can completely suppress the hollow in their bodies, and an absolute balance can be achieved between the two. This is the result of our experiments so many times without an exception. Kazuma Meiu roared, and went up to catch the ordinary Shinigami, but was blocked by a wild figure. "I'm afraid it's not possible now, Lord Shinsuke, the head of the Kazuma family." The captain of the 8th Division, Kurako Shunsui, looked like a wolf, as if he wanted to swallow Shinsuke Kazuma in one gulp. Instantly, there was a commotion on the stage. No one expected that such a thing would happen, and more importantly, this time node. Because Shinsuke Kashomajayaji revealed in advance that he would release explosive information today, the Central 46th Room rarely summoned 7 captains to gather here, even the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpei Kizaraki, who they looked down upon the most before, was also summoned here. As a result, outside the Central 46th Room, there was only the captain of the 13th Division, Yokotake Jushiro, who was in poor health and needed to stay in the world for a long time. The captain of the 12th Division, Hikifune Kiryu, who was devoted to research. The captain of the 3rd Division, Kamikawa Renosuke, who was left to support emergency. The captain of the 10th Division, Maki Koto, who was responsible for daily security work. The captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu, who was dedicated to medical treatment. And the captain of the 9th Division, Kensei Rokuguruma, who was in charge of the prison. There are very few captains who can quickly support the noble district. Almost everyone thought of one thing, that is this intentional by Kashomajayaji Shinsuke? I absolutely don't have this idea. As the head of the family, Kashomajayaji Shinsuke couldn't understand this at this time. Even if his tapers really have that ability, he doesn't have that motivation. What good will it do him to get a destroyed soul society? But in the Kashomajayaji family residence in the spirit court, Higashino Hyde held the taper blade thunder fire in one hand, looking at the death god in front of him who had completely fallen into the hollow and lost his mind because of the loss of the taper blade's restraint, and smiled coldly. At his feet was a broken taper blade, and the core of it was being devoured by thunder fire. Kashomajayaji Shinsuke will definitely not be so arrogant as to rebel directly, but he forgot that at this point, someone has to rebel, otherwise, what awaits him is only a trip to the double-killing hill. Someone has to pay the price for this. If not Kashomajayaji Shinsuke, it has to be Yunjing Yaokaku. The gears have been turned, there is no possibility of stopping. Standing next to Higashino Hideichi, Aizen looked up at the heavens. I just don't know if they will be satisfied with the gorgeous scenery next. I will definitely, Lord Aizen, if you think the noble's blood is not enough, then use the captain's blood to fill it. Higashino Hideichi began to unravel, and through the perspective of the spirit child transferred from Dawan, he saw the captain of the 10th Division, Maki Kuratami, who rushed to support him urgently. Chapter 63-63 Kashomiyoji Rebellion, 2. Chapter 63-63 Kashomiyoji Rebellion, 2. 30 years ago, 2 captains of Soul Society were killed in the aftermath of a hunting incident. At that time, under the joint witness of all the captains of Soul Society, the 3rd seat of the 1st Squad, Maki Koto, succeeded as the captain of the 10th Squad. Although Zangren Maki was originally only a 3rd officer, it was only because he had been in the 1st Division for a long time and had no chance to stand out. Let's not talk about the captain of the 1st Division. His deputy captain, Kojiro Suzuki, was also a ruthless man who had mastered the secret hundreds of years ago. It is indeed not an easy task to stand out under these 2 people. Now, Zangren Maki, who received the order from the Captain General, completely handed over the patrol task to the officers of his own division tonight. He was stationed alone in the 10th Division's barracks to prevent the unexpected situation mentioned by the Captain General. Originally, Zangren Maki thought that the Captain General was overthinking, but the sudden huge spiritual pressure and the explosion made him realize that the worst situation mentioned by the Captain General still happened. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the instant step to rush to the noble area where the explosion occurred. However, halfway through, the intuition developed from so many years of fighting suddenly warned him. Bang! The ground collapsed and a huge black coffin rose from the ground. What? Black coffin? Zangren Maki had not sensed any spiritual pressure reaction nearby beforehand. Where did this black coffin come from? No one would tell him the answer. Darkness enveloped him, and terror encroached on him. In the distance, Higashino Hideichi had already arrived at an unmanned courtyard near the residence of the Kashomajayaji family. Within the area of spiritual pressure shielding that had been arranged long ago, his crimson windbreaker swayed in the air, and the Zanpakuto in his hand had already been untied. The turbid emblems faintly revealed, the unruly and arrogant talents, the tide, denial, paralysis, and a moment hindered the long sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that constantly mutilated itself, combined, rebounded, and extended to the ground, and knew its own powerlessness. The nine-tithe broken way, the black coffin. That was the black coffin released under the full chanting. Through the anchor point that Higashino Hideichi had set up long ago, he hit it in one shot. Then, "Wake up, my soldiers, and revive." A spirit child who had been prepared by his side disappeared instantly. On the other side, the black coffin shattered. Zangren Maki is not a jerk like Ichigo Kurosaki, who can split the black coffin with one palm, nor is he as vulnerable as Seijin Kashiwamura, who will be killed instantly by a black coffin. He is even better than Higashino Hideichi in spiritual pressure. Although he is covered in blood, he is more powerful. "You are the one who launched the sneak attack." Zangren Maki looked at the unknown creature in front of him that looked like a tree man, and his heart was full of doubts. What on earth is this thing? How come he has never heard of it before? It's a pity that Higashino Hideichi didn't have the habit of explaining his abilities to the enemy in battle, and the only response to Zaimaki was the cold attack. Dash forward, slash. Higashino Hideichi moved his mind, and the tree man danced his branch that looked like it would break at the touch, and rushed to Zaimaki. Swing down, block. One man and one tree are evenly matched. Trees are just illusions. After a quick fight, Maki Zangren immediately guessed the nature of the tree man in front of him. It was simply a group of compressed spiritual pressure controlled by someone. But Higashino Hideichi never intended to give Maki Zangren any time to think. The thundering carriage, the gap of the spinning wheel, this thing has light, one is divided into 6. The 61st way of binding, the 6-stick light prison. It was another battle that was completely chanted and freed from the restrictions of space. One of the greatest conveniences for Higashino Hideichi was this ghost way that could be chanted completely without restraint. 6 pieces of light suddenly appeared around Maki Zangren, and then froze him in mid-air. It's this weird ghost way with no signs at all again. Maki Zangren had no way to dodge. Then, next, through the vision of the spirit child, he saw that Maki Zangren was completely fixed by the 6-stick light prison. Higashino Hideichi's expression turned cold, and he began to chant. The spirit man on the other side also raised his left arm towards Maki Zangren. The end of the 1,000 hands, the hands that cannot touch the darkness, the archer of the sky that cannot be reflected, the road of light, the wind that fanned the fire, gathered together without confusion, and followed my instructions. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 lines, heavenly scriptures, fast treasures, and big wheels, the grey turrets, drew the bow to the distance, and dissipated brightly. The 91st broken way, the 1,000-handed Jiao Tiantai cannon, double pattern style. 2 identical 1,000-handed Jiao Tiantai cannons were released at the same time, but one was completely chanted, and the other abandoned the chanting. Through the superposition of anchor points, the final effect presented was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. That was a death warrant from hell. A huge amount of light bombarded Maki Zangren, and the extended explosion directly overturned the streets behind him for thousands of meters. In mid-air, the tree man fell, because the previous spirit man had exhausted himself by releasing the ghost. But before it completely landed, a brand new spirit man revived again. In fact, this move could be even more powerful, but with Higashino Hideichi's current strength, he could only create spirit men of this level, and releasing a 1,000-handed Jiao Tiantai cannon without chanting was its limit. Is he dead? There was dust in the sky ahead, and Higashino Hideichi, who was not at the scene, could not sense the real wood kara in it through spiritual pressure. Because the spirit man only shared vision. He did not hold back at all in this attack just now. According to the previous test in Hueco Mundo, theoretically, with Rokuguru Makensei's strength, it is impossible to block it. Therefore, if this real Wood Kara is also just a fake captain, Higashino Shoiki's mission has come to an end tonight. However, the reality is that Genmu Zangren is extraordinary. In the sight of the Ling Zeman, what emerged from the ashes was a man whose body was almost completely destroyed, with a large hole in his abdomen, and almost no intact limbs on his body. Half of his face had been burned, revealing the dense white bones inside, but even at such a distance, Higashino Shoiki could already feel a hint of fear from it. The eyes of Genmu Zangren were filled with the killing intention of death. Greedy. Roaring. Jealous. Crying. Mad. Like a dog of hell. Come at this moment. Solution. Haunted by evil spirits. The monstrous air waves broke in all directions, the ground collapsed downwards, the sky was cut off, and 5 red chains fell from the void, inserting into Maki Zangren's limbs and head respectively. Our battle has just begun. At this time, Maki Zangren was smiling crazily, like a real devil returning from hell. The injuries Higashino Shoiki had caused to him earlier seemed like his meritorious service. Chapter 64-64 Rebellion at Kazumu Temple, 3. Chapter 64-64 Rebellion at Kazumu Temple, 3. Tonight, the sky in the Lingting courtyard is red. That is not its original color, but the reflection of the earth. Yunjing Yaeji released his control over the tapers who had fallen into virtual reality. These hollow death gods, who had already lost their minds and were about to go crazy, filed out of the secret room of the Kazumuji clan manor and the Kazumadaji family residence. The nobles and the Godi I-13 are all their targets. Tonight, if you don't succeed, you will succeed. The river of blood is just the beginning. Who can stop this in time? The captains of the 46th Central Room wanted to rush out, but were held back by dozens of tapers. They were in the 46th Central Room, with multiple hells where important criminals were imprisoned below. Even though there are many captains here, everyone is pinched and dare not let go, let alone start an explanation here. Perhaps only the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpeki, was filled with joy when facing such a battle. Outside, Anoha Naretsu, the captain of the 4th Division, slowly stood up from his seat and looked at the hollow Shinigami who had cut off the corners of the room. Only 4. First level of evil ghost, get rid of it. At the same time, on another battlefield, the chain on Maki Zangren's right arm was broken, and a layer of shadow wrapped around his arms. Power ghost. Underfoot is the collapsed earth. For a distance of hundreds of meters, Zangren Maki only took 2 steps. With one punch, Higashino Shoiki's tree man was knocked away, the anchor point disappeared, and the spirit man's possessed state was also instantly lost, directly turning into dots of spirit seeds and scattering to the earth. At this moment, Higashino Shoiki only had those 3 words of swear words in his mind. This is gone? He spent so much spiritual pressure to create the anchor points, and the Zangren Maki cancelled them all with one punch after unlocking them? Is he One Punch Man? Only now did Higashino realize that the captain of the 10th Division had always been secretive. The punch just now was at least as powerful as 8 to 9 chariots. Fortunately, Higashino Shoiki has more than one anchor point nearby. Stone figures, wooden figures, and even paper figures, Higashino Shoiki is most indispensable for anchor points and spirit figures. The roar of ghost paths could be heard from all around, including bound and broken paths. Zangren Maki still hasn't found out the actual manipulator behind these strange creatures. However, the roars of countless ethereal death gods in the distance, as well as the painful whines of the nobles, all stimulated the little reason of Genmu Zangren at this time. His physical condition was on the verge of collapse due to his previous carelessness. Even though he borrowed the characteristics of his own understanding to temporarily stabilize his condition, the spirit in his body was still passing quickly. Delaying him would not be a good thing for him, the spirit court, or those nobles. Second level evil ghost, release. Control the ghost. The chain on his left leg was broken, a dark shadow wrapped around Zhang Grenmaki, and a painful ferocious look appeared at the corner of Zhang Grenmaki's mouth. But Zhang Grenmaki was determined and rushed towards the noble area regardless of the ghosts released by the spirit people controlled by Higashino Shoaki. You judge the situation very accurately. Higashino Shoaki frowned. Looking at his ghost paths that could no longer achieve the expected results, he probably figured out the understanding ability of Zhang Grenmaki. The 5 chains inserted into his body from the void are 5 seals. Every time Zhang Grenmaki removes one, he himself will receive a correspondingly powerful increase. The first one is power. The ghost shadow wrapped around Maki Zhang Gren's arms will help him burst out with stronger power. The second one is you. The ghosts floating around Zhang Grenmaki will help him resist attacks. Then there are 3 chains left. Higashino Shoaki doesn't know what they are, but he knows that now that things have happened, he can no longer hide in this distance. Raiko Man may be somewhat effective against enemies who are weaker than him, but against someone like Maki Kurito, his Ryutsu may be even better than Higashino Shoaki, and he can for a Shinigami with very strong strength. It is still somewhat difficult to complete the task of blocking the enemy. With a strange sound, Zhang Grenmaki stopped dangerously. Less than half a meter in front of him, the ghost shadow that could withstand the bombardment of those high-level ghosts was smoothly cut in half. This time, he no longer has to feel the source of spiritual pressure. Because the master of the attack had already stood in front of him. A simple and unpretentious slash, combined with the long-prepared Shunpo impact, this is a sudden slash that even Kenpei Kizaraki would praise. Higashino Shoaki has been practicing for decades. Combining speed, strength, and extreme compression of spiritual pressure, Higashino Shoaki may never be able to please in front of perverts like Anohanaretsu and Zaraki Kenpeiki. But Zhang Grenmaki is obviously not included in this list. Looking at the crimson figure swaying in the night sky, it seems to be integrated with the color behind it. Zhang Grenmaki clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand. Higashino Shoaki. The voice was hoarse, it was anger under restraint. Zhang Grenmaki will not forgive any traitor. 3 evil ghosts, arise. Hunt ghosts. The chain on his right leg was broken, and the black shadow wrapped around Zhang Grenmaki's legs, gnawing and sneering. The body, which had been sustained by the decomposition, began to deteriorate further at this moment. Zhang Grenmaki was almost speechless in pain, but there was only that figure in his eyes. The collision of blades, the confrontation of strength, and the pull of speed. In this way, Higashino Shoaki and Maki Kurito completely abandoned everything else and adopted the purest primitive confrontation. Because both of them knew that ghost roads would only distract them. Finally, Maki Kurito found an opportunity to cut off Higashino Shoaki's left arm with a knife. Before the smile even appeared on the corner of his mouth, the wound had already appeared on his shoulder blade. Your ability is a bit pure. Higashino Shoaki stared at the astonished Maki Kurito with his cold eyes. The art of war can be traced back to its origins, and the sword is hidden in the smile. After that, Higashino Hidechi added a knife, and the tip of the knife was inserted into the heart of Maki Kurito, but was blocked by the screaming ghost. The reason why he has not used the hidden sword in the smiling sword is because he doesn't know if Maki Zangren's strange-looking ghost will have any adverse effects on him. After all, his sword hidden in a smile is somewhat different from the famous Zanpakuto ability Pisces Ritsu, captain of the 13th Division. The latter absorbed it directly, while he had to take a hit himself first. If the ghost still has some hidden debuff like a curse, even if he has infinite regeneration, it may not be of any use. Fortunately, the evil ghosts of Maki Kangren are just hiding in their nests. Draw the knife and take half a step back. Looking at the bleeding and crumbling Maki Kurito on the ground, Higashino Shoaki didn't take any chances. Since the evil ghost won't let him give Maki Zangren a happy life, then let's all be wiped out together. Singing in a low voice, holding the Zanpakuto high over his shoulders, crimson rose under the red sky. 96 of the Broken Paths, Cremation with One Sword. After discussion with a certain reader, a moderate amount of modifications were made to Chapter 61, mainly to change the cause and effect of Matsumoto Ranjaku and the protagonist living together, which will not affect the follow-up. If you are interested, you can go back and check it out. It doesn't matter if you don't. Chapter 65-65 Rebellion at Kashomo Temple, 4. Chapter 65-65 Rebellion at Kashomo Temple, 4. The high-temperature flames swept across the earth, and everything was steaming. Higashino Hideaki's 2 arms were completely burned and turned into ashes, but soon, 2 brand new arms re-stretched out from the body. Infinite regeneration. The power from the Soul King's fragments gave him the confidence to dare to use this powerful side-effect breaking technique. In front of Higashino Shuaki, there was a body that was almost turned into charcoal. 4th level. Evil ghosts are born. Zhang Grenmaki's lips moved, and weak syllables popped out of his mouth. Higashino Hideachi frowned, then took a step forward and slashed. The heads fell. Higashino Shuaki marveled at Maki Kurito's tenacious will and terrifying vitality. But he will not be merciful. On the ground, a crack opened in the sky, which was a gloom different from the black cavity. 2 black pillars fell, piercing Maki Zanggren's already fragile body and head, and then dragged him back. In less than 2 seconds, the sky returned to its original dark red color. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Higashino Shuaki just stared at the location where the crack appeared for a few seconds, then turned and left. That's not the place he should covet now. The night continues. At the other end of the morning court, the captain of the 3rd Division, Kamikawa Renosuke, fell unwillingly among the ruins. On the dilapidated roof within sight was his Zanpakuto. Unfortunately, the distance of less than 20 meters was like a separation between heaven and man. The Kashomidala family will never succeed. They will never be able to pass the captain's test. With all his arms cut off and his spiritual pressure falling to the bottom, Kamikawa Renosuke has already seen his own end. I never do anything for Kashomitalo's family. The speaker was a blind man with an afro and a death-defying attire. He should be just a chief officer, but he had spiritual pressure that was not inferior to that of an ordinary captain, and he had learned the ability to interpret the secrets that countless Shinigami dreamed of. When did the captain level become so cheap? Kamikawa Renosuke didn't understand. Then you'd better ensure that the Dalla family can have the last laugh, otherwise, you, stained with the captain's blood, have no other way out. Renosuke Kamikawa looked at the blade reflecting the firelight in the distance and closed his eyes. Originally, I was thinking of retiring in the next 2 years. At the last moment before Renosuke Kamikawa died, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, the captain of Division 9, Rokusha Kensai, was still being restrained by Hueco Mundo's hollow over at Rukanga. The captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Jushiro, is still alive. After the captain of the 4th team, Anohana Retsu, easily dealt with the 4 ungrateful hollow death gods, he just looked at the noble area, but showed no intention of rushing over to support them. There is only one captain left in the entire spiritual court who can move freely, Hikifune Kiryu, the captain of the 12th Division. Standing outside the door of Division 12 at this moment is the bespectacled current vice-captain of Division 5, Aizen. He has been standing here for a long time, neither walking into the 12th Division nor intending to leave. He was just waiting. If Hikifune Kiryu had the idea to leave the 12th Division tonight, then the fate of the other 2 captains would be the fate of Hikifune Kiryu. And the Spirit Court, which has temporarily lost the support of its captain, is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of the tapirs whose strength has been greatly increased due to the virtualization. Destruction, killing, and madness are the labels that can never be erased tonight. Standing in the main hall of Seattle's house, Yunjing Yaojul looked at everything around him with some obsession. He has worked hard for so long just so that he can stand here upright in the future. Now, he can even go one step further. As long as those tapers kill the nobles tonight and cause more than half of the losses to the Shinigami of the Godei 13th Division, he will have a bargaining chip with Soul Society. He believes that the remaining people, including Yamamoto General Lu Rongjia, would not like to see this level of civil strife continue. Just spend tonight. For the first time, Yunjing Yaojia felt that his dream position was so within reach. Lord Kyunghwa. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Yunjing Yaojia did not look back. Our plan has been advanced, Zaihui, you should rush to room 46 of the Central Committee immediately. You must cooperate with the tapers there and drag the captains there. I know that Milan, Zanglan Yisunlong has stored a lot of spirit beings, and now is the time when they come in handy. Yunjing Yaojia was still immersed in his sweet dream, but he lowered his head in shock and looked at the hole that was penetrated in his chest. Your plan is ahead of schedule, but mine is not. Everything is within the plan. In my ears was Higashino Hideaki's voice that was gradually fading away. With a pop, Yunjing Yaojia fell to his knees and stretched his right hand forward desperately, trying to reach the position of head of the family that he had dreamed of for countless days and nights. However, the cold voice that came from behind didn't leave him any hope. 73 of the broken paths, the twin lotuses and blue fire fall. The head of the family's chair was burned in the flames, and Yunjing Yaojia's dreams and life were reduced to ashes in the fire. For Higashino Shoaki, Kyunghwa Yaokaku must die, because he is different from Kazumi Aji Shinsuke. Kyunghwa Yaokaku knows too many secrets of the Tapi Raya sword, and Higashino Shoaki has too many secrets. The next step is to seize the time to swallow the Tapi Raya knife. Standing in the courtyard of the Kazumataji family, with the raging fire behind him, and surrounded by the mutilated corpses of Kazumataji family members one after another, Higashino Shoaki showed no mercy. The tapers who were sent to the 46th room of the Central Center could not delay the captains for much time. Even if those captains would restrain their strength because they were concerned about the multiple hells below, they would have to come out after counting the time. Therefore, after solving the problem of Kyunghwa Yaoka, there is not much time left for Higashino Shoaki to strengthen the taper Yao sword Thunder Fire. How far Lei Huo can grow in the future depends entirely on how fast he moves during the rest of the night. But to put it bluntly, it may be difficult for me to deal with strong enemies with my current ability, but in terms of pure and simple matters, there should be no one in Soul Society who is more efficient than me, right? The corner of Higashino Hideyoji's mouth raised, and his left hand holding the Tapi Raya sword and Thunder Fire dropped. Attack, soldiers! Those who hate soldiers, Daowen! Thousands of spirit people rushed out of the Daowen space. Under the control of Higashino Shoaki, they rushed towards the imaginary death gods who were slaughtering them wantonly, waiting for the death god captains to break out of the 46th room in the central room. The butcher's knife can fall on Higashino Shoaki's side. At the same moment, two freshmen who had just arrived at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy were inevitably affected. Ichimaru Jin hid behind the bunker as soon as the virtual death god appeared. However, Ryuzaihuzu was stunned on the spot, looking at the irrational death god who had lost his mind, and uttered two words in disbelief. Father. Chapter 66-66 Rebellion at Kazumu Temple, 5. Chapter 66-66 Rebellion at Kazumuji Temple, 5. No one would have thought that Ryu Chinyu, who was caught by Yunjing Yaojia because of his exposure as an undercover agent and had his mind corroded by the taper Yao knife, would actually be alive to this day. In other words, he can join the first team, and was selected by Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu and sent to Kazumioji's house as an undercover agent, which is actually enough to illustrate his talent. As the son of Kisaragi Chinyu, Kisaragi Zaihuzu has naturally always followed his father as an example and regarded him as proud. But why did my father become like this? I am Zaihuzu. Father. Ryuzahuzu was full of hesitation. Perhaps it was the connection between father and son that made Ryuchinyu abandon those official gods of death and come here alone. But being irrational, he held the Tapi Raya knife in his hand without hesitation. Zaihuzu. Looking at the indifferent Kisaragi Sushuk, the first and only person who showed kindness to him after he entered the spiritual court, Ichimarujin almost subconsciously completed the shallow fight with the knife in his hand. Other gods of death may not be able to complete the process in several years, even decades, or hundreds of years. The minds are connected. Shoot him! Godly gun! The blade of the blade instantly extended, and the sudden powerful impact touched the tip of Ryukainu, which was about to cut off Ryuzaihuzu's head, and directly lifted Ryukainu into the air. Phew! Call! Call! After the move, Ichimarujin felt that his eyes were in a trance. That was because his body had not yet adapted to having so much spiritual pressure suddenly taken away at once. Why? Ryuzaihuzu stood there, staring blankly at the figure in the sky, still a little unbelievable. If it hadn't been for Ichimarujin's rescue just now, he might have been killed by his father. That is the father he is most proud of. It's time to go, Shiuju, we can't defeat him. Ichimarujin knew that he just had the advantage of a sneak attack. At this time, he and Kisaragi Sushuk were impossible to match against the crazed Shinigami. Even though, this god of death might be Kisaragi Sushuk's father. Bang! But just when Ichimarujin turned around and wanted to leave here, unwilling to stay and accompany Kisaragi Sushuk to die here, a scorching beam of light passed by his hair, and a big hole was blown out of the street in front of him in an instant. False Flash. This is an ability that Ichimarujin is very familiar with. Why does the god of death have weak abilities? No, now is not the time to think about this kind of problem, I can never die here. Thinking only in the blink of an eye, Ichimarujin turned around and raised his only weapon again towards Kisaragi Chinyu in mid-air. Shoot him! The white light leaps forward, pulling out a Milky Way in the sky. It's a pity that Kisaragi Chinyu can't be hurt by Ichimarujin's level of attack this time. Even if Ichimarujin is a peerless genius that is rarely seen in Soul Society for hundreds of years, he is still just a student who has just received a shallow title and is not even an official Shinigami. There is still an insurmountable gap between the two in the quality of spiritual pressure. 39 of the Binding Dao, Round Gate Fan. Relying solely on the body's muscle memory, a round spiritual shield blocked Ichimarujin's attack. Then Ryuchinyu fell from the sky, aiming directly at Ryuzaihuzu on the ground. At this time, Kisaragi Sushuk finally woke up. The father in front of him was no longer the father in his memory, but the enemy he had to face now. O King! The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, the thing that flutters high and bears the name of human beings. Burning heat. Unlike other students in Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, Kisaragi Sushuk had already received some ghost training at home. What he wants to chant now is the strongest broken path he currently has, number 31, the Red Fire Cannon. However, real-life battles are different from anime. There are not many opportunities for people to fully sing the ghost path. Not to mention, Kisaragi Sushuk's singing speed is not very fast. The taper Yao knife exuding terror and darkness was already in front of us, but Ryuzaihuzu only finished half of the chant. Shoot him! Godly gun! In the distance was Ichimarujin's unwilling attack, because he knew that once Kisaragi Sushuk fell, he would be next. But an attack of this magnitude still couldn't break through the circle of spirit shields surrounding Ryuchinyu. Am I going to die? Killed by his own father? Ryuzaihuzu's eyes widened, as if he saw two strings of tears next to Ryukinu's unfocused eyes above. It turns out that my father was also unwilling. Ryuzaihuzu smiled sadly and stopped singing. However, at this moment, countless flashing thunder arcs suddenly appeared in the air. Your teacher, didn't he teach you? A finger first came into Kisaragi Sushuk's eyes, and he saw it move slightly to the left. The round gate fan that had been so powerful before was instantly burst like a bubble. Isn't it best not to go out secretly at night for students? Then there was a tall figure with short black hair and a jet black death tyrant outfit. The dark green Zanpakuto in his right hand was particularly conspicuous in the night sky. 62 of the binding paths, ice, and 100-step railing. The thunder arc that was still dancing happily in the air instantly turned into white ice crystals. The taper Yao knife, which was carrying the force of falling, was about to touch Kisaragi's Iyasuke, but because the owner's body was struck by the spiritual energy one after another, the Zigwang stick moved backwards, and the opportunity to eat was lost again. God of Death, sir! Kisaragi Sasuke stammered as he looked at the God of Death who suddenly appeared and saved him. In the distance, Ichimaru-jin's heart is even more turbulent. Because he knew this God of Death. He was Higashino Shuaki, the deputy captain of the Godai 13th Division 10 years ago, and the savior of Matsumoto Ranjaku. Beast bones, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels dotted all over the place. Movement is the wind. Facing Kisaragi Kainu, who was temporarily controlled, Higashino Shuaki deliberately began to sing the broken path. As expected. No. Lord Death. That's my father. He's a member of the first team. He must have some reasons for becoming like this. Please save him. Kisaragi Sasuke immediately ran to Higashino Shuaki, opened his arms and begged. Your father. Higashino showed bitterness on his face. But in fact, he already knew about this when he accidentally discovered the situation here through the Lingza people. And by comparing it with the plot in his memory, he also guessed that the Kisaragi Sasuke in front of him is likely to be the one in the original plot. In the future, in order to avenge his father, he changed his name, gradually grew to the captain level, and took over the third position. Amagai Sasuke, the captain of the team. It just so happened that Higashino Hidichi really lacked a helper to keep and use the taper Yao sword thunder fire for him. Therefore, Higashino Shuaki could have asked the Raiko people to rescue Kisaragi Sasuke when Ichimaru-jin used the magic gun for the first time. But he refused. He had to wait until Ichimaru-jin and Kisaragi Sasuke were completely helpless before he appeared in person. The advantage is that Ryuzuizu's favor ability is crazy +10+10+10. And Ichimaru-jin's favor ability +1+1. Chapter 67-67 The White Moonlight of Ryuzuizu. Chapter 67-67. The White Moonlight embroidered by the moon. The streets of Lingting are filled with broken walls, ruins, and mourning victims. Through the perspective of the spirit man, Higashino Shuaki also saw the captains who were temporarily restrained in the central room 46 rushing out. At this moment, it was less than an hour since Higashino Shuaki destroyed the Tapi Raya sword in the hands of the first virtual death god. But those nobles had already suffered at least half of their casualties, and even the Shinigami who had a certain ability to resist in the Godai 13th Division had at least about 20% casualties. However, these are meaningless to Aizen. The thing he wanted to see most did not appear. Are you so arrogant and ignoring the suffering of Soul Society? Standing outside the 12th Division, Aizen looked up at the seemingly empty sky above the spiritual court. On the other side, Higashino Shuaki also knew that the Kazumuji rebellion he had planned was coming to an end. Under the control of Higashino Shuaki, the Raiko people silently cooperated with the death god officials to kill the virtual death gods, and then packed up all their taper Yao knives and took them away. And all of this was just in a few thoughts of Higashino Hidichi. I may not be able to save your father, and it's not just me. As far as I know, even if you look at the entire Soul Society now, there is probably no one who has the ability to save your father. Higashino Hide always shook his head regretfully and replied as Kisaragi Sasuke. How so? Kisaragi Iyasuke's newly ignited hope was instantly dashed. In fact, based on Higashino Shuaki's knowledge, there should still be a few people in Soul Society who have the ability to save Kisaragi Kainu. One is Aizen and the other is Urahara Kisuke. Each of them owns an incomplete piece of Bengyoku. With the power of Bengyoku, it should be easy to save a hollow death god who is not even the captain. There are 2 more. Higashino Shoaki estimates that the monk from the Zero Squadron can probably do it. It is just a matter of letting Ryuchinyu die first and then doing the reincarnation in dirty soil. It will be easy for him. The other is Tenshiro Kairanji of the Zero Squadron, who is nicknamed Tangkongui, and there is a high probability that he can do it. It's a pity that the above 4 people are unlikely to save Ryuchinyu, an ordinary god of death. So in a sense, Higashino Shoaki did not deceive Kisaragi Sushuk. Looking at Ryuzahuzu's depressed expression, as if he had lost his mind. Higashino Shoaki seemed very moved and squatted down, stretched out his left hand and put it on Kisaragi Sushuk's shoulder, with a guilty look in his eyes. "I'm sorry, kid. Actually, this is also my fault. As early as 10 years ago, I witnessed with my own eyes the whole process of your father being an undercover agent of the superior noble family, Kazumi Aji, and being discovered by them. I also learned about the inhumane experiments carried out by Kazumadalo's family in the Enzim Gazawai area. It's a pity that I can't do anything but watch them get to where they are today. Why? Lord Death, tell me, why can't you do anything? With your strength, you should be able to save my father." Kisaragi Susuk raised his head and met Higashino Shoaki's eyes, with tears in his eyes. Higashino Shoaki's lips squirmed, as if he couldn't bear it, but looking at Kisaragi Susuk's determined eyes, he finally sighed. "Because they are nobles, I can't get angry on the spot even if I see them. Because they are nobles and stronger than the captain, they can only let me stand still. I don't want to be like this, but the reality is so absurd and ridiculous. You know, I have questioned myself countless times, whether I should continue to do this go down." Higashino Hidichi explained the reason sadly, looking at Ryukainu in the distance who was still fixed by his own 100-step railing. He looked like his whole body had gone through a lot of changes in an instant. "Go, child, and see your father for the last time. This is the last thing I can do for you, father and son." "Lord Death." Kisaragi Sushuk looked up at Higashino Shoaki in front of him. At this moment, the latter's figure was so majestic. Yes, this cannot be blamed on the Lord Death in front of him. He has done a good enough job. If it is to be blamed, it is the blame on those nobles. They all regard the life of the god of death as nothing. If you want to blame it on the aloof captain of the Godai 13th Division. He is clearly known as the strongest Shinigami in the history of Soul Society and is in charge of so many Shinigami in the entire Godai 13th Division. In the end, he couldn't even protect the subordinates he sent there and his father, whom he trusted so much. There was never a moment of anger in Kisaragi Zyasuk that was as blazing as now. I saw him slowly coming to his father. Looking at his father who had completely lost his mind, his body had begun to change towards the void, and he could only roar at this moment. Ryuzaisuk was not afraid, but stretched out his right hand to wipe away the 2 faint tears on the mask on his father's face. At this moment, Ryukainu, who had been in a manic state, seemed to feel something and gained a moment of peace. "I will avenge you, father, I swear to you." Ryuzaihuzu stared at the dark eyes under the mask and slowly stood up. Then he took a deep breath, as if saying his final farewell to his father in his heart. Kisaragi Susuk suddenly turned around, nodded to Higashino Hide in the distance and said, "Sir, please free my father." Higashino Shoaki didn't speak, just nodded, silently walked towards Kisaragi Kainu, until he passed by Kisaragi Susuk. He sighed softly at a volume that only Kisaragi Susuk could hear. "As you wish. Close your eyes and shed tears." Ryuzaihuzu stopped. The voice of Higashino Shoaki came from behind again. "Fuseo." Without using any fancy abilities, Higashino Hidichi stabbed him one by one, ending this poor father's miserable life. Just as Ryuzaihuzu requested, give him a happy relief. After doing this, Higashino Shoaki came to Kisaragi Sushik again. At this time, Ichimaru Jin, who was still far away, had also come closer. "Son, I'm sorry about your father. If you have any needs in the future, you can come to me. I am the current vice-captain of the 4th Division, Higashino Shoaki. I can still help you in many ways." Facing Kisaragi Sushik, Higashino Shoaki still maintained the guilty expression on his face. This time, Kisaragi Sushik knelt down directly in front of Higashino Shoaki without any hesitation. His tone was solemn and extremely firm. "Sir Zaiwichi, I want to become stronger, I want to become the captain." Of course, Kisaragi Zaiusuk has more thoughts in his heart. He will also put all those hateful nobles to trial. Kick that pedantic Soul Society's strongest Shinigami from his position as captain. Because in his eyes, only the gentle and kind-hearted Shiuyi in front of him was worthy of the position of captain. Only Shoaki can bring a better future to Soul Society. However, Kisaragi Sushik knew that he could not tell Zaiwichi this idea. Otherwise, the kind-hearted Shiuyi might persuade him to give up this idea for the sake of the overall situation. Therefore, Kisaragi Sushik silently swore to Higashino Shoaki in his heart. "From now on, let me make those dirty things that make you sad disappear." Chapter 68-68 Everything is for her own good. Chapter 68-68 Everything is for her own good. The night will eventually pass. Countless gods of death stayed awake all night. Because there are countless people who need to be remembered. There is also the spiritual court that is about to be shattered. After all, Higashino Shoaki did not dare to be too blatant in collecting Tapi Raya knives for himself. There were still many virtual gods of death who fought to the death with the belated captains. Mayflies shake the trees and leave traces. This is the first time in hundreds of years that the spirit garden has been even more miserable than the one in Rukanga. On the same night, many people wanted to be the winner, but in the end, there was only one person who really gained something from this tragedy. Iya. In West Rukanga District 2, Rangiku Matsumoto, who had slept comfortably for a long time, opened her eyes. Looking at the bedroom she was in and the quilt covering her body, she couldn't help but smile. Sir Shiuyi is still as gentle as ever. This was not the first time that Higashino Shoaki carried her back to the bedroom to rest after she was drunk. Obviously, it would not be the last time. After simply washing up and choosing a loose-fitting lining to put on her body, Rangiku Matsumoto was about to go out to report to the 10th Division. There was a knock on the door outside the house. "Hey!" Matsumoto Rangiku was a little weird. Because as far as she knew, Shoaki rarely had people coming to his house in District 2 of Nishi-Rukong Street. Except for Zabi, who visited the house a few times, a black cat would occasionally come to play with Shoaki. She once joked with Mr. Zaiui, "How about getting a cat nest at home so that the black cat could be kept at home, so that the black cat would be there every night. The cat can also sleep with Shiuyi." It's a pity that this idea was rejected by Shiuyi without hesitation. Mr. Shiuyi even reminded her in a subtle way, telling her not to have such thoughts in the future. It's just a black cat. People who don't know it would think it's a taboo. Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't understand it, but since it was Shoki's order, she just did it. Thinking about it, Matsumoto Rangiku had already arrived on the first floor. "Who is it?" Opening the door, Matsumoto Rangiku was stunned instantly with just one glance. Rangiku. The silver-haired young man outside the door had countless things he wanted to say, but in the end he only reduced them to the simplest two words. Aizen. Tears filled Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes in an instant. The two people who had not seen each other for many years, the two childhood sweethearts, were standing quietly at the door of Higashino Shoki's house. Everything is left unsaid. After a long time, Matsumoto Rangiku wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes as if belatedly, and took Jin Ichimaru into the house. "Aizen, where have you been all these years? Ever since I became a member of the 10th Division, I have been looking for you near our original North Rukanga District 62, but I haven't found any trace of you. Looking at Matsumoto Ranjaku sitting opposite him, she was more beautiful than in memory, and she was as enthusiastic about him as before, but for some reason, Ichimaru-jin always felt that there seemed to be something between him and Matsumoto Ranjaku. Just like this little table between them now. Back then, the chrysanthemums and lemongrass were playing tricks on me. Ichimaru-jin just wanted to tell the facts of that year, but he hesitated when the words came to his lips. Looking at the innocent Matsumoto Ranjaku opposite, he didn't want to involve the latter in the next innocent dispute. He didn't know the identity of the bespectacled Shinigami who almost killed Ranjaku, and he didn't know if he could kill that Shinigami to avenge Ranjaku. He didn't know what his future fate would be after he killed that Shinigami. Will he be sent to the Death Hill? That's possible. At that time, he can choose to escape, Rukanga, the present world, even Hueco Mundo, he can accept it. But Ranjaku? Ichimaru-jin doesn't want Ranjaku to live a precarious life again, with one meal at a time and one meal at a time. Maybe just keep it like this, let Rangju stay with that Shuaki, and Rangju can live happily forever. As long as the matter of revenge and the consequences of revenge are borne by him alone. What's wrong with you? Ayin. Matsumoto Ranjaku noticed that Ichimaru-jin suddenly started to be in a daze, stretched out a hand and waved it in front of him, and asked with concern. It's nothing, Ichimaru-jin shook his head, with a heartfelt smile that he hadn't seen in many years. It was Shuaki who found you, Ranjaku, who was unconscious, and he said he would take you back to the spirit garden. After receiving treatment, he asked me if I wanted to come with him. I said no, I can come to the spiritual court on my own merits. With that said, Ichimaru-jin took off his Zanpakuto that had transformed into a Wakaizashi and placed it on the table. Look, this is the result of my hard work for so many years. Wow, have you completed the Zanpakuto's first move? Jin, you are so good. I studied in the academy for 6 years and was personally taught by Shuaki for almost 2 years before I could learn the first move. Untie. Matsumoto Ranjaku picked up Ichimaru-jin's Zanpakuto and said excitedly. Master Zaiwichi is such a good death god. Ichimaru-jin looked at the happy Matsumoto Ranjaku, and his own mood also became happy. That's not true, Ayin, even the place where I live now belongs to Mr. Shiuyi. Haha, I can't help it. I spent all my salary on drinking, and I can't spare any money to rent a house. Matsumoto Ranjaku stuck out her tongue, and in front of Ichimaru-jin, she completely said what was in her heart that she didn't dare to say in front of Higashino Shuaki. Of course, perhaps only Matsumoto Ranjaku would know whether there was any intentional element in this. As for this matter, Ichimaru-jin heard about it from Higashino Shuaki last night. Ichimaru-jin did not expect that Higashino Shuaki would still remember him after 10 years, and that Higashino Shuaki, as a high-ranking Shinigami deputy captain, would actually keep the promise he made to him back then, and there would always be civilians with no background. Ranjaku, who came from an ordinary background and had ordinary qualifications, took good care of her. This alone makes Ichimaru-jin extremely grateful to Higashino Shuaki. Okay, Ranjaku, I actually just wanted to see you today and see with my own eyes what you look like now. Now that I see it, I'm very happy. It's time for me to return to Zheneng Spiritual Arts Academy as soon as possible. After all, in recent times, not only you, I will also be very busy. Ichimaru-jin actually wanted to spend more time with Matsumoto Ranjaku here, but he did not forget his original purpose and the current situation in Seoul society. You are at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy? No, I will be very busy too. Matsumoto Ranjaku was happy and surprised. A pair of phoenix eyes full of doubts. Ichimaru-jin naturally knew what Ranjaku was thinking. I saw him coming to the window, opening the window, and pointing in the direction of the spiritual courtyard. Don't you know, Ranjaku, that last night, the Kazumi Aji family, the superior nobles in the spirit court, openly rebelled, and the entire family, the whole Osrati, is a river of blood. At the same time, Higashino Hideichi was kneeling in the vice-captain's lounge of the 4th Division. His captain, Anohanaretsu, was also kneeling opposite him in his original position. Higashino Hideichi was sweating profusely. Chapter 69-69 Bite Back. Chapter 69-69 Bite Back. In the 4th Division's dormitory of the Osray T, it was bustling and almost every officer and member of the 4th Division was busy. Only the 3 strongest people in the 4th Division were 2 inside the room and 1 outside. Someone saw your spirit child last night. It was my fault to release my Zanpakuto Shikai without the captain's permission. But no one saw you. On my way to support last night, I met 2 students from the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts being attacked by a hollowed-out reaper. 2 captains died last night, Kamikawa Renosuke of the 3rd Squad and Maki Karato of the 10th Squad. I am very sad. These hollowed-out Shinigami created by the Kashomajayaji family really deserve to die. Let's not talk about Captain Kamikawa's injury. Captain Maki's strength is not among the top few among the current 13 captains, but he is not weak either. Captain, do you mean that there are other reasons behind Captain Maki's death? Anohanaretsu and Higashino Hideichi asked and answered each other. The latter's face was full of sincerity. Humph. Faced with Higashino Hideichi's flawless answer, Anohanaretsu did not continue the topic. Because she knew that she could not get anything out of Higashino Hideichi. It was like this before, and it is still like this now. The room fell into a strange silence. Until a hell butterfly fluttered its wings and flew onto Anohanaretsu's shoulder. The captain asked Meng Zhongchuan to go to the central room 46. Anohanaretsu said lightly after reading the message. Got it, Captain. Coincidentally, Higashino Hideichi also wanted to end this conversation that made him feel uncomfortable as soon as possible. Anohanaretsu didn't say a word, but every sentence almost included "Did you kill Maki Koto or Kamikawa Renosuke" in the sentence. Because Higashino Hideichi had the time and strength last night. As for the motive? It doesn't matter if you don't know, you will know it eventually. Although it's still the same sentence, with Anohanaretsu's personality, it's not certain what he will do to Higashino Hideichi after knowing the truth, but Higashino Hideichi still doesn't want to put himself in the open. Because people will change, what Anohanaretsu would do in the original plot does not mean that Anohanaretsu will do the same thing now. Walking out of his vice-captain's lounge, Higashino Hideichi saw Yamada Sanashuk with a gloomy face outside the house again. You haven't been eavesdropping outside, have you? At such a tense time, why did the captain look for you alone, and stayed in there for so long? Yamada Sanashuk turned a deaf ear to Higashino Hideichi's question. You might as well ask the captain about this kind of question. Besides, you also said that you are very nervous now, so why are you staying here? Higashino Hideichi was very unhappy with Yamada Sanashuk's impolite behavior and immediately fought back. There are wounded who need the captain to treat them. Yamada Sanashuk was very frugal with words. Then you go find the captain. I'm going to the central 46th room now. It's the captain's order. Is it okay? It means that Higashino Hideichi has a mission now, otherwise he would have to have a good fight with Yamada Sanashuk here. Looking at Higashino Hideichi's departing back, Yamada Sanashuk's mood became worse. Soon, Higashino Hideichi came to the central 46th room. This place is much more dilapidated than before, after all, it has just experienced a fierce battle. Even the bloodstains of those hollowed-out death gods have not been completely washed away, and there is still a faint smell of blood in the air. In the hall of the central 46th room, the only person who would be left here for trial now could be that man. Former head of the Kashomajayaji family, Kashomajayaji Mayu. It's this death god, Higashino Hideichi, the vice-captain of the 4th Division. The heart of the Soul King was given to me by him. When Kashomajayaji Mayu saw Higashino Hideichi walk in, he pointed out the person. He witnessed the tragedy last night with his own eyes, and he knew that all his previous dreams were shattered. With such a consequence, Kazuma Jayaji knew that he would definitely die, but he still had a family and a clan, and he couldn't let the remaining members of the Kazuma Jayaji clan bear the sins they shouldn't bear. Because in soul society, bearing sins is a very terrible thing. The deeds of the Zaraki family are still vivid in my mind. The incident in which the Zaraki family was identified as a rebellion not only made the Zaraki the entire family lost their noble status and could only hide in Rukanga as ordinary civilians. The remaining members of the Zaraki family became playthings of other nobles at that time. If it wasn't for that day, in the Duksu field, a young man from the Zaraki family awakened and destroyed everything in the Duksu field with a terrifying posture, killing everyone he saw. The remaining members of the Zaraki family would probably not escape the fate of being played to death. Kazumioji Mayu didn't want the remaining members of his family to become like that. That kind of young man might not appear once in hundreds of years. Spirit King Heart? What is that? Hideo Higashino guessed it early, the reason why he was called. There was no other way. The original plan was to take advantage of the chaos and kill both Kazumi Aji Shinsuke and Kyumwa Yaokaku. But the plan could not keep up with the change. Higashino Shuaki did not expect that Kazumioji Mayu was really arrogant enough to dare to be alone, so he took a display and went to the central room 46 for questioning. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Being able to kill Yunjing Yaeju, a man who knew more secrets, was already a blessing among misfortunes. Higashino Shuaki, are you pretending to me again? Aren't you the one who brought back the Soul King's heart that can make the Shinigami insubstantial from the Zaraki district of North Rukanga? What reason do you have to quibble now? Kazumi Aji Shinsuke yelled at Higashino Shuaki. He must share the blame so that his tribe could have a glimmer of hope of leniency. Originally, it would be perfect for Yunjing Yaeju to bear this charge, so that he himself might be able to escape punishment. It's a pity that Yunjing Yaeju died in the riot last night. Being killed by the virtual death god created by one's own hands is really ridiculous and tragic. Oh, Lord Kazumataji, is that what you are talking about? Higashino Shuaki looked like he suddenly realized it, and turned around to look at the Commander-in-Chief, Genryu Yamamoto, who had never been absent from the trial meeting in room 46 of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. I remember that I was the first to report this to the Commander-in-Chief. It's just that whether I was talking to the Commander-in-Chief or to the then Kazumi Aji-sama, I clearly remember that I always used the words "I discovered a terrifying power." I didn't say anything like Spirit King at all. Heart, I don't know what this Soul King's heart is. Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu nodded after listening. Many Shinigami who were present at the time of this incident can testify. He also did not expect that the evidence mentioned by Kazumi Aji Shinya would be such a ridiculous thing. The heart of the Spirit King? Not even some Shinigami captains knew about the existence of the Spirit King, let alone Shuaki Higashino, who was born as a commoner. And with Higashino Shuaki's spiritual power and qualifications, becoming the captain can be regarded as the result of his extremely hard work. As for the virtual death? Yamamoto Yuan Liu shook his head secretly. No matter from which aspect, Higashino Shuaki has no talent in this area. Chapter 70-70 A Pair of Enemies. Chapter 70-70 A Pair of Enemies. Ridiculous identification, unrealistic delusion. This was the final verdict of the 46th Central Committee room on Kazumadaji Jinayu and the Kazumadaji family. The only thing waiting for Kazumi Oji Shinsuke is the death penalty. Not surprisingly, the surviving members of the Kazumi Oji family were deprived of their noble status. As for whether they would be directly exiled to Rukanga, or they would be locked up in secret cells of the nobles for the remaining nobles to vent their anger, that is not something Higashino Shuaki should be concerned about. He only cared about one thing, and that was that at the end of the verdict, Central Room 46 handed over the follow-up investigation of the Shinigami Hollow incident to Shifun Yuaki of the 2nd Division instead of Kurako Shunsui of the 8th Division. Regardless of whether this is the reason why Shifunji Yuan Yuaki is operating behind the scenes, isn't leaving the investigation to her the same as leaving it to the man behind her? This is not good news for Higashino Shoaki. Because many of his whereabouts at the beginning could not withstand careful investigation. For example, he was supposed to go to North Rukonga District 80 and Zaraki District to walk around, but why did he suddenly appear in East Rukonga District 62 and find a group of Rukonga civilians there to help search and sort medicinal materials? I do my best for my job is not justified. Originally, according to Higashino Shoaki's analysis, such a large-scale incident should be handled by Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the Intelligence Division and the 8th Division, whether based on reason or responsibility. As long as things get to Kurako Shunsui, it becomes easy to shift the blame. With the inextricable hatred between Kurako Shunsui and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, no matter what the dirty water is, it will all go to Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Just splash it on your body. Anyway, with Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's character, he doesn't care at all about how much dirty water is on his body, let alone who pours dirty water on him. Higashino Shoaki was sure that as long as Kurako Shunsui questioned Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata would admit it without hesitation and sneer at Kurako Shunsui. But why does it have to be Si Feng Yu and Yoryuaki? Higashino Shoaki was in a depressed mood. At the same time, Jinraku Shunsui also walked out of the 46th Central Room, but he, who was always casual, looked up at the gloomy sky, stretched out a hand to press down the slightly raised hat on his head. Then he walked in a direction he rarely went. What a rare visitor! The captain of the 8th Division, why are you so free to come to my place today? The Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 5 great nobles, split up. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who was confined here, looked at the man opposite and said jokingly, "Do you know what happened yesterday?" Kuryako Shunsui gets right to the point. Oh, the Seattle family rebelled and almost overthrew the entire spiritual palace. Even my small, remote place was slightly affected. How could I not know? Tsuneyashiro Tokinata had an indelible smile on his face, and leaned towards Kurako Shunsui. I know what you want to ask me, but Shunsui, don't be so arrogant. Even if I really participated in all this, what about you? I have already received the most severe punishment. Being confined for 500 years is really terrible. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata laughed wantonly. I didn't feel the horror of what he said at all, but seemed to enjoy it. Don't worry, there will be more severe ones. After saying that, Kurako Shunsui turned and left. The whole meeting lasted no more than 3 minutes. Kurako Shunsui could have not come, but he still came. Seeing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's disgusting face again, some of his wills became more determined. After Kurako Shunsui left, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata put away his rampant smile and showed a playful expression on his face. In fact, he didn't know what happened last night. In the history of Soul Society for hundreds of years, there are often some nobles with unclear minds who commit stupid things. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who has worked in the Great Spiritual Book Corridor, knows very well that at least 80% of them are deliberately framed by other nobles. They just rely on their special status to do some dirty things for power and profit. The royal family, Maki family, Zaraki family, etc. in the past are countless, and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata has long disdained to deal with these things. However, this time, Kurako Shunsui was alarmed, which made Tsuneyashiro Tokinata a little interested. Could it be that there is another hidden reason for the rebellion of the Kazuma-Jayaji family this time? Even if he dislikes Kurako Shunsui, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata still has to admit that Kurako Shunsui still has a little strength. Just take it as a fun. Following Kurako Shunsui closely, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata walked out of the gate of the branch family. The so-called house arrest is just not allowing him to leave the Tsuneyashiro family, but in this spirit court, the Tsuneyashiro family has a lot of territory. It is called Ruhin for short. The place that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata chose to go to was the Soul Society Image Hall, which was nominally managed by the 5 nobles in turn, but was actually the private property of the Tsuneyashiro family. If the Great Spirit Book Corridor records all the big and small events that happened in the Soul Society in the form of text, then the Image Hall records the scenes of the Soul Society, the real world, and even part of the Hueco Mundo in the form of images. The advantage of the Great Spirit Book Corridor is that as long as it happens in the Soul Society, everything is recorded in detail. But the disadvantage is also here. The Great Spirit Book Corridor can only record the Soul Society, and the number is complicated, which is not conducive to reference. And because it is a text record, there will be omissions in many specific things. But the advantage of the Image Hall is that there are surveillance points in the Soul Society, the real world, and even part of the Hueco Mundo, and the image record is more intuitive and specific than the text record. The disadvantage is that the records of the Image Hall rely on those surveillance points that were set up in ancient times. Like the cameras developed by the real future technology, these surveillance points have blind spots and cannot completely cover all areas. However, just to investigate the ins and outs of the incident of the Kashomajayaji family, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata thinks it is more than enough. Although this may also take up a lot of his time, what he lacks the least now is time, isn't it? That's because Higashino Hideichi didn't know that he had been noticed by Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, otherwise. Okay, even if Higashino Hideichi knew, he couldn't do anything to Tsuneyashiro Tokinata for a while. Killing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata would only cause trouble for himself and get a permanent buff that was constantly watched by Kurako Shunsui, and there would be no more benefits. Not to mention, can he sneak into the residence of the Tsuneyashiro family without attracting other people's attention, and can he get rid of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata as quickly as possible? These are all things that need to be questioned. There are 2 news today. Bad news, the reading data of this book has collapsed, and there will be no recommendations in the future. Good news, because the data has collapsed, it will be available soon, and the availability means that more chapters will be added. Chapter 71-71 A Rare Picnic in the Present World. Chapter 71-71 A Rare Picnic in the Present World. It started to snow lightly, and in a blink of an eye, it was already December. Jin. Are the skewers ready? Hyujuk. Didn't I tell you to learn how to cut vegetables a long time ago? Why are you still so clumsy? Subi. You installed the tent upside down. During the rare break, Higashino Hideichi brought Ichimaru Jin, Kisaragi Hyujuk, Matsumoto Rangiku, and Subi to the picnic in the present world. Higashino Hideichi sat alone on a large rock on the top of the mountain, looking at the scenery in the distance that had begun to take on modern urban characteristics, quietly enjoying this leisure time. Behind him was Matsumoto Rangiku, with his hands on his waist, commanding the clumsy other 3 people with a look of disappointment. Although the other 3 were much better than Matsumoto Rangiku in terms of talent and strength, they were still no match for Matsumoto Rangiku in a picnic, which had nothing to do with combat talent. The current situation in Soul Society has gradually become clear. For more than half a year, except for the captain of the 3rd Division being taken over by the original Vice-Captain Feng Xiaolujuro, the captain of the 10th Division has not been announced. It's not that no one has this strength, whether it's Higashino Shuaki himself or the 2nd Division's the 3rd seat Urahara Kisuke, or the Vice-Captain of the 1st Squad, Suzuki Kojiro, and the Vice-Captain of the 5th Squad, Aizen and Kazuki, all have this ability. But these people have more or less reasons why they can't take over. Hideichi Higashino was not allowed to leave his site by Anohanaretsu, Aizen and Kazuki Kojiro were not interested, and Urahara Kisuke and Suzuki Kojiro simply expressed that they were not interested. Therefore, it is rare that the captain position of a squad of the Soul Society Godei 13th Squad is temporarily vacant. As for the rest, Urahara Kisuke, who Higashino Hideichi has set a special focus on, has also been seriously investigating the reasons behind the hollowed Shinigami of the Kashomajayaji family. Hideichi Higashino was very anxious about this, and he wanted to urge Aizen to take over the hollowed experiment project immediately and severely remove Urahara Kisuk. Unfortunately, Aizen's attitude was very clear: I know you are anxious, but you are not very careful. He didn't care whether Urahara Kisuk would find out about Higashino Shoaki. He only cared about the incomplete Hogyaku in Urahara Kisuk's hand that existed in theory. Why did it exist in theory? Because Aizen only knew through the Great Spirit Book corridor that Urahara Kisuk had probably successfully made such a thing. But he had never seen or known whether the Hogyaku in Urahara Kisuk's hand was the same thing as the Hogyaku he made. Urahara Kisuk was very cautious and never gave Aizen any chance to take advantage of. In view of how difficult Urahara Kisuk was, Aizen didn't dare to act easily even if he had found an opportunity to make Urahara Kisuk fall into the mirror flower and water moon. Because he knew that with Urahara Kisuk's IQ, he had only one easy chance to attack. Once he found any clues, he would be in trouble the next time he wanted to attack him. It will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. So this opportunity to take action must do one thing: even if it fails to force out the suspected Hogyaku from Urahara Kisuk's hand, he must be beaten to a place of no return. In the hope that he will have an absolute advantage in the future, so that it is convenient to take action against him again. But such an opportunity is not easy to find. Especially to ensure that Urahara Kisuk will definitely take out the Hogyaku, which is very idealistic. Higashino Shoaki didn't know how Aizen planned to confirm this, but he himself didn't have any better way now. In addition to using Matsumoto Ranjaku to slowly move the civilians who originally lived in the 62nd district of Torushange to live in other districts, and to reduce the traces of his past little by little, he seemed to have nothing left but to resign himself to fate. It was a very bad feeling. This was also why he chose this time to come to the human world. In the final analysis, it was to relax himself. Master Shoaki, the beef skewers are already grilled. It's time to eat. Behind him, Matsumoto Ranjaku excitedly waved to Higashino Hideichi and shouted loudly, and a part of his body was shaking violently with the large movement. Got it. Higashino Hideichi responded and retracted his gaze from the distant city. Unconsciously, the present world has developed to this extent. The wave of the first industrial revolution has passed, and the second industrial revolution is blooming all over the world. Soon, he will be able to buy a mobile phone and play games in the present world, right? Higashino Hideichi suddenly began to imagine the future. This seems to be his biggest dream when he just crossed over. What's so good about being a god of death? Go to the present world to be a plagiarist, trade stocks, buy and sell arms, and enjoy countless lives that he dared not think of in his previous life. This is much more interesting than being a god of death, living a life of licking blood on the tip of a knife every day. The road ahead is long and arduous, comrade. The more he thought about it, the more unrealistic it became. Higashino Shoaki suddenly gave himself a warning. Your Excellency seems to like the real world very much. Matsumoto Ranjaku brought the first roasted beef skewer to Higashino Shoaki and asked curiously. Well, I like it very much. Don't you think that this real world is much more interesting than the boring soul society? Higashino Shoaki nodded subconsciously and said what he thought. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. However, what made Higashino Shoaki speechless was the answers of other people present. Matsumoto Ranjaku, wherever Master Shoaki is, it is very interesting to stay there. Saifeng, Master Shoaki said that the real world is interesting, so the real world must be interesting. Kirsuki Shusuk, me too. Ichimaru Jin, I am the same as Ranjaku. Okay, these are all meaningless answers. And that, Zaihuzu, the romance of the three kingdoms I found for you is to let you learn some classic tactics in it for entertainment, not to let you learn the idioms in it. Got it, sir. Rusuk Zaihuzu scratched his head embarrassedly. Fortunately he didn't call him Big Brother. But the Peach Garden Oath of the three heroes in the book really makes people excited. K. Hitano Hideichi sat on the ground, too lazy to care about what Rusuk had learned from the romance of the Three Kingdoms in his little head. Hitano Hidechi was still very attentive to the training of Rusuk. After all, Rusuk was his designated future successor to the Mo Yao Dao Lai Huo. After swallowing so many Mo Yao Dao cores, the current Mo Yao Dao Lai Huo, how strong it can reach, even Hitano Hidechi himself is not sure. Because the production requirements of the Taper Blade Core area Shinigami with a 6th level spiritual power qualification or above is used as the foundation. Among them, the cores of the top batch of Tapi Raya swords are refined with the souls of a Shinigami with a 3rd level spiritual power qualification or above. That is, the Kazumi Daiji family is a long-established aristocrat. Has this kind of foundation. Since the Taper Yao sword Thunderfire has swallowed up so many cores, Higashino Shoaki would not be surprised if it can grow to the highest level. After all, it is as strong as Bengaiu. Isn't it essentially the aggregation of countless souls of death? That is to say, Higashino Shoaki is reluctant to part with his Zanpakuto, and he is not sure whether he can resist the erosion of the soul by the Tapi Raya sword, otherwise he will definitely use Thunderfire himself. And while Higashino Shoaki and the others were enjoying a picnic, a crack was torn out of thin air on a small island far above the ocean. Soon, a black head that looked like a tuning fork came over from the other side. Chapter 72-72 Are you trying to trick me? Chapter 72-72 Are you trying to trick me? Oaki is an ordinary member of the 13th Division of the Godii 13th Division. His usual duty is to be stationed on an unnamed island above the ocean in this world. The island is surrounded by the sea, and there are no living humans living there. Even if there are occasional ships passing by, they will not choose to stay longer on this deserted and unknown island. In short, stationed at this surveillance point is a very boring thing. Damu even suggested to his captain that he should simply remove this surveillance point. Anyway, there wouldn't be such a ghost place as Sulai. Another boring day. Standing on the edge of the island, enjoying the sea breeze, Damu stretched his body and stopped to look out. He really envied those teammates who could be stationed in crowded places in the world. Although the daily work may be a bit hard, the entertainment life is also rich. O King! Masks of flesh and blood, all things that fly high and bear the name of mankind. Heat and strife, rolling southward across the sea, march forward. Chapter 31 of Breaking the Way Red Cannon. With nothing to do, Amu could only practice the ghost ways he learned in Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy over and over again. The fireball drew a line of water mist on the sea, and completely dissipated within a distance of less than 100 meters. Just as Amu was about to chant the next ghost path, a hole was torn in midair diagonally behind him, and penetrating spiritual pressure burst out from the unknown creature. What's going on? Damu exclaimed, and immediately started chanting breaking path to this creature. He is just an ordinary member of the team, and he has not even been able to complete the Zanpakuto Shikai. Kido is one of the few fighting methods he can use. But before he could finish chanting, the pitch-black creature flew in front of him like a meteor. A pair of flexible arms like flat tentacles struck directly at Damu. Countless clods of soil splashed up, and Damu's body was completely embedded in the surveillance point. With the last bit of consciousness remaining, Damu looked at the strange creature that rushed towards him and completely blocked his vision. He used his last bit of strength to sound the alarm to other surveillance points in the world. Neon, Akiara Town. After the relaxed and happy picnic, Higashino Shoaki led Matsumoto Ranjaku and others to the town. Although the principle of Yuhun has been studied by Hikifun Kiryu, the captain of the 12th Division, Yugi also has a first-generation experimental product. But at present, there is no portable prosthetic body in the future. So Higashino Shoaki and others can only appear in the form of spirit children in this world. In other words, ordinary humans in this world cannot see Higashino Shoaki and others. Are the cities in this world so lively every day? Ranjaku Matsumoto looked at the endless crowd around her and asked curiously. No, normally it wouldn't be so lively, but today seems to be the city's Suwon festival. During such a major festival, people will go to the streets in droves to celebrate. Higashikata unconsciously turned sideways and passed a passerby and said, "There are indeed very few traditional festivals like this in Seoul society. Are these people all civilians?" Kisaragi Zayasuk asked after observing several nearby humans. Of course, those daimyo and samurai will not participate in such low-level activities. Higashino Hideyoshi smiled. Does Mr. Zaihoyi think this kind of activity is not interesting? Zhai Feng tilted his head and looked at Higashino Shuaki in boredom. For her, watching a group of people perform ritual activities was really boring, and it was far less enjoyable than the hardy training at the training ground. On the contrary, Saya, this kind of activity is the fun of life. While talking, Higashino Shuaki had arrived at the center of the celebration. In the center, surrounded by everyone, a Maiko was dancing. "Oh, I understand, sir, this is called being happy and reluctant to miss Shu, right?" Kisaragi Susuk stared at the dancing Maiko for a long time, and suddenly realized something. "You're so big, Lebasi. Don't use words randomly if you don't understand anything. Sit over there and enjoy it." Higashino Shuaki rolled his eyes at Kisaragi Susuk. This kid is obedient, but he always thinks a little too much and is very expressive. Haha. Let you pretend to understand when you don't understand, Zayasuk? Come on, from North Rukonga specialty, persimmon wine. Seeing that they could stop to rest, Matsumoto Ranjaku immediately took out a bottle of persimmon wine that she had not finished drinking from her broad chest, and pulled Swafong, whose face was full of reluctance, and the three of them started again. Drink heartily. Only Jin Ichimaru did not follow along, which was obviously something the two of them had discussed beforehand. "Do you have something to talk to me about?" Seeing this, how could Higashino Hideyoshi not guess the deeper meaning of it? He glanced at Ichimaru-jin, who was silently leaning against him, and said, "Yes, Master Shuaki." Ichimaru-jin nodded. "The teacher at the academy said that with my current progress, in 3 months, I will be able to follow the 6th grade seniors and go to my spiritual academy. Graduated from the Academy of Arts." Higashino Hideyoshi raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he had known this for a long time, it had only been less than a year. Think about it, how long did it take him just to perform the shikai of his Zanpakuto? How much time did it take to learn Kido, slashing techniques, and flash step? It's true that comparing yourself with others will make you angry. Which squad should I join after graduation? Hideyoshi Higashino could probably guess what Jin Ichimaru was thinking. Yes, I heard that after entering the Godi I-13, the vice-captains will be responsible for the subsequent teaching work, so I would like to ask you in advance, sir, what are the vice-captains of each squad? What are you good at? So I can decide which team to join. Jin Ichimaru replied. After hearing this, Higashino Hideyoshi felt like laughing. It was really a shame for Ichimaru-jin to come up with such an excuse. He just wanted to find out about Aizen's medical experience. And he played this little trick of trying to cover up his mistake. Is that so? Let me think about it. Vice-Captain Suzuki of the 1st Division should be good at hand-to-hand combat and kendo. I have rarely seen him use ghost tactics. Vice-Captain Omida of the 2nd Division, well, I'm not sure about that, but he should be relatively balanced, right? The current vice-captain of the 3rd Squad, Shooting Chitetsu, was just promoted from the 3rd seat, so I don't know much about him. The vice-captain of the 4th Division, that is, me, knows a little bit about everything, including the sword, the ghost, and the return. The vice-captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Kazuki, should be similar to me. Both of us know how to do the sword, fist and ghost moves, and both of us are a little bit better than me. 6th Division. Higashino Hideyoshi did not point it out and analyzed the situation seriously to Ichimaru-jin. Speaking of which, this was a small task assigned by Aizen. Recalling that day at home, Aizen made this request in front of Matsumoto Rangiko, who was under the spell of the Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Guide Jin Ichimaru to join the 5th Division. This made Higashino Hide Ichi once doubt whether Aizen had some kind of quirk of committing crimes in front of women. But this has nothing to do with Hide Ichi Higashino. Aizen likes to commit suicide, and that is his business. As an employee, he just needs to diligently complete the tasks assigned by his boss. As expected, after pretending to choose, Ichimaru-jin still chose balanced development, and after apologizing to Higashino Hide Ichi, he chose the one that Higashino Hide Ichi described as being the best in every aspect. A little bit of blue dyeing and medical treatment. He even shamelessly asked Higashino Hide Ichi for help and introduced Aizen and the medical doctor to him. In this regard, Higashino Shuaki naturally had no reservations and praised Aizen as much as he could. Anyway, Aizen usually behaved like a good guy, and there were so many people whose true face could not be seen, so he would not make a difference. Just as Higashino Hide Ichi was immersed in the unique teasing of watching Ichimaru-jin racking his brains to get information from him, an ordinary member of the 13th Division wearing a Shinigami suit suddenly rushed over from a nearby monitoring point. Oh no! Deputy Captain Dong Yi! Something big has happened. To be honest, I was very nervous about this plot, but I really like Mr. Kubo's imagination about this plot. Although I heard that the new project has been approved, and I may be slapped in the face soon, I still can't help but start writing. I hope I won't be slapped too hard. Chapter 73-73 Unknown Creature. Chapter 73-73 Unknown Creatures. Present world, Akiera town. Snowflakes fall on the ground. The people around were still laughing, singing, and dancing, but Higashino Hide Ichi and his group were all on edge because of this sudden incident. An unknown creature attacked you? And it swallowed all the defeated death gods. After listening to the report from the panicked Grim Reaper, Hide Ichi Higashino frowned. Isn't that a hollow? What's so unclear about it? I remember that your 13th Division should have a mature system to deal with hollows. Swafong standing by was also confused. Unless it is a hollow at the level of Ashoka's, otherwise it is just a hollow at the level of Killian, and the 13th Squad's present world reaction mechanism is enough to deal with it. But if it is really a great hollow at the level of Ashoka's, then the deputy captain level death god is still. Well, thinking of this, Swafong looked up and happened to meet Higashino Hideaki's eyes. It seems that there is no problem. Whether it is the deputy captain, Shiuyi-sensei, or himself, the third seat, they are now firmly at the captain level. Although they have come to the human world, their strength has been restricted by 80%, and they cannot remove this restricted power without the permission of Soul Society. However, if there is a reason for the incident, some of the punishment can be reduced or exempted afterwards. But that's definitely not Su. We have never seen a Su that looks like that. That Ten, the death god of the 3rd Division, still insisted. Where did that unidentified creature appear? Was it at the monitoring point on the edge of Soul Society? Higashino Hide Ichi asked. At this moment he already had some guesses in his mind. Yes, Deputy Captain Dong Yi, that creature was indeed discovered by one of our easternmost monitoring points, and a warning was issued. Deputy Captain Dong Yi, do you know that unidentified creature? The Death God member of the 13th Squad was a little surprised. He hadn't even described the appearance of the unknown creature to Higashino Hide Ichi, but Higashino Hide Ichi had guessed the location where the unknown creature appeared. Well, I think I roughly understand. That thing should not be a virtual being, but it is similar to a virtual being. It is an extremely dangerous creature. Now take me there. Higashino Hide nodded slightly, but he did not say anything definite, because he only had some impression of the record about that thing when he was wandering around the great spiritual book corridor with Aizen. Master Shuaki, I'll come with you. I think I can help a little. When Swafong saw that Higashino Hide Ichi had made up her mind, she immediately volunteered. Me too. Master Shuichi. Kisaragi Shusuke was unwilling to fall behind, although he was not a peerless genius like Ichimaru-jin and had not yet mastered the Shikai of his Zanpakuto, this did not prevent him from having a pure heart of dedication. Forget it, Zaihuzu. Let me go with you, Master Shuichi. Although I am not very strong, my magic gun can still be of some use. It was Jin Ichimaru who saw the situation clearly and took the initiative to be a substitute for Higashino Hide-ichi. But in fact, according to Jin Ichimaru's personality, he would not join in the fun. He just saw the somewhat depressed expression of Matsumoto Ranjaku. He knew that Ranjaku wanted to help Higashino Hide-ichi, but Ranjaku knew that she was not strong enough and that if she forced herself to go along she would only be a hindrance, so she was hesitant to speak. In order to prevent Ranjaku from being sad, Ichimaru-jin filled this position without hesitation. As expected, after Ichimaru-jin said this, the expression on Matsumoto Ranjaku's face became a little better. Then Mr. Shuichi, your younger sister Chiaogu-san, Shusuke, and I will be back here to cheer you on. Anion. You are not allowed to hold back Mr. Shu. Definitely not. Jin Ichimaru looked at Ranjaku Matsumoto's face and promised. Soon, Higashino Hide-ichi followed the Grim Reaper from the 13th Squad to the battle scene. 4 officers from the 13th Division surrounded the unknown creature, which was completely black, had a tuning fork-shaped head, and a pair of inconspicuous wings on its back. This guy's spiritual pressure. Standing next to Higashino Shuichi, Suafong stared at the unknown creature in the distance that used its graceful movements to flexibly dodge the attacks of the Shinigami. Obviously he should be at the level of Killian, why is he so difficult? The sound of the rotation, which seemed far inferior to that of the hollow, and their death step movements, seemed to be extremely easy on this battlefield. Because this is completely different from our system, Suafong. It was not until he saw the full appearance of this unidentified creature and its fighting style that Hide-ichi Higashino finally confirmed his thoughts. Master Shuichi, are you saying that it is not a product of Hueco Mundo or Soul Society? Jin Ichimaru reacted immediately. Higashino Hide-ichi did not answer, but drew out his Zanpakuto. Attack, warriors! A good warrior has a brilliant plan. The 61st binding method, Win 6 Staff Light Prison. A breeze blew past Higashino Hide-ichi's ears, as if nothing had happened. The next moment, the manic roar of the unknown creature was heard in the distance. The 6 beams of light silently pierced into the body of the unknown creature. As expected of Master Shuichi. The flattering voice of Suafong came from beside me. Showa-sama. Almost at the same time, Jin Ichimaru also called out Higashino Hide-ichi's name. Well, I leave it to you. Higashino Hide-ichi understood the latter's meaning from Ichimaru-jin's tone. Obviously, Jin Ichimaru also saw the instability of Hide-ichi Higashino's 6-rod light prison. After all, it is a ghost path whose strength is restricted by 80%. If it was not necessary, Higashino Hide-ichi did not want to rashly and publicly lift the spiritual pressure restrictions on himself. Because this would make it difficult for him to explain to Central Room 46 later. But Ichimaru-jin is different. At this time, he has a strength close to that of a vice-captain, but he does not have to abide by the law of Soul Society that the captain and vice-captain level Shinigami must accept the 80% spiritual pressure limit when they come to the world. Constraint. Shoot him. Sharpshooter. After getting the permission from Higashino Hide-ichi, Ichimaru-jin performed the shikai of his Zanpakuto without hesitation, and the blade instantly extended towards the unknown creature. Kapu. Facing Ichimaru-jin's attack, the unknown creature made a sound similar to human language from its head, and then its 2 flat long palms grabbed the 2 spirit spears on its body with all its strength, crossed left and right to block Ichimaru-jin's attack. The tip of Yin's magic spear was blocked half a meter in front of him and could not advance an inch. I was fooled. Under Ichimaru-jin's drooping long silver hair, his snake-like eyes were revealed. In the air, Countless high-level broken paths released after complete chanting rushed towards the unknown creature. Are you making false claims in the east and attacking in the west? Higashino looked at the back of Ichimaru-jin diagonally in front of him from the corner of his eye. How could he feel that Kisaragi Sushik didn't learn anything he wanted to teach Kisaragi Sushik, but instead learned it from Ichimaru-jin? I hope Aizen will have good luck then. Higashino Shoaki looked at the battlefield and silently prayed for his boss in his heart. Well, he is such a good employee. Chapter 74-74 Dragon. Chapter 74-74 Dragon. On another nameless island above the ocean of the modern world, many gods of death completed a tacit cooperation without communication. All attacks were focused on the unknown creature in the center. Succeeded. Damu, I have avenged you. The joyful mood spread quickly among the crowd, but it stopped abruptly when it reached Higashino Shoaki. Is it really that simple? Higashino Shoaki couldn't feel the spiritual pressure of the unknown creature in the thick smoke caused by countless serial explosions. It looks like it has been wiped out, but Higashino Shoaki will not let down his guard against this creature called dragon no matter what. Just because dragon is not a product of their soul society, or a more accurate term, it should be dragon, not a creature in the area controlled by the Soul Society and the East War Bureau. It comes from the other half of the planet, Soul Society and the West. Dragon is the general name for dangerous creatures in Soul Society and Western Bureau in their area. Theoretically, only when things are merged together can it be called a complete Soul Society. But in fact this is not the case. Because in the corridor of the Great Soul Book, which claims to record everything in the entire Soul Society, there are only sporadic records about the Western Bureau. No matter how Higashino Shoaki searched his memory, he never recalled the content about the Western Bureau in the Bleach anime and comics he had read in his previous life. Even the future king of Quincy, Waiwak, who claims to be omniscient and omnipotent, seems to have never had any thoughts about this unknown Western situation. When Higashino Shoaki was reading with Aizen in the Great Spirit Book corridor, he happened to come across records about dragons out of boredom. It was written that dragons are creatures similar to hollows, but the two are not the same. It's just such a simple sentence. Adhering to the principle that the less you say, the greater the impact, Higashino Shoaki kept these words in mind. Unexpectedly, it actually came in handy. When the smoke and dust dissipated, there was nothing where the dragon had been. There was only a transparent triangular pyramid-shaped gem, floating quietly in the air, reflecting the colorful colors through the sun in the sky. Higashino Shoaki remembered that the gem seemed to have been embedded in the center of the dragon's tuning fork-shaped head. The cheers were even louder. A bold death chief even jumped up from the ground to grab the triangular pyramid gem floating in the air. Crack! Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky without any warning. Taro! The gods of death screamed around, but it was too late. The god of death who wanted to grab the gem had no time to avoid it. Those who are good soldiers are clever and thunderous. In mid-air, a lightning arc crossed the sky. Higashino Shoaki used his body to block the gap between the god of death and the dragon. Then, he stared at the dragon falling from the sky. 73 of the Binding Dao, Ice Mountain Crystal. An inverted triangular pyramid-shaped defensive array began to form, and ice crystals adhered to the surface, slowing down everything around it. Although all of this was done by Higashino Shoaki, he reacted in an instant and completed the operation when he was well prepared. But it's still too late. With 80% of his spiritual pressure restricted, he could not reach his peak limit after all. The two big flat hands stuck up and down the mountain crystal that wanted to close. Then the head that looked like a tuning fork stretched out and split into countless strips like a goddess scattering flowers, trying to kill Higashino Shoaki and the god of death inside. I won't let you succeed. You bastard! I'll sting you to death. The sparrows and wasps. Zeihao's Zanpakuto turned into a beetle-like finger sheath and appeared on the middle finger of his right hand, and then came Shihoan Yoryuaki, who inherited the name of Shunkami, like a ghostly shunpo. At the same time that the dragon split his head apart, the broken bee also came to the inverted mountain crystal made by Higashino Shuaki. The movements instantly became sluggish. Show one's ability, can't you tell the difference between friend and foe? This was the first time that Broken Bee fought side by side with Higashino Shuaki, and the doubts in his heart flashed away. Then there was a flying stab. At this moment, the target was completely concentrated inside the mountain crystal, and the dragon had no response at all. The black butterfly pattern appears on the struck part of the dragon's body. This is the bee pattern. As long as the broken bee uses the bird bee again to hit the part marked with the bee pattern, the enemy will die immediately. Unless this enemy's spiritual pressure is much higher than that of zombie bee. Obviously, the dragon in front of him is far from being comparable to zombie bee in terms of spiritual pressure, but this dragon is undoubtedly smart. Like those ordinary hollows and even Jillian, it obviously has no language ability, but it has an intelligence that far exceeds these hollows. It feels like to Higashino Shuaki. An Aaron car. Purple-black blood rained down. That's what this dragon is for. In order to escape the influence of Higashino Hideaki's ice mountain crystal, it decisively abandoned part of its body, including the part of its body that was hit by Suafong. It instinctively felt the breath of death from it. Master Shuaki, you didn't, ah! Just when Suafong wanted to care about Higashino Hideichi, she fell directly into the latter's arms because Higashino Hideichi released the mountain crystal. Red is the most beautiful color. Another unlucky guy was caught in midair by Higashino Hideaki's 37th binding method, Hanging Star. It's okay, Koya. Higashino Hideichi held Suafong with one hand, but his eyes were fixed on the dragon that screamed in pain because it forcibly abandoned part of its body. No matter from which angle you look at it, this dragon whose spiritual pressure has not even reached the level of Ashoka's has completely exceeded the standard with its current performance. It should be a good experimental material. Higashino Hideichi thought silently in his heart. Whether throwing it to Kuratsuka Mayuri as a bargaining chip to continue winning it over, or throwing it to Aizen, it is a good choice. The wall of iron sand, the tower in the shape of a monk, the burning iron glows. Because of its determination, it finally becomes silent. The 75th way of binding, fire, 5 pillars of iron. Facing a dragon that does not have the super-fast regeneration ability of a high-level hollow, the dragon that is now left with only a broken body is a lamb to be slaughtered in Higashino Hideaki's eyes. Therefore, he was too lazy to remove the restrictions on himself, and directly signaled the other death gods around him to buy time for him, and then completely chanted the high-level binding method. 5 iron pillars burning red fell from the sky, and the injured dragon wanted to escape, but it was missing most of its body, and it was impossible to be as comfortable as before in the attacks of the death gods. Not to mention that there was a venomous snake that had been hiding after attacking once, staring at it. Shoot him! Magic gun! The familiar silver gun attacked again, and this time the trapped dragon could only watch it pierce its body. However, the expected scene of the dragon being suppressed by 5 iron pillars did not appear. A flash of light shot from the other side of the sea level, causing 2 waves of tens of meters apart on the sea. The 5 iron pillars cast by Higashino Hideichi were instantly penetrated and destroyed. It's not that simple. Higashino Hideichi sighed and turned to look in the direction of the flash. Chapter 75-75 Who are you trying to scare? Chapter 75-75 Who are you trying to scare? 2 figures appeared on the ocean. One was about 2 meters tall, wearing a brown beret, with 2 thick black beards, a long pipe in his mouth, and a brown plaid one-piece windbreaker. The Pisces logo was embroidered on the left chest of the windbreaker. The other was less than half the height of his companion. He wore a small green short-crowned hat, a thick goatee, squinted his eyes, and wore an emerald green robe. At the bottom of the robe, there was also a constellation logo, but his constellation was different from his companion's, Aries. Hideichi Higashino didn't know the 2 uninvited guests, but this didn't stop him from identifying the two strangers as non-friends. "Who are you?" It started with a standard greeting. Hidechi Higashino took a step forward and landed in front of all the death gods. Suifeng, who was still beside Higashino, understood what he meant and used the instant step to fly to the dragon wailing in the air. "That won't work, magic number 31. The man holding the pipe smiled confidently, and a circle of smoke flew out of the pipe. Blue flash. A flash of light, a laser suddenly formed in front of the man. "It's not up to you to decide whether it works or not." Hitano Hidechi reacted quickly. He had long guessed that the other party was not here for good. The 81st binding path, fire severing the sky. The burning 8-petal flower bloomed in front of Hitano Hidechi. The moment the blue laser touched the spirit wall, it was extinguished by the flames burning on it. "Are you testing me?" Seeing such a huge gap, Hitano Hidechi understood in an instant that the opponent's attack was just an appetizer. However, he did not regret his choice. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength, not to mention that he was facing a completely unfamiliar enemy, and any caution was worth it. "Hat." The man smoking the pipe raised his mouth corners, and a smug look appeared on his face. It was at this time that Higashino Hidechi discovered that the man smoking the pipe and the man with the goatee next to him suddenly disappeared. "Wow, is the target still the dragon?" Higashino Hidechi didn't need to look back to know where the man with the goatee had gone. It's a pity that the man on the opposite side will be disappointed, because the one who went to control the dragon is not an ordinary god of death. Kusu-chan, Thunder King Fist. Sui Fong, who had completely accepted the inheritance of Yoryuki Shihaoran, avoided the sudden sneak attack of the man with the goatee and went around behind him. Fist shadows surged. Compared to the thunderous momentum of the Thunder King Fist performed by Yoryuki Shihaoran, Suifeng's Thunder King Fist seemed more fierce and less powerful, but each punch carried a cutting pain. Therefore, Higashino Hidechi had called Suifeng's Thunder King Fist the Wind King Fist countless times in front of Yoryuki Shifeng. And this goatee man was obviously not a knockoff. He blew a flute that he took out from somewhere. Magic number 51, Silver Mirror Shield. A substance like mercury flew out of the flute and instantly formed a pure white shield behind the goatee man that could reflect the human figure. Thunderbolt sounded. That was the sound of a mirror breaking. And mixed in it was a faint sound that no one noticed. "Shoot him!" The silver-white spear crossed the sky. The timing is good, but it's a pity that magic number 44, fluorescent prison wall. The goatee man looked at Ichimaru-jin on the ground with appreciation. The flute sounded, and a colorful magic grid like glass appeared below him. Ichimaru-jin's magic spear could only leave a bulge of more than 10 meters on it, but it could not pierce this colorful magic grid. All this happened in less than 10 seconds. Most of the surrounding death gods had not even reacted to what happened, and the two sides had already completed the first round of fighting. And it was obvious that the two uninvited guests had the upper hand. Because the right hand of the goatee man had already grabbed the dragon's neck in the gap between the attacks of Suifeng and Ichimaru-jin. "You still have something, everyone in the East Branch, but you have crossed the line this time. Dealing with a dragon is not within your control." Seeing that his companions successfully completed the set goal, the man smoking a pipe was in a good mood. "Crossing the line? From what you said, you are from the West Branch. You ran into the East Branch's jurisdiction without permission to capture a dangerous creature that was released because of your mistake, and this creature is still here, killing many of our Shinigami. I think it's you who crossed the line." Hidechi Tono watched the goateed man holding the dragon and returning to the man smoking the pipe, and reached out to stop Suifeng who wanted to chase him. The person opposite was not a hollow, and judging from his skills and clothes, he was obviously not an ordinary person. The prints on his clothes were like the team emblems of the 13th Division of the Godei of Tono Hidechi, with distinct characteristics. So this was essentially a semi-political negotiation. No matter what the final result of this matter is, as the highest-ranking official in the Soul Society East Branch, Tono Hideichi should be polite enough to avoid giving people a reason to criticize him later. Otherwise, according to his usual personality, he would not bother to talk nonsense with the two people in front of him, and would definitely fight first. Your East Division's death gods couldn't even deal with a fish that our West Division accidentally lost. If some people died, you can only blame your own lack of skills. How can you blame us? The man smoking a pipe looked around and saw that Higashino Hideichi was the leader among this group of death gods. Really? Higashino Hideichi said with a fake smile. Jin, take everyone from the 13th Division away from here. Higashino Hideichi did not avoid the two people opposite him when he said this. The expression on the man smoking the pipe froze for a moment, and then he smiled playfully again. Young man, I understand your idea, but don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. My name is Garp Holmes, and I am the current captain of the development team of the Western Division of Soul Society. The person next to me is the current vice captain of the Western Division's flute team, Trombo Takone. You are brave enough to fight us, but you'd better consider your level first. Obviously, Garp Holmes, who was holding a pipe, did not take Higashino Hideichi and the other Swafong who stayed on the battlefield seriously. Hee. Higashino Hideichi smiled coldly. Garp Holmes? You really used two great nouns as your name. This is a joke that only Higashino Hideichi can understand. But it's really unfortunate that I and the person next to me are not just ordinary people. Higashino Hideichi showed his Zanpakuto, and the invisible shackles were lifted. The suppressed majestic spiritual pressure roared out like waves. Soul Society, East Division, Godi I-13, 4th Division Vice Captain, Higashino Hideichi, reporting. Chapter 76-76 Awakening of Thought. Chapter 76-76 Awakening of Thought. An unknown island on the ocean of the present world. The remaining four people are on the verge of a fight. When Higashino Hideichi removed the restrictions on his own spiritual pressure, this battle can no longer be avoided. Or in other words, standing in Higashino Hideichi's position, it is impossible to do nothing and let the two people from the West Division come and go as they please. Wow, it's a bit interesting. Garp Holmes felt Higashino Hideichi's spiritual pressure in its full state, and his tone was still confident, but his solemn eyes could not be faked. Heido number 63, Fire and Thunder Roaring Cannon. Once he entered the real fighting state, Higashino Hideichi would no longer talk so much nonsense with his opponent. He took the first attack and now it was his turn to test the value of the man who dared to use the name Garp. You know, this name has a lot of weight in another world. Magic number 51, Silver Mirror Shield. Facing Higashino Shoiki's attack, Garp stretched out his left hand forward, and the silver-like flowing liquid instantly formed a medieval light shield in front of him. The Thunder Cannon, which was blessed by Higashino Shoiki using his Zanpakuto ability, hit it. Sparks flew everywhere and explosions were heard, but it could not leave any trace on the shield. Compared with the previous state where the spiritual pressure was restricted, the Wind King Fist used by Zombie B, from now on Zombie B's Thunder King Fist will be called this, made numerous cracks in the silver mirror made by Trombotechny. Shield. Obviously, the mirror shield created by Garp must be stronger. And Higashino Shoiki frowned. He saw Garp using the silver mirror shield to block his test attack. At the same time, he leaned forward and seemed to grab the silver mirror shield he had created with his right hand. Magic number 24, Holy Spear Throwing. A pure white silver spear appeared in Garp's left hand, and then followed his projectile action, flying towards Higashino Shoiki's body like a bullet. Therefore, the magic in the West Bureau should correspond to the ghost path in the East Bureau. By analogy, the number of the magic should be similar to the ghost path number. The lower the number, the weaker the power, and the spiritual connection between Garp and I, the pressure difference is not big, so if it is just the magic of number 24. In an instant, Higashino Shoiki made his own judgment. Cut off the holy spear, then rush in, and use high-level Dao binding and Dao breaking combination punches at close range. Fuseo. Just as planned, Higashino Shoiki's Zanpakuto bombarded the holy spear. Seeing that Higashino Shoiki had already taken the instant step, he was about to rush in front of Garp quickly. Still too young. Cap Holmes opposite smiled softly, and a circle of black smoke flew out of his pipe. Magic number 109, combined, Holy Spear and Silver Mirror Shield. Before the voice fell, the black smoke exhaled from the pipe turned into a dark chain, building a bridge in the air between the Holy Spear and the Silver Mirror Shield in the hand of Cap Holmes. In an instant, Higashino Shoiki thought that the Holy Spear that should be easily cut off by him became indestructible as if it had been filled with a steel wall. In the blink of an eye, there was no time for Higashino Shoiki to react, and the Holy Spear pierced Higashino Shoiki's right shoulder. While I still have no idea about you, young man, just run back in despair. Before Cap Holmes finished his victory speech, his expression froze. Because he saw something that should not have happened to the god of death. Superspeed regeneration. The half of Higashino Shoiki's body that had just been pierced by the holy spear was recovering rapidly. In this regard, it was impossible for Higashino Shoiki to answer Garp Holmes. The early testing was almost over, and Higashino Shoiki felt it was time to do something real. The art of war can be traced back to its origins and solved. There is a sword hidden in a smile. Abandoning defense to go to extreme offense, nothing is more suitable for this style of play than the cutting technique learned from Anohanaretsu. This time, no matter what moves Garp Holmes used, Shoiki Higashino followed them all. Soon, Cap Holmes discovered the problem. In this state, Higashino Shoiki is like a hedgehog. No matter what attack hurts him, there will definitely be an equal attack in return. If it was just like this, it would be okay. It would not be difficult to replace injuries with injuries. However, Higashino Shoiki has a bug ability similar to superspeed regeneration, which almost makes it difficult for Garp to deal with it. Fortunately, after a struggle, Higashino Shoiki's gradually declining physical strength was keenly captured by Garp. Let me tell you, there is no flawless ability. Young man, I have seen through your weakness. Garp once again used his silver mirror shield to block Higashino Shoiki's slash, and stretched out his right arm to the sky, which was covered in scars from the battle just now. Liberation Code 1647, Uncanny Valley. Mountains and rivers rise, dark curtains cover the sky, and nameless wailing echoes in the valley. Rain, trees, rocks, everything that Higashino Shoiki could see or not see, turned into invisible spiritual pressure all the time, destroying his body. Although it is a pity, if you can die in my uncanny valley, it can also be a medal on your tombstone. Standing outside the terrain that changed out of thin air, Cap Holmes mourned for Higashino Shoiki inside. So far, no dragon has been able to survive in his uncanny valley. He believes that Higashino Shoiki is the same. Even though the latter has a weird regeneration ability that is different from the normal death god, his physical strength is not unlimited. It seems that the god of death is so beautiful. On the other side, the white-bearded Trombotokni happily looked at the female god of death opposite him who was inextricably linked to him and said, "No, Mr. Shiuyi will not lose." Broken Bee said firmly. Trombotokni shook her head, sighing at the innocence of the female god of death in front of her. She still didn't know what kind of monster her companions were facing, but it was Garp Holmes, one of the strongest captains in their Western Bureau in the past few hundred years. He could have been the captain of the Sabres, simply because likes research and chooses to take over as captain of the development team. But as if in response to Swafong's expectations, 5 dragon roars were heard in the gloomy valley of horror. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the blasted-away dark clouds, sunlight shone on Hideichi Higashino, who relied on his Zanpakuto to stand on the ground. The 19th step of breaking the path, the 5 dragons will be destroyed. Gasping for breath, Higashino Hideichi narrowed one eye and looked up at the surprised Cap Holmes in the air. This time, he really almost fell into the hands of the captain of the Zishio Bureau. That's incredible. Are all the deputy captains of your Dongshao Bureau as good as you? Facing the somewhat weak Higashino Shuaki, Cap Holmes did not choose to continue attacking, because according to his perception, an extremely powerful spiritual pressure had already arrived at the battlefield. The owner of the spiritual pressure figure landed in front of Higashino Hideichi, first expressed his gratitude to Higashino Hideichi with an apologetic look, and then turned to look at Cap Holmes. This meaningless battle can now end. The voice was weak, but the tone did not tolerate rejection. Oh? Really? I thought so too. Trombo, take the dragon and let's go. Looking at the number 13 on the captain's Haori, Cap Holmes knew that he could not get any advantage. He did not say anything more, but just kept his eyes on Higashino Hideichi for a while. I still admire you, young man. If you can't make it in the East Bureau, why not come to our West Bureau? I'm optimistic about you. He saw something called ambition in Higashino Hideichi's eyes. With such strength, he is only the deputy captain. Carp instinctively felt that Higashino Hideo would definitely cause big trouble in the future. Yukitake Toshiro did not make any comment on Cap Holmes's poaching behavior. He just swung his sword when Trompodokni turned around with the dragon. The dragon that started the dispute turned into a spirit and returned to the earth. You people can leave, but it can only stay here. Yukitake Jushiro said calmly. Captain Holmes. Trompodokni turned around angrily, but was stopped by Cap. Ha 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 ha, very good, everyone from the East Bureau. I will remember you. After saying that, Cap carried Trompodokni and flew back to the east without any reluctance. To Garp, that dragon was just an experimental dragon. Although the experimental data is important, it is far from the point where he would become enemies with the captain of the East Shao Bureau who has terrifying spiritual pressure and unknown strength. Hideichi Higashino was half kneeling on the spot, looking at the back of Cap Holmes as he left. 2 consecutive high-intensity battles within a year made him deeply aware of a problem. That is, although he has now raised his spiritual pressure limit to more than twice the original, and has found a way to continue to increase his spiritual pressure limit in the future, his Zanpakuto ability is not suitable for frontal high-intensity combat. All of which are just tricks. Once discovered by the enemy, his actual combat effectiveness will be infinitely reduced. Even the infinite regeneration brought by the Spirit King's nails would be useless without enough physical strength to support it. In this regard, both Anoha Naretsu that night and Garp Holmes today taught Higashino Hideichi a heavy lesson. And neither the beheading technique nor the fighting could change his predicament in a short period of time. As for the ghost arts, the top-level ghost arts he currently possesses have too many limitations and it is difficult for them to play a big role in actual combat. Originally I didn't want to take the risk so early. Hideichi Higashino looked up at the sky. A few months ago, he looked in that direction in the same way. At that time, he warned himself not to covet that place. But less than a year later, he decided to ignore his own warning. Because, Cap Holmes has already told Higashino Hideichi through his actions that in this world, deadly dangers never come in an orderly manner. A seemingly relaxing picnic may be the end of life. The goddess of luck will favor him once, but not twice. Always waiting for the safest opportunity to gain power, this idea is beautiful, but it is like a bubble that will burst at the slightest poke. Chapter 77, Remarks on the Release. First of all, I would like to thank all the readers who have supported me and followed me to this point. Secondly, I would like to thank those readers who provided me with many valuable suggestions and corrected many of my mistakes. Then, I would also like to thank the sponsors who gave me rewards and monthly tickets, San Liang Liza for 2,500 points, Yinjike for 2,000 points, Mundali for 200 points, Xiaolong for 100 points. 202004101611037581 100 points from Dada, 100 points from Deer Antler Banyan Kawa, 100 points from Endless Courage, 100 points from 20220416115658838, 100 points from Want to Eat Meat 597, 100 points from Banana Flavored Nutri Express 500 points for Big Ones, 1505872098625617920 for Big Ones 600 points. The fact that this book can reach its current state is definitely inseparable from your support and encouragement. Honestly speaking, this book can be said to be the product of my desire to make dumplings for a plate of vinegar, because I really like Kubo's work The Dragon and the Witch. But I searched for a long time and found that no author who wrote Death God had written Dragon and Witch, so I started writing it myself. The original intention of writing this novel was to unify the two works organically. Finally, let me talk about the update rules after the release. On the day of release, the minimum word is 10,000, that's for sure. I thought before that if the first order exceeds 3,000, there will be one more update for every 1,000, but I guess this goal is difficult to achieve, so I won't aim too high here. P.S. The release time should be 0:05 on the 1st. If it successfully gets the VIP coupon before 0:10, I will release the first 5K chapter first, and the rest will be fixed at 8 o'clock every night. Then for the rest of the time, no matter what the results are, the minimum word is 6,000 per day, which has been agreed long ago. If the average order reaches 3,000, the minimum is 8,000 per day. This is still possible to fantasize about. If it reaches 4,000, the minimum is 10,000 per day. 4,000 or more, I dare not think about it. That's about it. Finally, I wish everyone all the best. Chapter 78-77 Your Hell Hack has arrived, 5K Big Chapter. Chapter 78-77 Your Hell Hack has arrived, 5K Big Chapter. Back to Soul Society, all the Shinigami who participated in the events in the present world were ordered to keep silent. And I don't know what the high-level people in the Central 46th Room are thinking, the death of several Shinigami was just brushed aside. Hitano Hideichi also heard that the captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Jushiro, had been to the Central 46th Room, but the final result did not seem ideal. After coming out of the Central 46th Room, Yukitake Jushiro locked himself in the small captain's room called Yugendo. Another poor captain who was full of justice in his heart, but was ruthlessly slapped in the face by reality. Hitano Hideichi felt sorry for everything, but he would not try to change anything. After returning from the real world, in addition to teaching the members of the 4th Division about ghost arts, the way of life, and pharmacology as usual, his daily life seemed to be back on track again. The swordsmanship training, which was criticized by Higashino Hideichi as the whipping of the Queen of the Flower of the Una, has been reduced to once a week. Kirisuke Shusuke and Matsumoto Rangiku give private lessons almost every day after school. In addition, he occasionally goes to the 2nd Division to serve as a sparring partner for Swafong, and reminisces with Kuratsuka Mayuri in the Maggot Nest, and asks the latter to help study the triangular pyramid gem that Higashino Hideichi picked up from the battlefield in the real world. Everything seems to be the same as before. But only Higashino Hideichi himself knows that after nearly 5 months of hard work, he finally got some information about the most mysterious group of 5 nobles from the captain of the 2nd Division, Shifunji Yuan Yuryuaki, through indirect means. The Doma family is a family that is responsible for guarding and monitoring hell. Apart from that, they are not responsible for any affairs related to Soul Society, and they will never participate in it. Even in the highest authority of Soul Society, the Central 46th Room, they have never appeared. Their existence is similar to that of the 0 Division, except that one is only responsible for the Soul King, and the other is only responsible for Hell. At this moment, taking advantage of the spring, Higashino Hideichi visited the former captain of the 10th Division, Maki Kanto, at his home in the OS Soul Court. "I'm so sorry, Higashino-kun, I made you laugh." Kneeling opposite Higashino Hideichi is Maki Kanto's widow, who is young, has a good figure, looks average, and a typical Yamato Nadeshiko personality. I should be the one to apologize. I'm sorry for causing trouble to you, Mrs. Maki, by visiting you suddenly. This sentence is what Higashino Hideichi really said. Because the culprit who caused the current predicament of Maki Kanto's widow is Higashino Hideichi himself. Even though she lived in the Osuli, and Maki Kanto had served as the captain of the 10th Division for such a long time, the whole house has become visibly simple less than a year after Maki Kanto's death. Even faint echoes can be heard in the empty room. Higashino Hideichi knew that Maki Kanto was originally a commoner in Rukanga, and it was only after he became the captain of the 10th Division that he married the current noblewoman from the lower nobles in the Osuli. Therefore, Maki Kanto could not have left much legacy in the Osuli. Therefore, with just one glance, Higashino Hideichi could understand the current situation of Maki Kanto's widow. It's nothing more than some people trying to take advantage of the fire. After chatting with the widow of Maki Zangren, Higashino Hideichi made clear his purpose and, after getting the permission from the former, came to the lounge of Maki Zangren. Higashino Hideichi had found a reason to go to the captain's lounge of the 10th Division, but found nothing, so he could only try his luck here. Fortunately, Higashino Hideichi was lucky this time. He found a seal with strange black patterns in a piece of clothing that Maki Zangren had worn before. The moment Higashino Hideichi touched it with his right hand, a picture he had never seen before appeared in his mind. The dark ancestral hall, the dim candlelight, the gloomy back, it seemed that all the evils were gathered there. Just through this emerging picture, Higashino Hideichi felt a chill on his back. The strange picture disappeared quickly, but Higashino Hideichi still found an inconspicuous detail in it through his memories. That was the picture, the figure with his back to him, the decoration hanging from the brim of his hat, if nothing unexpected happens, symbolizes the fifth most mysterious noble in Seoul society. Sure enough. From the day when Higashino Hideichi saw the strange interpretation of Maki Koto and the bizarre scene after the latter was killed by him, he had some guesses in his heart. In the original plot, the reason why things in hell began to interfere with Seoul society was because after 1,000 years of bloody battles, a large number of high-end combat forces in Seoul society died. According to the setting of the world of death, after death, the death gods with too strong spiritual pressure cannot turn into spirits and return to the earth like other weak death gods, but will be sent to hell and receive repeated punishment in hell to cleanse their sins. And a group of people with deep sins will be given new powers and become so-called guilty people. These guilty people will continue to fight in hell, be ravaged, killed, and resurrected, and experience a true life worse than death. Therefore, after Yamamoto, Anohanaretsu and other fallen Shinigami entered hell, which was already close to full capacity, was directly unbalanced. This gave the guilty people in hell the opportunity to come to Seoul society. But at this point in time, it is obvious that the power in hell has not reached the critical point in the future, so the power of hell should not appear in Seoul society. In this regard, Higashino Hideichi only thought of one possibility, that is, the legendary fifth noble was at work. This is indeed the case. Only the Kabuma family, who has been responsible for monitoring and guarding hell since the five nobles attacked the Seoul King hundreds of years ago, has the ability and opportunity to guide the power of hell out. Looking at the seal in his hand, Higashino Hideichi knew that there was only one choice in front of him now. Take a gamble. He wants to bet that the Kabuma family, like the Zero Squad, does not care about the life and death of Seoul society at all, but only cares about what they protect. In that way, everything Higashino Hideichi had done in Seoul society before would not become his death warrant. Although the Kabuto family had not made any moves so far, Higashino Hideichi was 90% confident in his judgment. But when he left Makikura's house and stepped into the territory of Kabuto's family, his heart was still uneasy. It was because Higashino Hideichi knew that what he had done so far was enough to make him die hundreds of times in the Double Death Hill. There was silence in his ears, and Higashino Hideichi could only hear the crunching sound of fallen leaves under his feet and his own breathing. When he opened the door, it was covered with dust, and it seemed that no one had lived here for a long time. But Higashino Hideichi knew that these were just appearances. Because the seal in his hand was making a happy chuckle. That was something he had never heard before in Makikura's house. It felt to Higashino Hideichi like the evil ghosts released by Maki Zangren before. Following the vague guidance given by the seal, Higashino Hideichi soon found the entrance to a basement. Pulling up the heavy handle, dust flew. Higashino Hideichi coughed several times in succession. Obviously, this place has not been opened for a long time. Heido 20, the globe of light. The ball of light appeared in the palm of Higashino Hideichi's right hand, instantly illuminating the passage leading to the underground. It was hard for Higashino Hideichi to imagine what the death god who created this ghost way had in mind, so he classified it into the category of Heido and assigned it a number of 20, which was not too low. It was obviously just a lighting function. In terms of lethality, it might even be worse than the White Thunder numbered 4. Going down all the way, Higashino Hideichi soon reached the end, and in front of him was a closed door. On the way he came, there were several unlocked rooms. Higashino Hideichi pushed open the doors one by one. Without exception, there were all some white bones kneeling on the futon. When was the last time Higashino Hideichi saw such complete white bones? Higashino Hideichi recalled that it was probably a few years ago when he went to Hueco Mundo to find Sar Apollo, and was found by Bailargan again, and the two had a sparring match. In this soul society where the body will turn into spirit particles and return to the earth after death. It is really surprising and puzzling to see so many white bones at one time. After calming down, Higashino Hideichi instinctively clasped his 2 fingers and wanted to knock on the door, but after thinking about it, he finally chose to push the door directly. Even if his original intention was to ask for help, he already had the strength beyond the average captain. Even if he looked at the entire soul society now, he was still a top-ranked god of death. There was no need to lower his posture like he did in front of Aizen. "You're here." The voice was like that of a young girl, and it was like a nightingale, which was out of place in this lifeless secret room. Hideichi Higashino looked around and saw a figure kneeling on a futon at the back of the room. Hump-backed and thin. 5 green-faced ghosts were attached to her body, and their half-foot-long fangs would occasionally pierce into the girl's body, and the bright red-covered surface. Laughing and playing around, they treated the girl's body as their dining table. If this was a member of the Kabutama family, one of the 5 nobles, even Higashino Shoaki, who thought he was sufficiently hard-hearted, couldn't help but be moved by it. "Do you know who I am?" Higashino Shoaki put one hand on the zanpakuto at his waist, watching his surroundings. The girl's tragic experience, apart from making him feel a little sympathy at first, would only make him more cautious. "Have no idea." The girl looked at the unknown statue in front of her and said. "But they know that you have their approval, and the key to hell has been stolen, so you are here." After hearing this, Higashino narrowed his eyes. He guessed that the words in the girl's words should refer to the seals he obtained from Zangren Maki. Because he did find this place under the instructions from the underworld. "Is this the key to hell?" Higashino Hideichi raised the seal in his hand and asked knowingly. "The key is definitely not a seal, otherwise Zangren Maki would have no reason not to carry such an important thing with him." As expected, the girl opposite shook her head gently, slightly, accompanied by a weak gasp. "Even if you want to complete this level of action, it is extremely difficult for a girl. It's a fragment of that person. You should know it very well, because it doesn't belong to you." Higashino Shoaki almost subconsciously wanted to use the sword. The Soul King's nail fragments were one of his most important secrets so far, but he didn't expect to be exposed by the girl like this. "If I'm not wrong, are you waiting for me?" "Why?" Higashino Shoaki held back because he still had many doubts. "Hell is almost full. If we don't find a way, not only hell, soul society, Hueco Mundo, and the present world will all collapse. The girl seemed simply frightened, and she didn't seem to be worried about Higashino Shoiki's purpose of finding this place. What does that have to do with me? What can I do? When Higashino Shoiki asked this question, he actually already had part of the answer in his heart. Based on the previous situation of Maki Zangren, a bold idea formed in his mind. No, to be more precise, it should be the bold idea of the Kabutama family. Do you know what hell is? The girl did not directly answer Higashino Shoiki's question. Instead, she asked a seemingly unrelated question. After the death of an ordinary Shinigami or Hollow, the spirit will return directly to Soul Society, but if the spiritual pressure of a Shinigami or Hollow is too strong, their spirit will not be able to return in this way and can only be sent to hell. Higashino Shoiki replied. This is not something in the textbooks of Soul Society. Generally, Shinigami should not even know the term hell. But Higashino Shoiki was led into a ditch by the girl's determined tone from the beginning. When the girl mentioned the word hell for the first time and Higashino didn't ask what hell meant, Higashino had actually lost the initiative. Even if Higashino Shoiki realized this later, it would not help. So he simply opened the skylight and spoke frankly. But due to the characteristics of hell, these gods of death will not die in hell at all. Some of the most sinful gods of death will even gain new powers so that they can experience the pain of infinite reincarnation in hell. The girl's tone revealed pathos and endless sentimentality. The starting point is good, it's just the consequences of doing so. The consequence is that the sins in hell are accumulating more and more. If there is no way to release them, one day, the balance of hell will be destroyed by the system it created by itself. The girl took over Higashino Shoiki's words and said. So, you, the Kabutama family, have thought of a way to release the sins in hell through the body of the god of death, allowing them to return to the Soul Society. Thereby achieving the purpose of reducing the sins in hell, right? Higashino Shoiki stared at the back of the innermost figure and expressed his speculation. When he saw that figure, his whole body trembled, and he knew that he had guessed correctly. In this regard, Higashino Shoiki had to admit that the person in the Kabutama family who originally came up with this idea was definitely a genius. What should I do if the spiritual pressure is too strong and cannot be decomposed directly? It's easy to say, just add a funnel named death, divide it into batches, and decompose it bit by bit. But the Kabutama family member who proposed this idea may have forgotten the most important point, that is, how can an ordinary Shinigami have the ability to withstand that level of spiritual pressure and sins that have been tempered by hell? And who of the powerful gods of death who can bear it would be willing to do such a thankless thing? This is probably the fundamental reason why the Kabutama family has declined to what it is today, and why there are so many bones left in so many rooms in front of them. They must have originally wanted to realize this great dream with members of their own family, but they finally realized something was wrong and it was too late, so they had to seek help from outsiders. Higashino Shoiki is not sure whether Maki Kurito is the first, but Higashino Shoiki is very sure that Maki Kurito will definitely not be the last. Because Higashino Shoiki himself will take over this baton. I can help your Kabutama family continue to do this, but I also have a condition. The room suddenly became silent, except for those few animals. The evil ghost who understood the atmosphere was clucking and waving his claws at Higashino Hideichi. The girl probably didn't expect that the process would be so smooth. Thinking back, she didn't know how much she had to say to get Makozoto to accept the job. Only these death gods who were born in the civilian world could be fooled. Unexpectedly, Higashino Hideichi was so straightforward that she even doubted her ears. It's reasonable to have conditions, but are you sure you know what you are agreeing to? Rationally speaking, the girl knew that she shouldn't ask this question, but emotionally, she still couldn't bear to let Higashino Hideichi get herself involved. The best result is that, like Makozoto before, she finally accepted the job after being prepared to die. I know very well, so my conditions are also very harsh. Since you said that the fragment of that man is the key, then I think that to go to hell, you must need a lock. After all, you can't randomly pick a Shinigami or hollow sent to hell and guide him out, right? Hitano Hideichi is very clear about his current needs. Give me the lock, and I will fulfill your dream of the Doma family. What Higano Hideichi wants is a ticket to freely go back and forth to hell. The infinite regeneration ability given to him by the Soul King fingernail fragment lock is his confidence. He wants the power of hell, and the power of those generations of Soul Society captains. He doesn't believe that when he shows up as the current vice captain of Soul Society, he won't be able to find a few kind people in hell who are willing to teach him. Aizen, who is obsessed with the Hojiya, and Anohanaretsu, who concentrates on Kendo, can no longer satisfy Higano Hideichi's appetite. He needs a new teacher to teach him new abilities. As for Higashino Hideichi's request, the girl only hesitated a little before agreeing. Because the lock that can open the door to hell is the Zanpakuto that has been passed down from generation to generation in Kabuto, Shiaposa. Hold her, call her name, and you can open the door to hell for yourself. As the real owner of Shiaposa, the girl can close the opened door to hell at any time. Therefore, she is not worried that Higashino Hideichi will commit an unforgivable sin with this knife. And Higashino Hideichi did not ask the girl whether she would lock herself in hell for this reason. Because just as the girl trusts him unconditionally, he returns the same trust. Chapter 79-78 Open the door and go to hell. Chapter 79-78 Open the door and go to hell. It is drizzling outside the window. This was the first rain after the Soul Society entered spring. Higashino Hideichi sat alone in his living room in the 2nd district of West Ryokan Street, silent. He had already said hello to Anohanaretsu. Thanks to the fact that Higashino Hideichi was becoming more and more durable, Anohanaretsu found a new pleasure in Higashino Hideichi and tried to kill him every time. So now Anohanaretsu was becoming more and more relaxed towards Higashino Hideichi. Except that he still did not allow Higashino Hideichi to start a family and become the captain, it was not difficult for Higashino Hideichi to take some extra leave. It was just that when Higashino Hideichi asked for leave yesterday, Anohanaretsu deliberately added the sentence, "I'll wait for you to come back," which was a bit like setting a flag for Higashino Hideichi. Higashino Hideichi also told Aizen the reason in advance. But Aizen's attitude really made Higashino Hideichi feel a little bit depressed. "You're going to hell?" "Yes, Lord Aizen, I want to hone myself there." "You're still too impatient, both for the nobles and yourself." "Maybe it's my personality, Lord Aizen." "Well, then, Ichimaru-jin recently applied to me to join the team, and I wanted to ask you to join." "Forget it, Lord Aizen. For the time being, I'd better keep a distance from you in front of Ichimaru-jin." "Whatever you want." "Well, Lord Aizen, those who are imprisoned in hell are all Shinigami or hollows with too strong spiritual pressure." "Well, I know. With my strength, it will be difficult to survive in there." "Well, Shoaki, you know, I'm optimistic about you, always." So far, the plan to fleece Aizen has failed. Higashino Shoaki originally thought that Aizen would use the Hogyaku to improve himself because he had worked so hard for so many years. Isn't it just a hollowification? With the Hogyaku in hand and having collected so much experimental data from the Kazuma-Jaiji family, how difficult would it be to hollow-wifey himself? As a result, Aizen refused to listen and clearly wanted to see Higashino Shoaki perform by himself. In addition, the rest of the Shinigami who had a good relationship with Higashino Shoaki, such as Matsumoto Ranjaku, Suave, Kisaragi Shosuke, Ichimaru-jin, Rokuguru Makensei, Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki, Jin Jinjiro, Sato Yoko, etc., were all dismissed by Higashino Shoaki with the poor excuse that Soul Society is so big, I want to go and see it alone. Because hell is an unknown place after all, Higashino Shoaki has the artifacts of the Kabuto family and the Soul King's nail fragments. With the film's infinite regeneration as a guarantee, he couldn't guarantee how long he would stay in it this time, or whether it would be accident-free. For him, the danger has never been how to go to hell. Even if the Kabutama family is not what it is today, if it is the prosperous appearance of the Tsuneyashiro family, Higashino Shoaki is still confident of getting a ticket to hell. It's nothing more than being a pony once more and taking refuge with the boss once more. He knows this trick well. For Higashino Shoaki, danger and uncertainty have always come from how he escapes from hell after completing his set goal. According to Sayoko Kabutama, the girl who was kneeling on the ground of Kabutama's house before Maki Kurito was able to go to hell because he had a weak fragment of the Soul King in his body. But Zangren Maki couldn't even stay there for half a day, and fled back in embarrassment. The reason why he was able to borrow the power of hell was because his body was marked by the hollow in hell. But according to the original idea of the Kabutama family, they wanted to truly release the sins in hell back to Soul Society in the form of spirit sons through the medium of the god of death. The best thing to do is to defeat the sinner in hell, and then use the power of the Kabutama family's sacred weapon, Zanpakuto Shimai, to carve a divine mark similar to an oath on his body. In this way, the power from hell will not be as violent, uncontrollable, and extremely aggressive as Zangren Maki. When he heard this, Higashino Shoaki knew that he was at a disadvantage, because regardless of whether he made that request, the Zanpakuto Shimai Posa would actually be handed over to him in the end. The only difference is whether after he returns from hell, he should return Shimai Posa to Kabutama Sayaka like Zangren Maki did. But because Kabutama Sayako forcibly communicated with hell, her body had already been entangled with the power from hell, and she could not move freely. He might die one day. If Higashino Shoaki really didn't return it, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, Higashino Shoaki was not shameless enough to regret it on the spot. Anyway, his goal had been accomplished, and it didn't matter whether there were any additional gains. Take a long breath of relief. Higashino Shoaki looked at the Zanpakuto that was placed in front of him, which was like a carving knife, Shimai World. There is no doubt that this is also a very special Zanpakuto. In fact, Higashino Shoaki believes that it should not be described as a Zanpakuto. Thinking of the other two artifacts in Soul Society that have exposed information, the ISE family's 8 Mirror Sword and the Tsuneyashiro family's 9 Heavens Mirror Valley. They are both Zanpakuto that have been passed down from generation to generation, and their use is also not restricted. The masters each have their own strengths. Then, do the other nobles who are also among the 5 nobles have similar artifacts? Higashino Shoaki held Shimai Posa with his left hand. It was too early for him to consider this issue now. The process of communicating with Shimai Posa is very simple, and there may be reasons for this that Doma Seizi has explained beforehand. Crossing the world to the other side, the world is dancing. As Higashino Shoaki's voice fell, the Shimai Posa in the palm of his left hand bloomed like a flower, and then the flying silver petals turned into the outline of a door in front of Higashino Shoaki. The only handle of the knife left in Higashino Shoaki's hand happened to be the handle of this door. As long as Higashino Hidichi pushes in gently, the door will open for him. If it is a normal beginning, there is no need for Higashino Shoaki to open the door himself. Those past beings who signed a contract with Shimai Posa will come out to fight for Shimai Posa's master. And the existence of these past does not require that they still exist now, as long as they leave traces in the past. If a more vivid metaphor is needed, then Higashino Shoaki believes that the word heroic spirit is the most appropriate to describe it. Unfortunately, it seems that this kind of summoning is not without cost. Whether it is communicating with heroic spirits, allowing them to come out to fight, or maintaining the consumption of their fighting, it all comes at the cost of the user's lifespan. This aspect is exactly the same as the Zanpakuto Kyuden Kyugeya of the Tsuneyashiro family. But fortunately, the heroic spirits need their lifespan as a price to come, but Higashino Shoaki doesn't need it when he comes. Chapter 8079 This hell is a bit shabby. Chapter 8079. This hell is a bit shabby. On a rainy night, the wind is calm, it's time to leave. After everything was prepared, in fact, Higashino Shoaki had not prepared anything. Higashino Shoaki opened the door to the other world made by Shimai Posa in his hand. Behind the door, there is dark desolation and endless wilderness. The first impression is that it looks very similar to Hueco Mundo. Higashino Shoaki completely stepped into it, the door to the other world was closed, and Shimai Posa returned to his hands. Then, the boundless wilderness in the distance began to roll up, and the surrounding desolation turned into substantial spiritual pressure and pressed towards Higashino Shoaki. What's going on? Although it was the first time he faced such an unbelievable thing, Higashino Shoaki's reaction speed, which he had trained for a long time in Soul Society, was not slow at all. Attack, soldiers! Good soldiers, clever strategies! The 73 of the Binding Dao, Fire, and Overturning Mountain Crystal. The inverted triangular cone-shaped defensive array instantly wrapped Higashino Shoaki, and the flame particles formed a high-temperature protective barrier around the periphery, reinforcing the defense of the inverted mountain crystal itself. However, what shocked Higashino Hideichi was the countless lights that suddenly flashed around him. Having been a sparring partner in Hueco Mundo countless times, he is extremely familiar with these lights. False flash, as the saying goes, sound follows light. After the dazzling bright light completely illuminated the dark space, there was a deafening series of explosions. The spirit particles were shattered. Even though Higashino Hideichi tried his best to use his decent slashing technique to stop those virtual flashes. But the narrow space and the almost incalculable number of virtual flashes made Higashino Hideichi unable to avoid or retreat. For a moment, Higashino Hideichi had the illusion that he was being ravaged by Kai-8 Stark. After the aftermath, Higashino Hideichi fell to the ground in a bloody mess, facing up and gasping for breath. Just now, he had activated his infinite regeneration countless times, which barely saved his life. It is worthy of being the hell that suppressed countless spiritual pressure masters in the history of Soul Society. Just this first gift made Higashino Hideichi admire it. But in the end, he was careless. Higashino Hideichi had never expected that the fighting etiquette of hell was so decisive and straightforward. They didn't even consider probing, and they just went all out. It was at this time that Higashino Hideichi finally saw clearly what had just attacked him. An ancient hollow, with a huge body dozens of stories high, stood in front of Higashino Hideichi. Its head, like a pitcher plant, was closing rapidly above it, and a circle of hollow flash was shining again. Did I just fall from such a high place? For some reason, the first question that came to Higashino Hideichi's mind was such an irrelevant question. Then Higashino Hideichi raised his Zanpakuto. Tracing the origin of the art of war, the solution, the smile with a dagger. A powerful spiritual pressure burst out from Higashino Hideichi's body, and the instantaneous improvement brought by the solution temporarily restored most of Higashino Hideichi's physical strength. And with physical strength, it means that his infinite regeneration ability can continue to take effect. The pride of heaven, the iron wall, the dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, the wolf runs, cut off the sky and the earth before it collapses. The 81st way of binding, the broken sky. The black 8-petal flower bloomed above Higashino Hideichi, and a transparent spirit particle wall was formed. Then Higashino Hideichi jumped directly, with one hand behind the black 8-petal flower, pushing the broken sky upward like a shield. This is exactly the skill that Higashino Hideichi learned from the previous battle with Cap Holmes. The virtual flash above poured down like a hail of bullets, and Higashino Hideichi knew that his broken sky could not hold for long. But just let me get to the same level as you. Higashino Hideichi returned to the place where he fell before. As he expected, the so-called endless wilderness he saw before was just the camouflage color inside the head of this big void hole. Before the air brake completely lost its effect, Higashino Hideichi used instant step and landed in the center of the head of the hollow, allowing those hollows that broke through the defense to pierce his body. Higashino Hideichi inserted the Zanpakuto in his hand into the body of the hollow below and chanted in a low voice. The explosion and roar continued to linger in the sky. It even attracted two hollows farther away to slowly approach this side. Hideo number 99, 5 dragons turned destroyed. After chanting, Higashino Hideichi used the most lethal moves he had mastered so far, despite those hollows that seemed to be free and even ignored the hollow's own body. The dragon flew out of the clouds and left in the mist. The huge hollow's body was instantly torn apart and swallowed until it disappeared. But is this the end? Higashino Hideichi really wanted to tell himself that it was over. But the reality was not like that. Looking at the hollow that was reconstructing its body at a speed that he could not understand, Higashino Hideichi suddenly realized a problem, that is, it seems that all the monsters in hell have a way of infinite rebirth that is more beautiful than him. It can even be said that it is the rule in this small world. As an intruder outside the rule, Higashino Hideichi did not even have the opportunity to enjoy the bonus of this rule. This is a bit rogue. Higashino Hideichi held Shimai Pasa in his hand, and the difficulty of hell was far beyond his imagination. Now it seems that Maki Zangren was able to hold on for a while in this place at a level that ordinary captains might not have reached at the time, which is enough to brag to future generations about his proud achievements for several lifetimes. In Higashino Hideichi's current state, it is definitely not a big problem to get rid of this hollow a few more times, but there is no point in doing so, because no matter how many times he kills this hollow, that hollow is invincible in this hell. Then there are actually only two options for Higashino Hideichi. One is to use Shimai Posa to carve the divine pattern on this hollow, and the other is to directly release Shimai Posa again and return to Soul Society through the gate to the other world created by it. As for the other option that seems to be an option, going to other areas in hell, Higashino Hideichi looked around and slowly after approaching the two ancient giants, he decisively crossed them out. There are ancient great voids like 3 heads in any place you walk through, so how about other places? If there were a few more, Higashino Hideichi might not even have the chance to use Shimai Pojuo to escape. Therefore, after a small inner struggle, Higashino Shuiki chose to try the first option first. You can't return without success, right? However, the ideal is very full, but the reality always has a kind of skinny beauty. Faced with the huge ancient void that could not be subdued with absolute strength, Higashino Shuiki had no way to completely carve the divine pattern on his body with Shimai Pojuo. Because every time a critical moment comes, there will always be interruptions. Either the position where the divine mark was engraved was destroyed by the ancient great void himself using a virtual flash, or Higashino Hideichi faced the overwhelming attacks and had to use a hidden knife in a smile to relieve himself of the pressure, and then reduced the pressure, and if he was not careful, this ancient great void was destroyed. Whenever this happens, this ancient giant Su shows his wisdom as the top hunter in Hueco Mundo in ancient times, skillfully showing Higashino Shuiki what the most efficient suicide is. From the softest and weakest part of his body, he was facing himself with a ruthless flash. Everyone who comes here has to admire that efficiency. Seeing that he was really at his wit's end and his physical strength was about to bottom out, Higashino Shuiki really didn't want to keep struggling like this anymore. Taking out Shimai Pojuo again, Higashino Shuiki was ready to leave this ghost place. Wait until his incorporation is completed and the Spirit King fragments have melted into several pieces before making any plans. However, some people or things just like to be late, or in other words, just like Higashino Shuiki once treated Kosugitsu Susuke, the turning point will not begin until Higashino Shuiki gives up. It was a white ball the size of a brown bear. It had no eyes, ears, nose, or limbs. It had only a bloody mouth and terrifying jagged teeth inside. And I don't know if it was Higashino Shuiki's illusion, but he always felt that the surrounding environment had become darker than before. Crossing the world to the other side, the world is dancing. Looking at this new monster, Higashino Shoaki didn't hesitate at all. He quickly retreated away from the monster and solved Shimai Pojuo. At the same time, he didn't forget to add one to himself after finishing Shimai Pojuo. Layer of Protection. 73 of the Dao Bindings, overturning the mountain crystal. Looking at the azure blue inverted triangular cone-shaped spirit defense formation, Higashino Shoaki felt so safe. Who can tell me why there is another one of this thing? And why it could eat my binding channel in one bite without any effort? Higashino Shoaki shouted crazily in his heart. The new creature that suddenly appeared in front of you can simply be described as evil. With Higashino Shoaki's current strength, even Anohanaretsu would have to cut several times to break the mountain inverted crystal that he could create in his unsolved state. In the end, the monster only took one bite? Rounding things off, is that monster more powerful than Uzuki Hanaretsu? Then there is another such monster. What kind of hellish fairyland, fairy purgatory is this? At this moment, Higashino Shoaki really wanted to pull Maki Kurito out and whip the corpse, and then ask him how he stayed in such a ghost place for more than half a day. Higashino Shoaki estimated that it would probably be less than half an hour since he came in, right? I can't afford to offend him, I really can't afford to offend him. This reminded Higashino Shoaki of a game he played in his previous life. Military chess is a fun game to play. It was obvious that the ratio of friends and foes should be close to 50:50, but in the end, he just turned over a chess piece that was surrounded by enemy troops. And just when Higashino Shoaki was about to push open the door and rush back to Soul Society, a big foot wearing wooden clogs fell from the sky, and accurately landed on the door of the other world in front of Higashino Shoaki. He returned to his Zanpakuto form. At the same time, a rough male voice came from above Higashino Shoaki. It's been a long time since I've seen a new Shinigami, and you're not wearing Captain Hayori? Hey, boy, weren't you the captain when you died? Higashino Zaiwichi looked up. What strikes the eye is a familiar white color. Sewn on the elegant captain's feather fabric was the sharp number 11, as if it had been cut by a blade. Captain Giri Yashiki. Higashino Shoaki called out his name in surprise. And being called out by name, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki obviously became more curious. He pinched his chin with one hand, as if remembering. Magnetic Valley Locust Fresh Duan Yaejun. Thanks to Zayazai for the 600-point reward. Chapter 8180 Praising and Praising Kayashiki. Chapter 8180 Praising and Praising Kayashiki. In hell, under the dome. The ancient Daigzu, who had been so arrogant just now, lay on the ground shivering, and the two Daigzu who were planning to come over also chose to leave wisely. Higashino Shoaki looked at the familiar face in front of him and was very excited. Captain Kuriyashiki, you may not know me, but I do know you. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Higashino Shoaki's hanging heart was completely relieved, because Kuriyashiki Kenpeki was known as a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yamamoto Genryugi. Although he is definitely not as perverted as Genryu Yamamoto in his peak period, if he just wants to protect Higashino Shoaki's life in this hell, it is definitely more than enough. More than 200 years ago, you were the number one in Soul Society. When I was the captain of the 11th Division, I was still a civilian in Rukanga. At that time, I was lucky enough to see Captain Kuriyashiki leading the team members to return from Hueco Mundo in victory. Higashino Hideaki's movements were so exciting that people who didn't know would most likely regard him as Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's little fanboy. Obviously, those who can become the captain of the 11th Division, except for a certain first-generation captain who is somewhat unsociable, will not be too high in terms of emotional intelligence and vision. After being praised by Higashino Shoaki, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki sat on the round sphere with a satisfied smile on his face. Yet, more than 200 years ago, I remember. At that time, there was a Vastad in Hueco Mundo who overestimated his ability to provoke us. I saw that he was unhappy, so I chased him to Hueco Mundo and killed all his men. If there hadn't been a Vastad that claimed to be Bailgang in the end, and disrupted the situation, I would have had one more Vastad in my record. Listening to Kuriyashiki Kenpeika's tone that killing a Wastad was no different from killing a chicken, Higashino Shoaki took a deep breath. What does it mean to be a top boss? This is what it means. Whether it's Aizen, Kaed, or Anohanaretsu, all of them always pretend to have no particularly powerful abilities in front of him. Even Zaraki Kenpeika lost his true self while enjoying the fun of fighting again and again. A truly capable person should readily admit it, like Kuriyashiki Kenpeika. As expected of Captain Kuriyashiki. Higashino Shoaki flattered. But what do you mean? You came from more than 200 years after my death. Fortunately, Kuriyashiki Kenpeika did not lose himself in Higashino Shoaki's praise. He quickly discovered the key information in Higashino Shoaki's words. More than 200 years ago. It turns out that he has been in this ghost place for more than 200 years without knowing it, or even longer. Yes, Captain Kuriyashiki, I have been very inspired since I heard about the May record V. It is precisely because of you that I have strengthened my dream of becoming a Shinigami. I have always longed to become a god of death like you one day, able to come and go freely in Hueco Mundo, and suppress Vastad with my own power. Higashino Hideaki's eyes flashed with admiration. At this moment, Kuriyashiki Kenpeika seemed to be a light in his eyes, a light guiding him on the way forward. He said it so impassionedly that even Kuriyashiki Kenpeika felt a little embarrassed. Hey, kid, you're flattering me a little too much. In Soul Society, there must be many Shinigami who are stronger than me. Captain, you don't need me to say more, right? That boy from Mole City, if he can inherit my name as Kenpeika, is better than me. He must be doing well now, right? Kuriyashiki Kenpeika thought of all the events, the celebration party he had just returned from Hueco Mundo's victory, the cold and calm-looking Mole City, the duel that surprised everyone, and the decisive will of Mole City. The desire to win. He never resented Mole City Kenpeika for killing him that day, and he never regretted not using the solution that day. Because that is the fate of the captain of their 11th division, and it is also the inheritance of the name of Kenpeika. If you lose, you lose. To blame it on the fact that you gave up the solution that day because you were worried that releasing the solution would destroy the spirit garden. This is not what a Kenpeika should think. But looking at Higashino Shoaki's coy expression, the look on Kuriyashiki Kenpeika's face began to change. That kid from Mole City was also killed. Kuriyashiki Kenpeika frowned. What happened recently? Otherwise, if someone as powerful as him fell here, I might not have noticed it for so long. Arrive. The response to him was still silence. Higashino Shoaki bit his lip, his eyes wandering, no longer looking at Kuriyashiki Kenpeika with the same longing as before. Hey, boy, although you are the Shinigami of the Godei 13th Division, and it sounds like you have a close relationship with me, I will definitely protect you in this hell, but I don't like others showing off in front of me. There was a little displeasure on Kuriyashiki Kenpeika's face. This may also be the reason why he has lived in this boundless hell for a long time. Kuriyashiki Kenpeika, who was originally a role model for an excellent captain, has much lower patience than when he was in Soul Society. Okay, Captain Kuriyashiki. Seeing that Kuriyashiki Kenpeika had given him an ultimatum, Higashino Shoaki no longer persisted and explained to the former with great grievance, Mole City Kenpeika was imprisoned in the central room 46. In the endless hell. What? The terrifying spiritual pressure instantly spread to the surroundings along with Kuriyashiki Kenpeika's violent mood swings. The ancient great void lying on the ground shivering, just touched this spreading spiritual pressure, and directly entered the resurrection process of the special version of hell. Higashino Shoaki, who was closer, swallowed with lingering fear. Fortunately, Kayashiki Kenpeika wasn't so confused that he couldn't tell the difference between friend and foe, otherwise, just this one blow would definitely be enough for him to eat several pots. Tell me, are those nobles avenging their personal vengeance? Obviously that boy from Mole City has made it very clear that he will not resent those nobles because of the consequences that his family should bear. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, who had no idea that the thoughts behind Moljo Kenpeki were gradually going to extremes due to exposure to the Soul King's will, instinctively connected the matter of Moljo Kenpeki's imprisonment and what happened to the Moljo family. "I'm sorry, Captain Kuriyashiki, I don't know this either. I can't tell you the answer." Higashino Shoaki lowered his head, clenched his fists, and replied in frustration. It seems that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki has not been given any answer, but in fact it seems that he has been given an extremely certain answer. At least, looking at Higashino Shoaki's equally unwilling actions, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki strengthened his guess. Mole City Kenpeki must have been framed by those damn nobles. Boy, if I'm not wrong, that strange Zanpakuto you used before can get you out of here, right? Kuriyashiki Kenpeki looked at Higashino Shoaki, his tone no longer relaxed and comfortable as before, and became extremely solemn. "Yes, Captain Kuriyashiki, my name is Higashino Shoaki, and I am currently the deputy captain of the 4th Division of the Godei 13th Division. This time I came to hell. I was actually entrusted by the Kabutama family, one of the 5 nobles. I came here to try to subdue a sinner or a guilty person, and then guide their spirit son back to the Soul Society to complete the purification." Higashino Shoaki answered truthfully. This kind of problem no longer needs to be covered up with lies. Only if it is true or false can people not discover the flaws at all. One of the 5 nobles, the Kabutama family. It's just that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki was obviously not satisfied with Higashino Shoaki's answer. A little surprise, let's see who can watch it first. Chapter 82-81 Hunter and Prey. Chapter 82-81 Hunter and Prey. In an unnamed empty space in hell, the newly resurrected ancient Great Void was fed up with this oppressive way of life, and decided to launch a counterattack against the abominable god of death, who was less than 1/10 of his height. Noisy. But he saw the god of death punching him in a very bad mood, and the air shattered. The body that had just been reorganized under the blessing of the power of hell collapsed instantly. "Captain, I want to learn this trick." Although the atmosphere at this time was very unsuitable for such an emotional expression, Higashino Shoaki's eyes shone when he saw the punch that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki threw out distractedly. That's why Kenpeki Kuriyashiki fell to his knees. "You said you work for the Kabutama family, one of the 5 nobles." Kuriyashiki Kenpeki was facing Higashino Shoaki this time, releasing his spiritual pressure without holding back. That high-density spiritual pressure, which was as thick as substance, just fell in front of Higashino Shoaki and touched it lightly. A bloody groove appeared on Higashino Shoaki's forehead. "Yes, Captain Kuriyashiki, I work for the Kabutama family, one of the 5 nobles." Higashino Shoaki replied in a neither humble nor condescending manner. "Let me ask you one last time, are you doing business for the Kabutama family, one of the 5 great nobles?" That terrifying spiritual pressure completely enveloped Higashino Shoaki's body this time. With just one thought from Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, Higashino Shoaki would be instantly shattered by this spiritual pressure. "Yes, Captain Kuriyashiki, no matter how many times you ask me, my answer is this. Because this is an indisputable fact. I will not defend it." Higashino Shoaki looked up at Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, firmness in his eyes. In an instant, the suffocating sense of oppression disappeared, leaving Higashikata gasping for air as his sweat had completely soaked the death domination suit. "Ha ha ha ha! Higashino Shoaki, you boy, you are very attractive to me. You are worthy of being the man who became the god of death because he admired me." Kuriyashiki Kenpeki laughed as if he had become a different person. But Higashino Shoaki knew that this should be the attitude that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki should have. In fact, Higashino Shoaki has always believed that when Aizen was disguising himself in Soul Society, the template he found for himself was Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. Because this is a man who is impeccable and almost perfect in terms of character, strength, and treatment of his team members and other Shinigami. He can die generously for the name of Kenpeki. You can also enter Hueco Mundo alone in order to avenge your teammates. Furthermore, he could impart his skills and experience to others, so much so that he personally trained Mole Changshuanja to be such an evil disciple. Perhaps, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki is just slightly weaker than the respective ceilings in these two fields in terms of intelligence and combat effectiveness. Such a god of death would rise up against him because a mere noble imprisoned Kenpeki of Mole City. Even with the debuff blessing of surviving alone in hell for more than 200 years, Higashino Shoaki would not believe it. Therefore, Higashino Shoaki was sure that this was just a test by Kenpeki Kuriyashiki. This is actually normal. Except for some Shinigami who only have fights in their minds. Any Shinigami with a little bit of mind will not be able to completely believe the words of a stranger so easily. Even if this person is his theoretical colleague. Higashino Shoaki guessed it right, and Kuriyashiki Kenpeki completely let down his guard against Higashino Shoaki. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank the Kabutama family. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have known that in Soul Society there were even Shinigami like you, Shoaki, who became the Shinigami because they admired me. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's hearty laughter failed to catch Higashino Shoaki's disguised emotions. It's just that I didn't expect that when I became the god of death, Captain Kuriyashiki would already. And before coming here, I asked the nobles of the Kabutama family, but they told me that I can only guide the sinners and guilty people in hell and make them return to the corpse as spirits. In the soul world, there is no way to bring Captain Kuriyashiki back intact, who has been branded with hell. There was indescribable sadness in Higashino Shoaki's tone. But Kenpeki Kuriyashiki has long looked down upon life and death. For him, hell may not be a good destination. What's more, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki looked at Higashino Shoaki, this god of death who could be said to have perfectly inherited his own will. Not only is he good enough in terms of ideological consciousness, but the fact that he accepted the commission from the Kabutama family, one of the 5 nobles, and came here as a deputy captain also shows that he has sufficient qualifications. Even if he, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, could make a mistake, would the Kabutama family, one of the 5 great nobles, do the same? How demanding those nobles are, it's not like they haven't seen Kuriyashiki Kenpeki before when he was still in Soul Society. The Shifunjin family, the Kukaki family, and the Shiba family, these 5 famous nobles, all of them are not carefully selected for their retainers. Not to mention the person who wants to come to hell for them and complete such a dangerous job, they must be very cautious. Zhang Grenmaki, I have something to say, I don't know whether I should say it or not. In addition, Higashino Shoaki was also dissatisfied with the performance of Mole Shizuang before. In the eyes of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, at this moment Higashino Shoaki is still an ordinary Shinigami vice-captain, that is, he is the perfect spiritual Jinhyuriki in Soul Society. It doesn't matter, Shoaki. As a dead god of death, you don't have to feel sad that you can't bring me back to Soul Society. I believe that other gods of death must be the same. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki took a step forward, came to Higashino Shoaki, stretched out his right hand and put it on the latter's shoulder, comforting him. Do the other Shinigami in hell really not want to return to Soul Society? Kuriyashiki Kenpeki knew that that was impossible, otherwise the Soul Society would not collectively call them, the Shinigami and Hollows, who fell into hell, sins. But he said that other gods of death are unwilling, so those gods of death must be unwilling. If they are not convinced, they can try him. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki felt that he still had this little bit of confidence. But Captain Kuriyashiki, Captain Moljo. Higashino Shoaki seemed helpless, but in fact he added a dose of excitement. Is Mole Changshuang that guy? When Kuriyashiki Kenpeki heard this, he habitually started rubbing his chin with one hand. Being in hell, it is obviously impossible for him to interfere with Soul Society. Part of his previous anger was feigned, and part of it was indeed true. He really didn't understand why Mole City Kenpeki was willing to be persecuted by those nobles. But what can he do? It is true that he has no opponent in this hell, but he is not strong enough to break the rules of this hell. The most that can be done is to create a small stove for Higashino Hide Ichi in this hell, take a shortcut, help him capture an ancient great void, and go back to explain the mission. Wait, turn on the small stove? Kuriyashiki Kenpeki suddenly thought, Higashino Shuaki never mentioned how long he would stay in this hell? It's normal to spend more time to subdue the ancient great void that has been strengthened by the power of hell, isn't it? Looking at the gradually perverted look in Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's eyes, Higashino Shuaki was very curious on the surface, but in his heart he was already opening the champagne. He knew that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki must have thought of that good idea. Because the top predators often appear in the form of prey. In this game, Higashino Shuaki is the hunter, and he is also the prey who takes the initiative to reveal his weaknesses. Thank you to Banana Flavor Nutrition Express for the big reward of 500 points. Chapter 83-82 What is a good boss? Learn from it. Chapter 83-82 What is a good boss? Learn from it. Is there daylight in hell? It seems there is none. The thick black is the eternal color of hell. Higashino Hide Ichi punched out, and the ancient body in front of him stagnated for an instant, then cracked and shattered. Choke. This is one of the results of his training at Kuriyashiki Kenpeki during this period. Compared with the immature white-knuckle fighting techniques that Higashino Shuaki had figured out in the past, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's boxing technique is more domineering and practical. There is no need to come into contact with the opponent, just through one's own spiritual pressure and spirit control skills, the opponent's spirit can be controlled, and then the power can be used to blast these controlled spirits apart. For the god of death and Su, being able to control the spirit child is equivalent to having the throat restrained. Therefore, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki named it choke. The success rate of using choke, as well as the range of influence, depend on Higashino Shuaki's own control over the spirit, as well as the spiritual pressure gap between Higashino Shuaki and the enemy. For Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, he can already strangle any sin in this hell at will. But Higashino Shuaki can't. He can only deal with some sins whose spiritual pressure is not much different from his, and the success rate is only about half. That's it for today's practice. You performed very well, Zaiui. Behind him came the clapping sound of Kenpeki Kuriyashiki. Since that day, Kenpeki Kuriyashiki racked his brains to fool Higashino Shuaki into becoming his close disciple and spiritual successor, and he has been inseparable from him and launched a series of devil training plans for Higashino Shuaki. For nothing else, I just hope that when Higashino Hide Ichi returns, he can help him ask Mole City Shuanja to find out what happened to Mole City Shuanja. He was imprisoned in endless hell by those nobles. And I hope that Higashino Shuaki will go to Hueco Mundo and help him find his old friend, Asido, who was the captain of the Soul Society expedition team. Just like Kuriyashiki Kenpeki believed in Mole Joso, he also believed that his old friend would never die in Hueco Mundo easily, even though more than 200 years have passed since Asido disappeared in Hueco Mundo. Years long. Got it, Captain. Hearing the compliment from Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, Higashino Shuaki immediately turned around and rushed towards Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, who was not far away. The time in hell is boring but also fulfilling. There is no alternation between day and night. Higashino Shuaki's daily life here is to rest and practice cutting people, and when he is tired of cutting, he will lie down and rest. The endless cycle repeats. If he hadn't been able to feel his strength growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Higashino Shuaki might have become numb long ago. Compared with the past training under Aizen and Anohanaretsu, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki has two here, which is an advantage that cannot be matched by any other place. The first one is that there is no shortage of suitable enemy sparring partners. With Higashino Shuaki's current strength, although in terms of the total combat power ranking of Soul Society plus Hueco Mundo so far, he should not even be in the top 20, but that is because the captain level has far more power than anyone else. Because of the gear depth. Looking at all circles of strength, there are very few Shinigami or Daigzu who can stand equal to or close to Higashino Shoaki. Therefore, it can be said that it is extremely difficult for Higashino Shoaki to find an opponent who is evenly matched with him in Soul Society or Hueco Mundo and use his hands to develop his combat potential. Not to mention that these opponents who are evenly matched with him may not have much time to practice with Higashino Shoaki. But this problem does not exist at all in Hell. Because of the sins that can be imprisoned here, their strength starts at the captain level, and besides killing people every day, they are killed. Only a handful of Shinigami like Kuriyashiki Kenpeki who stand at the top of the pyramid can completely follow their own rules. The Wool Axe. Secondly, the second advantage of Hell is that Higashino Shoaki can use all his strength unscrupulously here, without having to worry about whether he needs to report to the Central Room 46 like in Soul Society. Being held accountable afterwards. After a while, I worried that I might accidentally beat my sparring partner to death. For a while, he was worried that if he ran out of cards, exhausted his energy, and no one cared about him, he would be stolen by a random sidekick character who didn't even have a name. Every time he thought about this, Higashino Shoaki felt that he needed to criticize his two current bosses by name. An indigo dye, plus medical treatment, and a Mao no flower strong. One of them just wanted to watch the show, and wished Higashino Shoaki could squeeze out all his value. Except for the first few decades when I saw that Higashino Shoaki's physical strength was really poor and I helped him a lot, I almost never took action if I could. The other one is extremely careful, that is, he is wary of Higashino Hideka, and he also teaches the swordsmanship seriously and trains him at the same time. She is like a mad woman, wishing to kill Higashino Hideka on the spot every time. Compared with the current perfect boss like Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, Higashino Hideichi helps him when he is down, feeds him when he is hungry, teaches when he doesn't know how to teach, helps when there is something, and encourages when he is not good. They are like a world underground. He even stopped working for Higashino Hide for a whole time. He was used to being squeezed out of his labor force, but he had never experienced this kind of humanistic care. Unknowingly, you have been training with me for a long time. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki looked at Higashino Shoaki and said with some melancholy. Hearing the tone of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, Higashino Shoaki immediately understood. There is no feast that lasts forever, and his journey to hell may have to come to an end for the time being. According to Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's character, it is obviously impossible for him to just wait here stupidly for Higashino Shoaki's next return. The relationship between the two did not rise to that level because of this brief master-disciple friendship. And Higashino Shoaki estimated that even if it were a Sidolai, the best friend that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki had missed for so many years, he would not be treated like this. In other words, when Hide no Hide comes to hell again, he probably won't be able to meet Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. Hell is very big, and even after staying in it for so long, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki has never seen its boundaries. At the same time, hell is also very small, so small that it will overflow before it can contain many sins. Thank you very much, Captain, for taking care of me during this time. Higashino Shoaki gave a sincere gift to Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. The latter is worth doing. Kayashiki Kenpeki smiled. Sure enough, he is still the smart boy. I also found the sinner who could use ghost powers that you asked me to find before. Yukisa Ikeda was once the big villain in District 78 of North Rukanga. He once killed his area so that no one dared to enter. Even the captain of the 10th Division at the time had nothing to do with him. It's a pity that he was killed by a young man who appeared out of nowhere with only a shallow blow without any relief. I just don't know if it is the one who takes revenge. But I think his strength is completely sufficient as an opponent to test the results of your training with me during this period. Then please Captain, please take me there. Shoaki will never let you down. Higashino Shoaki replied respectfully. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Chapter 84-83 Prepare to Fight. Chapter 84-83 Prepare to Fight. There are no errand cars in hell. Higashino Shoaki knew this after asking several times along with Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. Because Kuriyashiki Kenpeki had never seen an errand car before. Although Kenpeki Kuriyashiki entered Hueco Mundo and was sniped by Bale Gang, at that time Bale Gang had just recovered from the serious injury suffered hundreds of years ago and had not completed the errand car. The special one belongs to the sublimation of life level. Bale Gang is like this, let alone other ancient great voids. Outliers like Kiyarda Stark are, after all, a very small minority among the minority. And without errand car, there would naturally be no return of the blade. This is the reason why Higashino Hideichi looks down on these ancient voids wandering in hell. After all, he went to hell with all his efforts, not because he really wanted to help the Kabutama family solve their problems. Higashino Shoaki wants to learn from Maki Kurito and use the power of these sins in hell to enhance his own strength. If he could, he wouldn't even mind helping the future Ichigo Kurosaki explore the road ahead of time, working in vain for hell, and thereby obtaining the formal right to use hell's power. Rather than like now, we still need to rely on the power of the Kabutama family's artifact. Therefore, Higashino Shoaki naturally focused on the sins in hell that originally belonged to the evil side of Rukanga. But it was impossible for him to speak out his thoughts directly. Otherwise, with the character of Kenpeki Kuriyashiki, he might even question Higashino Shoaki as to why he worked so hard to acquire such dangerous power. After all, from the perspective of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, with Higashino Shoaki's current strength, not to mention walking sideways in Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, it is at least at a level where no one dares to bully him casually, and there is no need to do such dangerous things. But Higashino Shoaki couldn't backhand tell Kuriyashiki Kenpeki that in the future there would be a man named Aizen who wanted to stand in the heavens, with his feet on the Soul Society and his hand on the Soul King's palace. There was also a Quincy named Waiwak. On the first day he came to Soul Society, he killed all the Shinigami in Soul Society. Later, there was a restless Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who created a small substitute Soul King, and brought another big wave to reality, Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. In front of these people, not to mention Higashino Shoaki's current strength, even Yamamoto Genryu, Rongyu, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in the history of Soul Society, has to be defeated. If you don't have any cheats or luck, usually captain-level people will give you food. Therefore, Higashino Shoaki once again showed his honest side to Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. I am very embarrassed to tell some of the things that happened to Maki Zangren. What a noble purpose it is to avenge the respected captain. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki had no reason to refuse Higashino Shoaki's request. But he also has his own idea, that is, Higashino Shoaki can take revenge, but he must take revenge himself, not by borrowing his hands. Otherwise, this kind of revenge would be cowardly and meaningless in the eyes of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. To this, Hideyoshi Higashino agreed, because it was exactly what he wanted. In hell, there is no direction. Everything is grey and black. Occasionally, you encounter some terrain similar to caves or canyons, which has no reference value. Because no one knows whether it will remain the same after a while. The power of changing the terrain is not worth mentioning in this small world. Therefore, whether to move forward or backward, left or right, all depends on personal feeling. Higashino Shoaki didn't know how Kenpeki Kuriyashiki mastered the sense of direction. Anyway, after following Kenpeki Kuriyashiki and walking east and west for a while, they saw a small forest formed by the gathering of ancient great gods. In the forest, Yukisa Ikeda, who had a mohawk, the shabby black robe he had worn when he was still in Soul Society, and bare feet, was enjoying a pleasant battle. Void flashes attacked him from all directions, with huge fists, rapid stampedes, and impacts like a building toppling over. Every moment, he is trying to take away Yukisa Ikeda's life. Most of these attacks will be blocked by Yukisa Ikeda and he will fight back. But occasionally, there are successes. But within a few seconds, Yukisa Ikeda would reappear laughing. This is a battle that will never have an end. Both sides are immortal, and neither can truly kill the other. Perhaps Ms. Hiwali will like this place? Seeing this scene, Higashino Shoaki suddenly thought of Yamato Nadeshiko, who was gentle on the outside but wild on the inside. If it were her, she would definitely be crazier than Yukisa Ikeda in front of her. That is to say, Anohanaretsu probably didn't know that hell would be like this, otherwise Higashino Shoaki estimated that he wouldn't even need Kurako Shunsui to fool him, and Anohanaretsu himself would rush to die. After all, for Ms. Hiwali, this place is not hell, it should be called heaven. Shoaki, you choose. No, it's not too late to give up. As a test battle prepared for you, I will no longer come to your rescue when you are in trouble like I did before. Standing next to Higashino Hideichi, Kenpei Kurayashiki folded his hands across his chest. Kenpei Kurayashiki knew very well that Hideichi Higashino did not enter hell through normal procedures, so Hideichi Higashino was not branded with the mark of hell. This means that Hideichi Higashino naturally has less guarantee of immortality than Yukisa Ikeda. The infinite regeneration ability given to Higashino Hideichi by the body fragments of the man only slightly narrowed the external advantages between the two. Captain Kurayashiki, please rest assured, Shoaki will never let you down. Higashino Hideichi was well aware of his own disadvantages. But from the moment he chose to seek the power of hell, Higashino Hideichi had already made up his mind. He gave up the original step-by-step, smooth promotion process. Wasn't it just to do everything possible to improve his own strength as quickly as possible? If he can't even get past Ikeda Yukisa, then Higashino Hideichi can only say that he deserves it. If there is an afterlife, he will definitely ask for a system father to support him. The art of war traces its origin and explains it. Without any polite words, Higashino Hideichi directly untied his Zanpakuto. But this is actually because only one person in this hell can use his Zanpakuto's Shikai ability. The other two abilities, controlling people, have no effect on the sins in these hells, and Peach Blossom Land is directly in a sealed state and cannot be used. The unruly dragon, the filthy land, the unstoppable rage, the source of awakening from dreams, the wild wind, the blazing flames, the ice, the thunder, the earth, breaking out of karma, returning without obstacles, destroying everything, and returning to the beginning of all things. 99 of the broken paths, the 5 dragons are destroyed. Chapter 85-84 Admi, Big Melee. Chapter 85-84 Admi, Big Melee. How does one say it? I'm not here to separate you, I'm here to join you. 5 fiery red dragons broke out of the ground and enveloped all the ancient great voids who were in the middle of a fierce battle and were completely unprepared. Then a dragon roar was sounded, and these ancient great hollows were killed or injured by Higashino Hideichi's sudden move. And Ikeda Yukisa, who was at the core of Higashino Hideichi's attack, also had one arm bitten off by one of the dragons. Then, without any hesitation, Higashino Hideichi took quick steps, charged forward, and slashed. This is a set of attacks that has long been integrated into his bones, but Ikeda Yukisa has more combat experience than Higashino Hideichi. Especially in the art of beheading. They had no way to learn Kido and Shunpo, so they spent their entire lives studying the art of killing. You can say that they have fewer fighting styles, but you can never say that they are not strong enough. Because in battle, sometimes all you need is a simple knife. Looking at Ikeda Yukisa, who blocked his attack with only one hand holding the sword, Higashino Hideichi did not hesitate at all. The 11th of the broken path, with thunder and lightning. This is only the breaking path numbered 11, and its effect is to conduct high-voltage lightning along objects. Simple effect, a very unusable ghost technique when dealing with the god of death. Because it is different from white thunder. White thunder is a directly converted paralysis effect, but lightning is essentially electric current. As long as the god of death reacts fast enough, he can directly use the ghost method with the same attributes to guide the lightning away. Therefore, Higashino Shoaki rarely uses it and only uses it occasionally when sparring with the Arankar in Hueco Mundo. An Aikida Yukasa is obviously not much different from an Arankar. He does not know the way of the Kido and has no means to divert lightning. The instantaneous high-voltage electric shock caused Aikida Yukasa to suffer cardiac arrest and body paralysis. Although his strength is enough to recover from this negative state quickly, Higashino Hideaki's speed is not slow either. With a twist of his wrist, he knocked the Zanpakuto in Aikida Yukasawa's hand away. Like a certain boy in Rukanga, this Zanpakuto was also taken by Aikida Yukasa from the dead god of death. It seems that the explosion will not happen soon. However, instead of showing any surprise, Aikida Yukasa laughed at Higashino Hideichi. "Death, you don't understand the rules of hell yet." Higashino Hideichi frowned. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong with his continuous attacks. Isn't the rule of hell that one can be reborn infinitely? The culprit who is endowed with special powers may have something that Higashino Hideichi doesn't know, but Aikida Yukasa is obviously not the culprit. It's bad. I've only taken Shoaki to deal with those ancient hollows before, and I've never let him fight against other Shinigami. He probably doesn't know that characteristic yet. Kenpei Kurayashiki, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw this scene and had a bad feeling in his heart. And Aikida Yukasa did not let Higashino Hideichi wait for long. When Higashino Hideichi was about to subdue him and carve the divine pattern on him with Ce Oposa. Be greedy, roar, be jealous, laugh, be crazy. Become the evil dog of hell, and appear in this world. Understand, you are haunted by evil spirits. Aikida Yukasa even arrogantly opened his arms and allowed Higashino Hideichi to paint on him with the Ce Oposa. And when Higashino Shoaki heard this very familiar chant, it was almost the same as Maki Kurito's previous interpretation, but there were slight differences. Can you use the solution without direct contact with the Zanpakuto as a medium? Higashino Shoaki didn't think that Aikida Yukasa in front of him would be smart enough to use the empty city strategy to deceive him, so he decisively gave up the half-engraved divine pattern and retreated. And just when he was less than 10 meters away from Yukasa Aikida, the Zanpakuto that was supposed to be high in the sky and was being picked up by Higashino Shoaki returned to Yukasa Aikida's hand in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the familiar ghost figure climbed onto Yukasa Aikida's body with a Jija smile. It makes one's hair stand on end. First level, second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level. Compared with the previous Maki Kurito who had to liberate and summon these evil spirits step by step, Aikida Yukasa liberated the final form in one go. Because he doesn't need to consider the boring question of whether his body can bear it. If you die, you can be reborn. This is the fighting style of hell. Looking at the ghost lingering around Aikida Yukasa, it was as if he was familiar with the traditional performance of a certain unlucky family in anime, Susanoo in his previous life. Although Higashino Shoaki had an accident, it would not be a reason to stop him from continuing to fight. Choke. He punched the air in front of him. Previously, Higashino Shoaki was worried that this move would damage Yukasa Aikida's body and prevent him from carving the divine mark, but now he thinks he doesn't need to worry too much about this problem. He has already seen the abilities of the first 3 stages of being haunted by evil spirits. If the ability of the 4th stage is to summon this guy like Susanoo, then this ghost should be very durable. The light of the sword flashes with the shadow of the sword. Being haunted by evil spirits is indeed a very suitable ability for Aikida Yukasa. With the protection of a circle of ghosts outside, no ability of Higashino Shoaki can harm Aikida Yukasa inside. This is very wrong. After the continuous battles and the resurrected ancient voids around them joined the melee, Higashino Shoaki realized the problem. The ability of Yukasa Aikida's 5th demon is likely to help him absorb all damage. Otherwise, no matter how strong the evil ghost is, it is impossible for any large-scale attack by Higashino Shuaki to be ineffective against Yukisa Ikeda, who is hiding in the ghost shadow. The black coffin, the thousand-handed bright sky-killing cannon, the cremation with one sword, and even the second annihilation of the 5 dragons, Higashino Shuaki could only see Yukisa Ikeda, who had eaten all his high-level breakthroughs, laughing wildly inside. Because we are in hell, these evil spirits who are one with hell can infinitely borrow the power of hell. Unless my spiritual pressure can reach the level of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki or even stronger, I can directly break through it once the ghost's endurance limit, otherwise he would be invincible. That's what it means, right? Higashino Shuaki felt that his condition had begun to decline. Although after training with Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, his control over his own spirit had made great progress. In terms of sustained combat effectiveness, he was far from what he had been in the past. But facing Yukisa Ikeda and so many ancient masters around him at the same time, he was still a little overwhelmed by this melee. Higashino Shuaki knew that he could not drag on this battle any longer. Although his judgment may not be correct, now he could only make a desperate move. If you succeed, you will complete the set goal and triumphantly return to Soul Society. If it doesn't work, it won't be too bad to just leave in despair, with the strength that has been trained by Kenpeki Kaji Yashiki. Ha 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 ha, Death Boy, you're done. It doesn't matter, it's just the beginning now, we still have time to play in the future. Ikeda Yukisa, who was walking leisurely among the false flashes fired by the ancient great voids, looked at Higashino Shuaki, who was distanced from him in mid-air, and provoked him arrogantly. Higashino Shuaki did not reply, but his eyes became cold. The terrifying spiritual pressure gathered and compressed on him like a cyclone, while carrying the power from hell. Breaking the way, hell, execution song. I picked up a mistake and went to Sanjiang, so although the average booking has not reached the figure I mentioned before, I will try my best to try to get 10,000 per day these days. P.S. Don't expect too much. Chapter 86-85 Hell Execution Song. Chapter 86-85 Hell Execution Song. Have you used this trick? In the distance, Kenpeki Kuriyashiki looked at the changes in the center of the battlefield, recalling the idea that Higashino Shuaki proposed to him shortly after he agreed to follow him to practice in hell. Captain, I want to develop a brand new ghost path so that I can guide these sinful spirits from hell back to Soul Society so that I can better release them. That's what Higashino Shuaki said that day. What a great idea! If you need my help, if you need anything, just tell me. This was the answer that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki gave Higashino Shuaki that day. Therefore, the ghost path in front of him can be said to be the product of the collaboration between him and Higashino Hideichi during this period of time. Higashino Shuaki provided ideas and ideas, while Kuriyashiki Kenpeki himself was responsible for studying the creation and casting of Kidu. Show them your power, Shuaki. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki looked at the center of the battlefield and said softly. In the distance, at the feet of Higashino Shuaki, as the Hell of the Broken Path and the Execution Song were played, the gray that belonged exclusively to Hell fell into the ground. Wailing, calling, and wailing, countless voices came from the underground. Those ones the ancient giants wanted to escape from this area, but found that their bodies had been tightly grasped by countless pairs of skeleton hands. Ikeda Yukisa jumped into the air one step early. He was just about to feel lucky that he reacted quickly enough, and then taunted Higashino Shuaki on the opposite side. However, he found that the ghosts around him also had grey skeleton arms growing out of them. In the distance, as the grey field stopped extending, Higashino Shuaki's body also stopped turning grey. At this time, half of his body was still the same as before, but the other half of his body had strangely turned into a human skeleton composed of black and grey. This is the power he briefly borrowed from hell to blame others. Wherever hell goes, all sins will be punished. The low voice is like a temple bell in the mountains, melodious and echoing, wandering in this grey field, directly hitting the heart of every sinful person inside. Then, it turned into black ash and spread to the ground. Nothing caught in the grey skeleton's arms can escape execution. Even if it is a ghost due to the ability of the Zanpakuto, this is no exception. The forces of hell and hell collide. After all, the ghostly shadow created by Yukisa Ikeda's Zanpakuto ability just borrowed some power from hell. Higashino Shuaki, on the other hand, allowed himself to temporarily become the guilty party, and used the guidance method to let the core power of hell directly execute everything in the field. This is a ghost path that can only be accomplished by Higashino Shuaki. Because he is the only one who meets the two demanding conditions of being able to guide the power of hell to infuse himself and being able to regain his body after being transformed into a half-body pseudo-human. The former was accomplished indirectly by Higashino Shuaki by borrowing the power of the Kabutoma family's sacred Zanpakuto Shiya Posa. In the latter, Higashino Shuaki's soul king nail fragments are at play. Once the song is over, all things will wither. In an instant, only Higashino Shuaki and Ikeda Yukisa were left on the originally noisy battlefield. This was the result of Hideki Higashino's deliberate control. Because Yukisa Ikeda could not be killed, he only killed Yukisa Ikeda's ghost. In this way, it is equivalent to sealing Yukisa Ikeda's seemingly unsolvable ability. Hee ha 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 ha. On the battlefield, Yukisa Ikeda was shocked at first, and then quickly started laughing. Because he discovered that although in this strange realm, his ghost shadow could not be resurrected with the help of the power of hell, those ancient voids that disrupted the situation seemed to have been temporarily cut off from the resurrection power of hell. But it was not easy for Higashino Shuaki, who used this move. The pseudo-human transformation of the half-body was the basis for maintaining this field. And Higashino Shuaki is not a blame person, and there is no way he has the ability to control his pseudo-shame human body. Therefore, the current Higashino Shuaki is equivalent to missing half of his body. The strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. On the other hand, Yukisa Ikeda himself, although his analytic ability has been sealed, it was not his analytic ability that made him famous in Soul Society's Rukanga. To be honest, his understanding was only learned after he came to hell. The real strength of Yukisa Ikeda lies in his cutting skills. The advantage is mine. This is the only judgment in Ikeda Yukisa's mind. Then, he charged towards Higashino Shuaki. However, just as he was about to rush in front of Higashino Shuaki, Higashino Shuaki's only one eye looked at him coldly. Choke. A voice without a trace of emotion, a simple movement without a trace of emotion. Ikeda Yukisa felt as if a transparent glass passage appeared in front of him. Then, it broke, shattering together with his own legs. After falling, Ikeda Yukisa's raised Zanpakuto failed to hit Higashino Shuaki's body. After falling down, Higashino Shuaki took out the Kabutoma family's Shimai Pojuo and began to carve divine patterns on Ikeda Yukisa's body calmly. This time, no ancient great void will come to disturb him again. Because no matter how many times they try to resurrect, they will be executed immediately by the continuous hell and execution song. Similar to the previous ghost of Ikeda Yukisa, in hell, Higashino Shuaki wants to borrow this power not to be too simple. But Higashino Shuaki estimated that if this ghost path was used outside of hell, its duration would probably plummet. Because his body may not be able to bear it. But that is what happens later. At least for now, Yukisa Ikeda has absolutely no chance of making a comeback. Once the divine patterns are carved, it's done. Higashino Shuaki released Ghost Road, Hell, and Execution Song. Conveniently sent Yukisa Ikeda to the west. The next moment, a brand new Yukisa Ikeda, who was dancing around with energy, appeared again. Only this time, the divine pattern carved on his body by Higashino Shuaki using Shimai Pojuo was still very conspicuous. If nothing else happens, this divine pattern will not disappear from his body until Higashino Shuaki completely drains his soul. Damn death! I know how to deal with you this time, come again. After the resurrection, Yukisa Ikeda saw Higashino Shuaki, and his first reaction was to scream for another chance. He had never seen divine patterns before and didn't know what it meant. But Higashino Shuaki didn't respond to Ikeda Yukisa, and didn't even think of looking at him again, so he turned around and walked in the direction of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. How can it be repaired? Are you looking down on me? Before he even finished speaking, Ikeda Yukisa saw a spherical white creature appear in front of him. In front of him, he opened his bloody mouth. Ah! In one bite, Ikeda Yukisa was swallowed into the stomach, and the huge tongue licked his body happily. The white spherical creature burped with satisfaction. This is the ability of Kureyashiki Kenpeiki's Zanpakuto Shikai, the Hungry Corridor. Today's little surprise. Chapter 87-86 Battle Plan, Flowers on the Tree. Chapter 87-86 Battle Plan, Flowers on the Tree. The sins in hell are all immortal, this is the iron law of hell. Therefore, the graduation test given by Kureyashiki Kenpeiki to Higashino Hideichi was just to let Higashino Hideichi defeat Ikeda Yukisa and successfully engrave the divine pattern on his body. Now that Higashino Hideichi has done it, Kureyashiki Kenpeiki will naturally help Higashino Hideichi deal with the things that happen next. It's just Ikeda Yukisa and some ancient hollows. They are just the souls killed by Kenpeiki Kureyashiki's Zanpakuto Shikai ability. With your spiritual pressure, you have achieved this level. After returning, you will definitely be more than enough to be a captain. Higashiki Hideichi did not tell Kenpeiki Kureyashiki why he is still a vice-captain. Therefore, the latter always thought that Higashiki Hideichi just couldn't beat other captains of the Godi I-13. In Kenpeiki Kureyashiki's opinion, it is possible. But after such a period of special training, Kenpeiki Kureyashiki felt that it should be no problem for Higashiki Hideichi to challenge a weaker captain after returning. I will try my best, Captain Kureyashiki. Higashiki Hideichi replied with great gratitude. Well, you can go back anytime now. If you stay here, I have nothing to teach you. Now you have reached the limit of your spiritual pressure. The more Kenpeiki Kureyashiki looked at Higashiki Hideichi, the more satisfied he was. It's a pity that he has come to hell now, otherwise if he is still in Soul Society, he will definitely ask Higashino Shuaki to join his 11th division. Kenpeiki Kureyashiki of course doesn't know that in fact, there is a Kenpeiki who has done this before, but was rejected by a certain Kenpeiki. Got it, Captain. Higashino Shuaki bowed to Kenpeiki Kureyashiki again. It is no exaggeration to say that the progress of Higashino Shuaki's learning from Kenpeiki Kureyashiki has far exceeded the sum of the past few decades. Uninterrupted training without considering the consequences is still far from the practice that could only be done secretly in the past. If Higashino Shuaki might have been a captain of the lower middle level in the past, then now, Higashino Shuaki can definitely compete with those captains with decent strength. At least, when he meets the development team Captain Garp Holmes of the West Shoal Bureau again, Higashino Shuaki will never show that kind of embarrassed look again. Cross the world, Ce Aposa. Holding Ce Aposa in his left hand, Higashino Hideichi opened the door to the other world again. When Higashino Hideichi completely passed through and returned to Soul Society, Kureyashiki Kenpeiki looked at the place where Higashino Hideichi disappeared, and a hint of interesting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I hope that next time we meet again, Shuaki-kun, you can bring me some surprises. Kureyashiki Kenpeiki had a premonition that there was a god of death like Higashino Hideichi who had a clear goal and was willing to completely accept the boring life for this goal and work hard day and night. The upper limit of spiritual pressure can only restrict him for a while, but it will never become a permanent obstacle. Perhaps, when the two of them meet next time, I will have to look up to him. On the other side, the dazzling sunlight, the fresh air, and the lingering feeling of suffocation in the hell that had been sticking to my body for a long time were swept away. Higashino Hideichi finally returned to the long-lost Soul Society. However, the place he returned to was not his home as expected. However, this was harmless. After simply using the ghost way to set up a barrier to block his sight, Higashino Hideichi sank into his inner world. After 10 years, his Zanpakuto finally called him again. In his inner world, the environment here has changed drastically. Originally, Higashino Hideichi should appear in an antique bookstore, surrounded by bookshelves, full of books, and a short desk in the innermost part, with a straw mat behind the desk. The man in a white cloak, full of scholarly spirit, should sit there elegantly, waiting for him to speak. The previous 2 experiences were like this, but this time it was not like this. Higashino Hideichi appeared outside the bookstore, surrounded by the familiar grayness. His body had not yet adapted to the dryness of the soul society, and he was pulled back to this suffocating feeling again. If Higashino Hideichi had not been very sure that this was his inner world, and that the vague spiritual connection of his Zanpakuto was in the small thatched house in front, he would have doubted that he had returned to hell. Is it like this outside, or did it become like this because I went to hell? Higashino Hideichi couldn't figure it out, because he hadn't tried to leave the bookstore twice before. When he opened the door, his Zanpakuto was still in that familiar position. Higashino Hideichi, he looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no change inside. Otherwise, Higashino Shoiki may really have to consider the environment in which he can unlock his Zanpakuto ability in the future. Walking into the bookstore, Higashino Shoiki came to the man who had transformed into his Zanpakuto. I'm actually not sure if I can get your approval for doing this, but after I came out of hell and was called by you, I figured it out. Higashino Shoiki looked at the man sitting opposite and said. With a smile on his face, the man just looked at Higashino Shoiki, waiting for the follow-up. I used to think that the unlocking condition is that I need to be the core executor of the plan, and the plan must be broad enough, involve enough people, and have enough influence. But this time you called me and made me think clearly. In fact, the key point is not those things, but whether I have obtained practical strength improvement for myself through strategies. If it does, you recognize that it was indeed used correctly. If not, the strategy is worthless in your eyes, right? Higashino Shoiki expressed his analysis. Unfortunately, the man opposite did not seem to intend to answer this question, but instead asked, So Shoiki-kun, do you know why I called you in this time? Higashino Shoiki restrained his urge to beat up the Riddler opposite him. It's really just like Aizen's love. With the help of the situation, if the force is small but the force is strong, when the enemy is approaching the mainland, its feathers can be used as a ritual. Higashino Shoiki can only be glad that he has not forgotten Sun Tzu's art of war that he had to brush up on almost every day in his previous life. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed if he couldn't even pass the test of his Zanpakuto. Although I have not officially used the results this time, the results are already obvious. The power of hell is similar to that of Quincy and full-bringing technique. They both belong to a combat power system constructed by a non-spirit king. They are not bound by the Ryotsu code and are almost code-like abilities. Therefore, even if my own strength is now restricted by the upper limit of spiritual pressure, so that there is no way to reach a higher level, I can still use the power of hell to explode in a short period of time with combat power that far exceeds my own strength. This is the plan to fight together, and the trees will bloom. It seems that Zaihoyi-kun, you are already familiar with this process. The man stood up from the straw mat, and the Zanpakuto appeared out of thin air in his hand. Only this time, 1/3 of the tip of the Zanpakuto, which was supposed to be fiery red like a blazing flame, turned into grey-black. This is... Even Higashino Shoiki, who thought he was well informed after spending hundreds of years in Soul Society, was not sure what was going on. Accept this power. But the man opposite didn't seem to want to explain Higashino Shoiki. Higashino Shoiki frowned, followed the instructions, pulled out his Zanpakuto, and then the two swords touched each other in the air. Soon, 1/3 of the tip of Higashino Shoiki's Zanpakuto was also dyed grey-black. At the same time, a strange information also poured into his mind. That is the information about Yukasa Ikeda's Zanpakuto's ability to interpret. Real names, new liberation words, and effects are all available. What does this mean? Higashino Shoaki couldn't understand. This tree has no flowers, but the tree has flowers. Where do the flowers come from? There is fragrance under the knife. The man recited a verse casually, and Higashino understood it in an instant. The ability to bloom on trees requires borrowing new power to strengthen himself, but this power cannot be created out of nothing, so his Zanpakuto directly stole part of the authority from Shimai Posa, and Ikeda, who should have completed the link with Shimai Posa Yukisa, shifted to his Zanpakuto. In other words, his Zanpakuto is actually equivalent to being in hell, secretly opening a back door from hell through the medium of Yukisa Ikeda. In the future, even if Higashino Shoaki returns Shiya Posa, he can still achieve indirect communication with hell by borrowing Ikeda Yukisa's Zanpakuto ability. In essence, it is not much different from using Shimabasa, except that if you use Shimabasa, it is impossible to bless Ikeda Yukisa's Zanpakuto ability. At the beginning, Zanjitomaki also gave up his Zanpakuto's solution in exchange for Ikeda Yukisa's Zanpakuto's solution. But Higashino Shoaki's tree blossoms are different. It is more direct and is a forced expropriation. Blossoms on the tree can directly superimpose Ikeda Yukisa's Zanpakuto ability on Higashino Shoaki himself, instead of having to give up his own Zanpakuto ability first, like Hiroyuki Maki did. But in this case, with Higashino Shoaki's current spiritual pressure and double pressure, the load on his body will definitely explode. How long it can withstand without collapse is completely unknown. But there is no doubt that this will be the strongest trump card that Higashino Shoaki has so far. Because in the face of Hell's special power that is close to the code, even if it is Yamamoto Genryu, Rongyu, or Aizen, if one of them is accidentally attacked by him, then it will definitely hurt your muscles and bones. In other words, today, after hundreds of years of hard work, Higashino Shoaki finally has the capital to intervene in the top battle. Even the time that this threat can occur may be very short. Chapter 88-87 Madarame Ikeku, You Look Good, 5K. Chapter 88-87 Madarame Ikeku, Look Going Up is Pretty Good, 5K. Opening his eyes, Higashino Shoaki found himself lying on the ground. My body and mind are indescribably exhausted. Just now, he had another fight with his Zanpakuto in his inner world. This time his performance was very good. He only died 619 times before making his Zanpakuto feel inadequate, thus I had to kick myself out of my inner world. One day, I will knock you down and let you tell me your real name in person. Higashino Shoaki thought so in his heart. Then he lifted the hidden ghost path he had set up. Having just returned from hell, he had a battle with his Zanpakuto in his inner world, which made Higashino not want to return to the spirit garden to report immediately. Anyway, he has been in hell for so long, so it's not a short amount of time. Walking along the flat dirt road at his feet, Higashino Shoaki planned to give himself a small day off. It can be regarded as a small reward for myself for the long period of special training. Soon, Higashino Shoaki came to a small village. They were in groups of 3 and 5, well proportioned, and there were women playing with their children on the street. This kind of harmonious and beautiful scene can undoubtedly only appear in the Rukonga area of Area 70 and above. Because the security situation after District 70 can no longer be described as poor. Wow, big brother, are you a foreigner or a new drifting soul? Before Higashino Shoaki could get close, a sharp-eyed little boy spotted him, ran over happily and jumped up and down, and asked Higashino Shoaki in a milky voice. What is magnesium? No one can resist an innocent and cute child, and Higashino Shoaki is no exception. Originally, he planned to take some time off for himself, so Higashino Shoaki's attitude at the moment was very in line with his personality, gentle and kind. A foreigner. Because the souls I have seen are all empty-handed, unlike my elder brother who carries a knife. The little boy pointed at the Zanpakuto on Higashino Shoaki's waist and said. Then the eldest brother is a foreigner. Can the younger brother take the eldest brother to visit your place? It would be better if there is a place where you can buy delicious food. Higashino Shoaki bent down and reached out to touch the little boy's head and said. He didn't expect that in a place like this, there would be people who didn't recognize death's domineering disguise. But if you think about it seriously, this is actually quite normal. After all, the death god's death armor has no special markings. It is normal for ordinary civilians to not be able to tell the difference. The Zanpakuto does not have any special markings. Only the captain of each division, Haori, and the special costumes of the nobles are slightly recognizable. Okay, I know that Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is very delicious. I will take you there. When the little boy heard that Higashino Shoaki wanted to eat something good, his eyes smiled even more happily. Higashino Shoaki felt that his purpose for finding him might be to solicit business for that Uncle Ichiraku. But this doesn't matter to Higashino Shoaki. Anyway, it's not about eating anywhere. It's not like the god of death really needs to eat. Eating is just an excuse for Higashino Shoaki. He just wanted to re-experience the life of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and leisurely seeing Nanshan during the civilian period in this unknown small village. Otherwise, once he returns to the Lingting courtyard, he will probably start living that kind of life all the time again. We all have to live with masks. However, Higashino Shoaki followed the little boy a few steps, and as soon as he stepped into the village, he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Did I guess wrong? Isn't this an area numbered below 70? Higashino Shoaki frowned, not very happy. He just wanted to relax, but he didn't want his little vacation to be disturbed by those evil people. Do you often have bad people coming here to cause trouble for you? Higashino Shoaki sensed it and did not find any overly powerful spiritual pressure, but it might be because there was no need to release any overly powerful spiritual pressure to deal with these seemingly defenseless ordinary civilians. No. The little boy shook his head, looked at Higashino Shoaki in confusion, and found that the latter was looking in another direction. He looked in the direction, and then he knew why Higashino Shoaki asked this question. Oh, brother, do you think there are evil people in front of you? No, Brother Madarame is probably looking for a fight with other brothers again. The little boy explained to Higashino Shoaki without being surprised. Madarame. When Higashino heard this somewhat familiar last name, his mind began to quickly search for past memories. Soon the image of a bald head was fixed in his mind. Isn't it Madarame Ikeku? Higashino Shoaki thought secretly in his heart. Speaking of which, Higashino Shoaki also remembered that in order to increase his credibility, he went to Rukonga to coax Zaraki Kenpeki into the 11th Division and became the captain. It's true that I haven't seen Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika for a long time. These two Shinigami, who are supposed to be Zaraki Kenpeki's biggest fans, joined the 11th Division. Could it be because I am better than the original? The reason why Kenpeki Zaraki was coaxed into the 11th Division a long time in advance, which led to the fact that Madarame Ikeku and Yumichika Ayasukawa haven't met Kenpeki Zaraki yet. Higashino Shoaki thought to himself, with a smile on his lips. This is interesting. These two are the backbone of the new generation in Soul Society in the future. Without them, Soul Society will lose two mid to high-level combat forces that can be called upon in the future. This will obviously have a certain impact on the formation of Soul Society at that time. But Higashino Shoaki immediately changed his mind and thought, it seems that his boss Aizen doesn't care about Madarame Ikeku's level of combat power. In the original plot of the battle in Karakura town, Aizen was very show-off against N captains. As his most loyal subordinate, he should give his boss a perfect opportunity to show off. To summarize briefly, these two possible future troubles can be solved here, but it is not necessary. Aizen definitely doesn't care about how many ants there are. Higashino Shoaki himself doesn't care, since these two people don't pose any threat to him anyway. Don't ask, just ask about the confidence that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki gave him after a trip to hell. So Higashino, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became dull and boring. "If you don't mind, Big Brother, we can take a detour to avoid Big Brother Madarame and the others." Seeing Higashino Shoaki standing there, the little boy seemed to be hesitating. He didn't want to lose this customer, so he immediately anxiously pulled Higashino Shoaki's corner and suggested, "Well, I listen to you." Dong Yexiu nodded. After thinking about the matter, he really didn't care much about Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika. As for whether these two people can finally join the 11th division, he doesn't care much. But sometimes, fate likes to play tricks on people. The more you don't want to pay attention to things, the more they will come to you in a wonderful way. Just as Higashino Shoaki was about to follow the little boy into the alley next to him and take a detour, a bald man wearing a white cloth jacket and holding a knife in his hand chased another man out of the corner of the far street. He rushed out, and the former kicked the stick out of the latter's hand. Seeing the wooden stick flying towards him by accident, Higashikata subconsciously stretched out his right arm and tapped his index finger on the wooden stick. There was a click. The wooden stick broke into two halves in the air, and then flew towards both sides while grazing Higashino Shoaki's body. The response is so fast. At this time, a man who had just arrived had a girl's hair, good looks, and was wearing a robe embroidered with red patterns. She was not a woman, but more like a woman. When she saw this scene, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Higashino looked over. As expected, the bald man was Madarame, and the man who was more beautiful than the woman was Yumichika Ayasukawa. "Oh Moses Roy, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here?" Seeing a man who obviously had a certain level of strength appear in front of him, Madarame immediately felt that the man he had just chased and beaten was no longer good. "Yes, but I'm not interested in fighting. You don't need to show me that longing look." How could Higashino Shoaki not know what Madarame Ikeku's look in his eyes meant? He is literally carved from the same mold as Zaraki Kenpeki. What's more unfortunate is that Higashino Shoaki has seen this look in a woman's eyes. Both of the above two people brought not very good memories to Higashino Shoaki, especially the latter. Sometimes Higashino Shoaki would wake up at night because he dreamed that he was hacked to death by her. Therefore, Higashino Shoaki really doesn't like this look now. But Madarame Ikeku doesn't pay that much attention to Higashino Shoaki. "Don't want to fight me? It doesn't matter, then I'll force you to fight me." Madarame Ikeku didn't think there was any problem with this at all, because no one in the village wanted to fight him, but he did it every time. "Then it's not up to you, foreigner, remember my name is Madarame Ikeku." After saying that, Madarame Ikeku held the unsheathed sword in his hand and rushed towards Higashino Hideichi. "People like you are really annoying." Looking at Madarame Ikeku who couldn't listen to what he said, Higashino Shoaki really had a headache. If he had known that things would turn out like this, he should have found a reason to leave for a while, and then used a shielding ghost to secretly kill Madarame Ikeku and Ayase River Yumichika. Now he appears openly in front of everyone. With his status, he must not kill people casually. Otherwise, after he disappeared for such a long time, the first thing he did when he reappeared was to kill civilians. This would make the Central Committee 40 what do the guys in room 6 think? At this time, Higashino Shoaki wished that his Zanpakuto ability was also mirrored. Stretching out a finger and placing it on the tip of Madarame's sword, Higashino Shoaki released his spiritual pressure without any hesitation. The powerful spiritual pressure directly shattered the blade and scabbard together. But at the same time, Higashino Shoaki also deliberately controlled his spiritual pressure so that it did not affect anyone around him. This kind of approach would definitely not be possible if it were Higashino Shoaki in the past. Because in the past, Higashino Shoaki's control over spirit and spiritual pressure could not reach the level of sophistication now. It's a pity that Madarame Ikeku doesn't understand Higashino Shoaki's good intentions at all. Feeling the powerful spiritual pressure released from Higashino Shoaki, Madarame Ikeku was sweating profusely, his heart was beating fast, and his blood flow rate was soaring. This is the powerful opponent he has always wanted to find. He didn't feel sorry for his destroyed sword for a moment. The next moment, he hit Higashino Shuaki on the head with Madaram's right fist filled with hot emotions. "Madarame Ikeku, you're going too far." And in response to Madaram's gesture, which made the latter's heart suddenly stop for a moment, it was Higashino Shuaki's cold gaze. With a mistaken punch, Higashino Hidechi punched Madarame Ikeku in the abdomen. The impact was like a mountain, and Madarame was blasted hundreds of meters away, leaving a shallow ravine on the ground. Then Hideyoshi Higashi stepped out of the way, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Madarame Ikeku, who fell to the ground and couldn't get up. To be honest, Higashino Shuaki really didn't want to pay attention to this fighting madman like Zaraki Kenpeki, but he had to pay attention. Because his identity does not allow him to kill a civilian without reason. Especially when he disappeared for such a long time. "Is he dead?" Higashino Shuaki asked Madarame Ikeku at his feet indifferently. "Ahem." Madarame coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and the pain in his abdomen made him almost speechless. "I lost, kill me. As long as you're not dead." Higashino Shuaki didn't want to talk nonsense with Madarame Ikeku, so he stretched out his hand to tap Madaram's corner, and used it in return, and the soft spiritual power enveloped Madaram's horn. "Why do you want to save me?" Just when Higashino Shuaki felt that Madarame Ikeku should not die and was about to turn around and leave, Madarame Ikeku forced his body to stand up and asked towards Higashino Shuaki's back. Hearing this, Higashino Shuaki did not stop, but said calmly, "If you must want an answer, I can only answer you. I am a Shinigami, working in the 4th Division of the Godai 13th Division. My duty is to save lives, not kill people. Even if I want to kill you, will it still matter?" Madarame Ikeku shouted loudly. In response to this, Higashino Hidechi stopped slightly and said, "When will you be able to do this? Will you be qualified to ask me this question?" Higashino Shuaki remembered that in the plot, Madaram's character admired Zaraki Kenpeiki's warlike nature, so he followed Zaraki Kenpeiki without hesitation and joined the 11th Division. But Higashino Shuaki felt that he already had Matsumoto Ranjaku and Kisaragi Sushik on hand, and occasionally had to run small jobs for Zeihao, and he had no energy to train new assistants. In addition, he really doesn't like Madaram's character, and it reminds him too easily of his own nightmare. Therefore, Higashino Shuaki decisively chose to adopt his own character, gentle and war-weary. In this way, Madarame Ikeku will stay away from him honestly, right? Higashino Shuaki thought so firmly. And just after Higashino Shuaki left, Yumichika Ayasukawa also rushed over and found Madarame Ikeku, whose injuries were gradually getting better because of Higashino Shuaki's reply. "How are you, Ikeku?" "Yumi-chan. Do you know the god of death?" "Well, those who are responsible for managing our Rukanga, as well as those who help drive away those evildoers, and those who deal with the hollows who invade Soul Society, are all Shinigami. Then let's become the god of death too." Ayasukawa Yumichika looked at the fire igniting in his best friend's eyes. Although he didn't quite understand why Madarame Ikeku suddenly had such thoughts, he thought it must have something to do with the mysterious foreigner just now. If that person is the god of death, he should indeed have that kind of terrifying strength. No problem. Yumichika Ayasukawa unconditionally supports her best friend's ideas. After receiving a positive reply from Yumichika Ayasukawa, Madarame looked more firmly towards the direction Higashino Shuaki left. "Just wait, Madarame, will one day be qualified to stand in front of you and let you tell me the answer to that question in person." But Higashino Shuaki, who had already left, had no idea what Madarame Ikeku had in mind. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to care about Madarame for a while. Because a hell butterfly found him accurately. It was a summons from Captain Yamamoto Genryu Ranjayu. Very strange, very weird, and very sad. What's strange is that the first person who came to him turned out to be Yamamoto Genryu, Rongyu, and not Kabutama Sayoko from the Kabutama family, nor Anohanaretsu and the others, nor Aizen and Kaikimikuro. What's weird is that it's a bit outrageous for a creature like the hell butterfly to be able to find his location in this way. What's sad is that he finally wanted to give himself an adjustment vacation, but it was over before it even started. At the same time, in the basement of Kabutama's house, Sayoko Kabutama still looked so weak, with 5 evil spirits on his body greedily sucking the spiritual power from his body. And where Higashino Shuaki was before, standing was an old man, with the number 1 Captain Hayori engraved on his body, indicating his identity. So, the head of the Doma family, you contacted me specifically because you wanted to tell me that Higashino Shuaki, the former vice-captain of the 4th Division, the god of death, was sent to hell by you during this period. Yes, Captain. Doma Sayoko's ethereal voice echoed in the secret room. Head of the Kabutama family, you should be very clear about what hell means. Zangren Maki only went to hell for a while, and he became like that when he came back, but Higashino Shuaki stayed in it for a full 5 years. Captain, Shimei Posa told me that Shiuyu-jun is fine. I believe in Shimei Posa and I believe in Shiuyu-jun. But it is the power of hell after all. The Kabutama family members and the Makaizo people still have their lessons learned. I will check Higashino Shuaki carefully. There was silence in the secret room for a long time before Doma Sayazi spoke quietly. Then Captain, if Shuaki-kun has a problem, what will you do? I will return the Kabutama family's artifact, Shimei Posa, to you. Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu replied, there was no wave in his tone. Chapter 89-88 The Sense of Crisis from Yamamoto. Chapter 89-88 The Sense of Crisis from Yamamoto. Soul Society, the Spirit Garden, the first team building. The wind here today is particularly noisy. It seems that all the team members have been sent away long ago. When Higashino Shuaki stepped here, there was no one in the huge open space of the team building. Continuing to walk dozens more steps inside, Higashino Shuaki saw an acquaintance, the deputy captain of the first team, Takuchojiro. You're here, Shuaki-kun. Jiro Kojiro looked at Higashino Shuaki and said, hello, vice captain of the bird division. Higashino Shuaki said in a normal greeting. Then, the two of them walked to the captain's lounge tacitly. Along the way, the team building was still empty. In the past, there should have been a steady flow of death gods, but now there are only a few. There is no doubt that there is definitely a problem here. Higashino Shuaki knew it, but he had no way out. A terrifying aura locked onto him from the moment he entered the first team's team building. No need to guess, Higashino Shuaki knew who the owner of that aura was. If he wants to escape, in the current Soul Society, even Aizen may not be able to save him, let alone Aizen most likely will not save him. It's just that I've been missing for a long time, so it's not like this kind of battle, right? Higashino Shuaki was half in front of Takuchojiro. He knew that this was not a coincidence. It must have been intentional by Takuchojiro. Who to guard against? It's clear at a glance. Because he was directly shouted into the first team building by Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu in an ordering tone. Higashino Shuaki didn't even have time to find someone he knew well to find out how long he had been missing and what happened in the Soul Society during the time he was missing. So much so that he is completely blind now. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead drop by drop. By the time Higashino Shuaki arrived at the door of the captain's lounge, sweat had soaked the collar around his neck. His brain is running rapidly. The captain is waiting for you inside, Shuaki-kun. Jiro Kojiro stood 5 meters behind Higashino and said to Higashino. This is a subtle distance, because when Higashino Shuaki received training from Anohanaretsu, 5 meters was the best distance for him to instantly perform the strongest slash he could master so far, the caressing slash. Beyond this distance, the effect of caressing and slashing will be greatly reduced. Obviously, Takuchojiro has done some research. No, that's not right. The identity of Takuchojiro is not enough to make Retsu Anohana speak. Only the man who even Anohana Retsu admired, Yamamoto Genryu Urongyu, could make Anohana Retsu willingly say these things. Higashino Shoaki swallowed his saliva, turned around and took a small step forward. Vice Captain of the Sparrow Department, does Captain Anohana know about my return? As expected, while answering Higashino Shoaki's question, Takuchojiro took a small step back with imperceptible steps. No more, no less, just enough to close the distance between the two at 5 meters again. Well, we've sent someone to notify you. Captain Anohana must have known about it by now, right? It was obvious that more distance could be maintained, but Kojiro chose the sensitive number of 5 meters. Higashino Shoaki knew that this was giving him maximum pressure. The vice captain who was somewhat killed by the plot in the original story is far from as bad as shown in the original anime. In other words, it is absolutely impossible to be able to follow Yamamoto Motoryu and hold the position of vice captain for hundreds of years without having something genuine in him. I know, I'm going to see the captain right away. Higashino Shoaki forced out a smile and said. In his mind, he had already begun to calculate what would be his winning rate if he directly opened the double attack as soon as he entered, and used his strongest posture to catch Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyun by surprise. Opening the door, I saw Genryu Yamamoto standing in the center with a majestic expression. The number that Higashino Shoaki was calculating dropped to 0 in an instant. Faced with a Yamamoto Genryu who had already arranged everything, calculated mentally and unintentionally, how could he still struggle? I just don't know if my current spiritual pressure is enough to go to hell. If you are qualified, wait until Kurosaki Ichi in the future Mamoru's son Kurosaki Kazuo went to hell, and he might not be able to find a way to return to Soul Society. But if you are not qualified... Captain, I'm back. Well, Higashino Shoaki chose to lie down and tell the story of his going to hell. As long as all the dirty work done for Aizen is not revealed, there should be room for redemption. At least this time he went to hell under the banner of one of the 5 nobles, the Doma family. How much do you know? However, what Higashino Shoaki didn't expect was that before he could tell the truth, Yamamoto Genryu, the opponent on the opposite side, would actually throw a straight punch earlier than him. The main theme is to get straight to the point without leaving any ink. The gods of death or hollows with excessive spiritual power will be sent to hell after death and become the sins in hell. Among them, the gods of death or hollows who bear the most sins will be given new powers by hell and become the guilty ones. These culprits are immortal, and their only task every day is to fight each other and kill other culprits. Otherwise they themselves will suffer the most severe torture and die. So the cycle repeats. Higashino Shoaki said everything he knew without reservation, combined with what he learned from Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. Anyway, looking at Yamamoto Genryu's attitude, we have figured out the purpose of his trip. Higashino Shoaki simply stopped acting. Then do you know the original captain of the 10th Division, Maki Kurito? Yamamoto Yuan Liu continued to ask. Higashino Hidechi was stunned after hearing this. Zanggren Maki? Soon, he guessed that the matter of Zanggren Maki must not have been hidden from Yamamoto Genryu. It may even be the Maki hidden man that Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu helped the Kabutoma family to find. Based on Yamamoto Genryu's character, this is indeed possible. In order to maintain the balance and peace of the Order of the Three Realms, as long as the Kabutoma family lays out all the pros and cons of the matter to Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu, then the latter will most likely agree. This can be seen from the fact that Genryu Yamamoto Rongyu ordered Niruri to kill the civilians of Rukanga in the future. If this is the case, Higashino Shoaki can also find a reasonable explanation for why Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu were the first to find him. After all, who else can sense Shimai Pojuo's return from hell faster than his true master? I know, Captain, 10 years ago, on the night when the noble Kazumioji family rebelled, Captain Maki died gloriously. Higashino Shoaki felt a little calmer. The image of that poor innocent girl appeared in his mind. If it were her, Higashino Shoaki believed that she would never sincerely harm him. Wrong, it was 15 years. You went to hell this time and stayed there for a full 5 years, but Zhang Grenmaki only stayed there for half a day. Yamamoto Yuanliu shook his head. Do you know what this means? Higashino Hidechi bowed and apologized to Yamamoto Genryugi. I'm sorry, Captain, I didn't know I would stay in there for such a long time, and I don't understand the meaning of it. It was because Zhang Grenmaki accepted the power from hell that his body couldn't bear it, so he ran away and died. Even his body was dragged into hell. Higashino Shoaki was shocked again. He only knew that Maki Kurito's death had never been expressed in the spirit court, but he didn't know that it turned out that Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu had already privately identified him as this way of death. No wonder there was no investigation into the cause of Maki Kurito's death in the subsequent investigation of the Kashomatalo family rebellion. After all, at this point in time, except for Higashino Shoaki, the time traveler, and Aizen, the cheater who peeked at the Great Soul Book corridor in advance, there are only a few people in Soul Society who know the existence of hell. It is understandable that Genryu Yamamoto did not want other Shinigami to know. The captain is worried that I will be like Captain Maki. Higashino Shoaki seemed to know the real reason why Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu came to him. If this is the case, then his safety should be guaranteed. Release your understanding here. Genryu Yamamoto didn't say much nonsense, he was still so straightforward. Because in his opinion, one of the most significant features of being eroded by the power of hell is that one's own understanding will be replaced. But this was actually caused by the lack of strength of the original Zhang Grenmaki. Here, Higashino Shoaki knew that he had no problem, but he had to react with confusion at this moment. Right here. Yamamoto Yuanliu nodded solemnly. After receiving another affirmative answer, Higashino Shoaki cautiously pulled out his Zanpakuto and bowed to Yamamoto Genryu, who was not far away. Then, I'm sorry, Captain, the art of war can be traced back to its origins and solved. After releasing dozens of times of spiritual pressure, Higashino Shoaki completed the solution. But the feeling that this gave Yamamoto Genryu was just like being scratched. No change at all. Genryu Yamamoto had naturally seen Higashino Shoaki's solution. Seeing Higashino Shoaki's solution, there was almost no change from before, except that the spiritual pressure became twice as strong as what he had seen before. XXXX. But that's not a problem at all. Yes, Captain, although I don't know what Captain Maki's situation was back then, but this time in hell, I strictly followed the instructions given by the master of the Kabutama family. Immediately afterwards, Higashino Shoaki told Yamamoto Genryu everything about what he had seen, heard, and done in hell, including his encounter with Kuriyashiki Kenpeki. One thing. It's just that Higashino Shoaki omitted the fact that Kuriyashiki Kenpeki asked him to return to the present world to find Mole Castle Kenpeki. And after Yamamoto Genryu heard the name Kuriyashiki Kenpeki and Higashino Hideaki's description of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's ability to solve the problem, the frown he had been frowning since Higashino Shoaki came in finally relaxed a little. Because of Higashino Shoaki's seniority, he never had the opportunity to know about the former captain of the 11th Division, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, let alone know about Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's Zanpakuto Haka ability. With the strength of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, Yamamoto Genryu thought that it would not be difficult to protect Higashino Shoaki in hell. Just when Higashino Hidechi thought that he was going to pass this test, he never thought that Yamamoto Genryu Uranjio made an incredible request to him. Instead of fighting, they restricted the use of the concept designed by the Kabutama family, and also asked Higashino Shoaki to use the Kido created together with Kuriyashiki Kenpeki as much as possible. Are you trying to use yourself as a guinea pig? How dangerous is it to test Kabutama's idea? Higashino Shoaki can roughly guess what Yamamoto Motorio was thinking. After all, he had already learned from the girl of the Kabutama family, Sayoko Kabutama, that the Kabutama family had only proposed this idea, but no one had ever realized it. That Zangren Maki was the closest step among them in realizing their idea. Therefore, if Yamamoto Genryu Ranjayu is also one of the insiders of this plan, it is very normal for him to have such concerns. It's just that normal people's thinking is to find danger, so they find a few death row prisoners to test the danger. Like Genryu Yamamoto, Rongyu, who directly went into battle himself. Higashino Shoaki can only say that this is probably the confidence that the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society for thousands of years has given Yamamoto Genryu, Rongyu, right? No wonder he was tricked by people in the back. Because this old man really takes matters into his own hands. Seeing that Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu were warmly invited to this place, Higashino Shoaki was really embarrassed to be so polite. He just nodded timidly and followed Yamamoto Genryu Ranjayu to the endless hell below the 46th room in the center. Chapter 9089 This is the god of death who came back from hell, come and chop me down. Chapter 9089 It's the god of death who came back from hell, come and chop me down. Ethereal and quiet. Although the infinite hell is also called hell, it is completely different from the hell that Higashino Shoaki has experienced before. And there seems to be a different dimension here, because Higashino Shoaki knows that Mole City Kenpeki, who succeeded Kenpeki by killing Kuriyashiki Kenpeki and became the new captain of the 11th Squadron, should be imprisoned now in the midst of eternity. But Higashino Shoaki didn't see any place where people were detained here. On the opposite side, Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu was already ready. Higashino Shoaki will naturally not hesitate anymore. After saying "Captain, I'm offended," he untied it. Powerful spiritual pressure added to his body, and then Higashino Shoaki took out the Kabutama family's knives-like artifact Zanpakuto, Shimai Posa. Because in essence, Shimabasa is not Higashino Shoaki's Zanpakuto, and Shimabasa itself has the characteristics of cross-domain space. Therefore, although the first interpretation was ostensibly initiated by Higashino Shoaki, in fact, it still requires the help of Kabutama's family far away. Only if the Kabuto Masayako in the basement agrees. In this case, Higashino Shoaki can only solve it at the most, but it is impossible to complete the solution of Shimai Pojuo. Crossing the world to the other side, the world is dancing. With their minds connected, Shimai whirled into countless silver petals, once again building the familiar door. At the same time, far away in hell, Yukisa Ikeda, who was fighting fiercely with those ancient voids, suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, and an indescribable burning sensation erupted from the place where Hide no Hide had carved the divine mark. What the hell is going on? Ikeda Yukisa stretched out his hand to hold his chest, but found that the feeling did not weaken, but intensified, until a warm current gently circulated in his chest. In an instant, he felt that the power of his body was wrapped with countless powers of hell, passing through that divine pattern quickly disappeared to an unknown place. How can we fix what that death god boy did to me? That was a powerful force that could not be stopped at all. Ikeda Yukisa could only watch his body being drained, die, resurrect, and then continue to be drained, die again, and repeat endlessly. And what frightened him the most was that every time he was drained of power, he felt that his spiritual pressure seemed to decrease by 1 point. Although the spiritual pressure is almost negligible compared to his total spiritual pressure, this is hell. He has been here for so long, but this has never happened before. And Higashino Shoaki, who is deep in the endless hell, feels the power of Shimai Posa continued to pour into his body. Anger, hatred, greed, sluggish. Countless negative emotions exploded crazily in his mind. The body is shaking. This is something Higashino Shoaki has never felt before when he was in hell. So it turns out that Zangren Maki was fighting against me with such negative emotions. Higashino Shoaki gritted his teeth. His only sense told him that he must not let these powers stay on his body any longer, otherwise he would completely turn into an irrational beast. In the distance, looking at Higashino Shuaki, who was wrapped in the thick grey-black power, which was far more chaotic than the original Maki Kangren, Yamamoto Genryu silently picked up his crutch. Sure enough, it was still too forced. Genryu Yamamoto was not surprised by this situation. If the power of hell was so easy to control, then the Kabutama family would not have sacrificed so many people in vain, and they would have to turn to him for help in the end. Just when Genryu Yamamoto was about to release the Zanpakuto and send Higashino Shuaki on the road, intermittent sounds suddenly came from the black mass. Breaking the way. Hell's execution song. In an instant, a faint grey mist surged into the originally dark space, and the grey-black unknown liquid that enveloped Higashino Hideichi quickly fell into the ground beneath his feet, spreading and spreading. The wails of the dead, the calls of the living, and the roars of evil spirits. Countless voices came from all directions. Suddenly, a grey-white skeleton arm stretched out from the feet of Yamamoto Genryu Ranjayu and grabbed his feet. What? Yamamoto Genryu frowned. Because this arm appeared without any warning, and in the short moment it just touched him, Yamamoto Genryu felt that his soul seemed to be summoned and pulled by something. That is the throbbing from the deepest part of my soul. Fuseo. The silver light passed by, and a chasm was instantly cut out of the grey-black field at the feet of Yamamoto Genryu Ranjayu. In the distance, Higashino Hidio's eyes lit up. This is the real Fujian. The Fujian he had learned from Anohanaretsu before was nothing compared to Yamamoto Genryu's Rongyu. However, even if it is so powerful, it cannot eliminate the palpitation deep in Yamamoto Genryu's soul. Because that grey-white skeletal arm still firmly grasped Yamamoto Genryu's ankle. Just cutting off the connection, doesn't it have any effect? Yamamoto Genryu used his strong willpower to suppress all the negative emotions that were pouring into his body, and then sighed deeply. Everything and everything will turn into ashes, and the blade will flow like fire. As the voice fell, the cane in Yamamoto Genryu's hand took off its disguise, revealing the Zanpakuto with a dark purple handle and an oval blade inside. Then from Higashino Shuaki's perspective, Yamamoto Genryu jumped into the air without any hesitation, then picked up the Zanpakuto in his hand and pressed the tip of the knife against the one that was grabbing his ankle. Off-white skull arm. The city is in flames. The fierce flames from the blade completely swallowed up the skeletal arm like a huge palm, and the excess flames that extended out directly ignited the entire ground. The earth was steaming, and a huge mist enveloped the space. In the haze, watching the grey-white skeleton arm gradually disappearing in the flames and finally turning into ashes, Higashino Shuaki had no choice but to cancel the Hell execution song. Because the core power from Hell has already turned Higashino Shuaki's whole body into black and grey. Once this process is completed, Higashino Shuaki's life essence will undergo a fundamental change. He will change from a thief to a person who is truly marked by Hell. At that time, even the fragments of the Soul King's fingernails could not restore him. However, Higashino Shuaki was as expected. In a non-Hell environment, he couldn't even sustain the Hell execution song for 10 seconds. But one thing is enough to make Higashino Shuaki feel gratified, that is, even someone as powerful as Yamamoto Genryu, Rongyu, cannot easily solve the grey-white skeleton arm created by the core power of Hell. He had to use the initial solution, and also used the powerful ability of Chinkyuo Yan's Hang, and finally destroyed that arm at the cost of hurting one of his ankles. Moreover, through this battle, Higashino Shuaki also understood the advantages and disadvantages of his own move. The advantage is that the killing power is really strong. It is definitely the strongest killing power that Higashino Shuaki has mastered so far, and it is directly aimed at the soul. The disadvantage is that it takes effect slowly and is not fast, and due to Higashino Shuaki's own spiritual pressure strength, Higashino Shuaki will not be able to withstand the black and grey erosion for long before he surrenders. If this battle hadn't been carried out by Yamamoto Genryu, who was determined to test the strength and threat of Higashino Shuaki's move, he would have deliberately allowed the powers from Hell to cover it, and stepped on Higashino in the realm of grey mist. If Shuaki attacks, If it were a regular battle, it would be hard to say whether Hell and Execution Song could touch Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu. Not to mention those targets with high mobility. As for Aizen and future Wiwak, one has a mirror, the other has omniscience and omnipotence. Higashino Shoaki will never have the slightest idea of taking the lead in resistance, at least not now. But no matter what, Higashino Shoaki now has his own ultimate move. Chapter 9190 Unresponsive Hot Emotions. Chapter 9190 Unresponsive Hot Emotions. In Soul Society, the team building of the Soul Court first team has returned here again. Along the way, Higashino Hidechi had to admire Yamamoto Genryu's resilience. After a simple use by him, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's left ankle, which was burned by the flames of his Zanpakuto, was able to walk normally. It's really a bit inhumane. Higashino Shoaki is so greedy for this kind of talent that he is almost drooling. Immediately afterwards, Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu released the danger alert for Higashino Shoaki. At least judging from his performance just now, Higashino Shoaki is not as unable to control that power as Maki Kurito. If the Kabutama family's idea can be realized, it might not be a bad thing. However, after Higashino Shoaki left, Yamamoto Genryu thought for a long time alone in the captain's lounge, and finally sighed and sent a hell butterfly out. On the other side, when he came out of the first team, it was getting late. Higashino Hyde wanted to report to the fourth team to see if his gentle elder sister, the captain, was thinking about him. He had to give up and instead go first return to your home. Tonight, for Matsumoto Rangiku, was supposed to be just one of countless ordinary nights. After finishing her day's work, she went to the izakaya she often went to in Nishi-Rukanga District 1 as usual, drank a few bottles of wine, and then returned home again. This home is naturally the same one that Higashino Shoaki bought in the second section of Nishi-Rukang Street. Since Higashino Shoaki was confirmed to have disappeared, this room has actually been owned by Rangiku Matsumoto by default. Because everyone knows that after Matsumoto Rangiku was rescued by Higashino Shoaki from Rukanga, the two people lived together. Although Higashino Shoaki never told the outside world what the relationship between him and Matsumoto Rangiku was, everyone knew it. Not announced. Master Shoaki, you definitely didn't die in Hueco Mundo as they said, right? How could a great Shinigami like you die in a place like that? I don't believe it. Drinking alone again, Matsumoto Rangiku sat alone on the second floor opposite the seat where Higashino Shoaki used to sit, drunk. She has always stubbornly believed that the day Higashino Shoaki brought her, Ichimaru-jin, Kisaragi Sushik and others together and said, "Soul Society is so big, I want to see it," was an excuse. In fact, Higashino Hideo knew early on that he might leave and never come back, so he just didn't want people like him to worry and feel sad for him. But, Master Bastard, don't you know that this makes people even more sad? Obviously my life-saving grace has not been repaid. I promised you would always drink with me. Liar. After being drunk, Matsumoto Rangiku was a little incoherent and her eyes were a little blurry. Suddenly, she felt a familiar figure appear opposite her. Master Zaihui? Haha. I drank too much again. Matsumoto Rangiku reached out and swept forward. This is not the first time she has had this kind of hallucination. After experiencing countless disappointments, she has also recognized the reality, that is, her Shiuyi will not come back. However, something was different this time. Her left hand, which she wanted to sweep away the illusion, actually felt real. This sudden feeling instantly woke Matsumoto Rangiku out of his drunken dream state. What came next was that my heart was beating rapidly. I'm sorry, Rangiku, I didn't expect that my disappearance would cause you so much trouble. The phantom opposite, oh no, the adult he was thinking about actually spoke. Still a familiar voice, still a familiar tone. Still so gentle, so intoxicating. Show off a great person. Matsumoto Rangiku used her other hand to support her body, and the two majestic mountains hung upside down uncontrollably. She still had a hard time believing this reality. She had only seen this kind of scene in her dreams before. Higashino Shuiki gently held Matsumoto Rangiku's extended left hand and responded gently. But this sound seemed to open a certain valve in Matsumoto Rangiku's heart. Master Zaihui. Higashino felt a piece of soft jade enter his arms, and his chest was so pressed by the huge soft thing that he could hardly breathe. I know that your appearance has changed, your appearance has changed. The always strong Matsumoto Rangiku in her arms shed tears for the first time in front of Higashino Shuiki. This was also the first time that Higashino Shuiki felt the hot emotion of the girl in front of him towards him. Let Matsumoto Rangiku cry in his arms, let her lower herself and tell her every detail of the past few years. Higashino Shuiki slowly closed his open arms until he completely hugged the girl. As if feeling the sense of security brought by that familiar embrace, Matsumoto Rangiku, who was still chattering about everything, gradually fell asleep in Higashino Shuiki's arms, smelling of alcohol. But her hands still hugged Higashino Shuiki tightly, as if she was afraid that this was just a dream and Higashino Shuiki would leave when she woke up. Generally. But I'm really sorry. Feeling the even breathing of the girl in his arms, Hideyoshi Higashino looked at Matsumoto Rangiku with a complicated expression and said softly. He can understand Matsumoto Rangiku's feelings for him. There may be love between men and women, there must be gratitude, and there may also be family affection. As for the proportion, who is more and who is less, Higashino Shuiki cannot tell or guess. Only Matsumoto Rangiku knows this. But Higashino Shuiki knew that he could not respond to Matsumoto Rangiku's feelings now. Just like Ichimaru-jin knew what he was going to do, so he always tried to avoid the relationship with Matsumoto Rangiku. They all don't know what kind of people they will become in the future, especially Higashino Shuiki. Now, his hands are stained with the blood of countless gods of death, and the plot has been changed too much by him. Unknown enemies and unknown plots bring unknown risks. If Higashino Hideichi is alone, he will be fearless, but if he takes Matsumoto Rangiku with him, he may be hit by obstacles everywhere. Although I feel sorry for Matsumoto Rangiku when I say this, it is indeed difficult for Matsumoto Rangiku to keep up with him after he took away the Soul King's nail fragments. The road Higashino Shuiki will take in the future is destined to be extremely difficult and full of difficulties. He doesn't have the strength and capital to guarantee that he can protect the next person's safety. And keeping a certain distance from Matsumoto Rangiku and allowing her to stay in Soul Society can at least ensure her safety for the remaining 100 years. This is the best protection for Matsumoto Rangiku. Therefore, even though his heart had been touched by Matsumoto Rangiku tonight, Higashino Shuiki finally chose to give Matsumoto Rangiku a gentle kiss on his forehead, and then, as usual, he took him back to the bedroom, placed him gently on the bed, and then covered him get on the quilt. After doing all this, Higashino Shuiki returned to the living room and cleaned up the floor that had been messed up by Matsumoto Rangiku. It wasn't until the moon climbed up the branches and a black cat landed on the windowsill of the living room that Higashino's cleaning of the house came to an abrupt end. Is the captain of Saifanjai Yuan so well informed? Higashino Shuiki was a little surprised by the appearance of this black cat, but the habits he had developed over the years had allowed him to not see any emotional fluctuations on the surface. Chapter 92-91 Yayi, you really understand. Chapter 92-91. Yayi, you really understand. The wind at night in West Rukonga District 2 is very cool. Hey, good evening. Long time no see, Zaiwichi-kun. Still as playful as ever, the black cat jumped onto Higashino Shuiki's shoulder, and the tail behind it gently wiped the latter's back. Long time no see, Captain Saifanjai Yuan. Higashino Shuiki replied with a smile. Hey, didn't I say you can just call me Yoichi? We haven't seen each other for 5 years, and we're just so estranged from each other. The black cat used its forelimbs to scratch Higashino Hideaki's ear, causing the latter to turn his head away unconsciously. So Captain Yoriyuki, what did the captain want to do when he called you here? Higashino Shuaki couldn't stand the teasing behavior from Shifunjayu and Yoriyuki, so he went straight to the point. And why are they so different from each other? They haven't gotten to know each other well, okay? The black cats that came to his house in the past were all simulated by Aizen using the mirror flower and water moon in Matsumoto Ranjaku's eyes. In fact, in the past, he and Shifon Yoriyuki would see each other 10 times a year, which was considered too many. These few times, it was basically due to broken bees. As expected of you, Shuaki-kun. Kisuk said you were a very smart Shinigami, and he was indeed right. How did you know it was the captain who called me here? Seeing Higashino Shuaki's obvious repulsive action, the black cat chuckled and stopped embarrassing Higashino Shuaki. He jumped directly from him and landed on the table where Higashino Shuaki and Matsumoto Ranjaku usually drank. Do you still need to ask? Since I came back, I have only seen 3 Shinigami in the Soul Palace. The captain and the deputy captain of the first team, as well as my Matsumoto Ranjaku. Among these 3 people, who can the only person who will tell my information to you is the captain. Higashino Shuaki continued to pack his things and said. Couldn't I have discovered it myself? Black Cat asked curiously as he watched Higashino Shuaki pack his things. What I got was a ruthless eye roll from Higashino Hideichi. Do you believe this when you say it? Ha ha ha. That's right. Let me tell you the truth, Zaiwichi-kun. The commander-in-chief thinks that the power you borrowed from hell is too dangerous, so let me take some protective measures for you. The black cat laughed heartily. After hearing this, Higashino Hideichi had 3 question marks on his forehead. Okay, I didn't expect that your bushy-browed Genryu Yamamoto, wrong you, would also betray integrity, right? What about you behaved very well and there is no threat? You sold me to Saifunjayu and Yai backhand, right? For a moment, Hideyoshi Higashino felt that he was a pitiable person. Why were all these big bosses staring at him, a hard-working worker, plucking wool? Well, Captain Yoriyuki, you may not know something. I did this with the approval of the Kabutama family, one of the 5 nobles. At the same time, this is also the Kabutama family's plan. If you want it. Despite the scolding, Higashino Shuaki still has to fight for his own freedom. Oh. Are you talking about Sayako, the head of the Kabuto family? I went to her before coming to you, and she agreed with what I did. Although he was restricted by the current form of the black cat, Higashino Hideichi could already feel the playful smile of Shifunjayu and Yoriyuki from his tone. Okay, you're going to play like this, right? They're all big guys who can beat him several times, but they have to play such tricks on a little karami like him, right? Higashino Hideichi lay down. Just take the protective measures, he didn't struggle. Fortunately, he has a top big guy behind him, at worst he can ask Aizen to help a little and solve the problem. Well, Captain Yoriyuki, since Lady Sayako agrees to do this, I will naturally accept it. Okay, then please take out your Zanpakuto. My Zanpakuto? Hideichi Higashino was about to take out the Kabuto family's sacred Zanpakuto, Shimai Hosa, but he didn't expect that Shihoan Yoriyuki asked him to take out his own Zanpakuto. What he didn't expect was that Shihoan Yoriyuki changed from a black cat to her original form in front of him. Oh, a lot of holy light is needed here. The curvy and exquisite figure, the sexy figure that can be grasped. Hideichi Higashino almost had a nosebleed. Captain Shishi Yoriyuki, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to do this? Hideichi Higashino quickly turned his back to Yoriyuki Shihoan. Although Yoriyuki Shihoan had changed back to his original form from a black cat several times in front of Ichigo Kurosaki in the previous life, which made Higashino, who was still a viewer at that time, appreciate the benefits. But Higashino Hideichi didn't expect that he could experience such a benefit in person in the world of death. You know, when Yoryuki Shihoan changed back to his original form from a black cat, he would have nothing on him. Oh? You mean this? Is there a problem? Yoryuki Shihoan looked curious. No problem. Hidechi Higashino couldn't find any words to describe his current mood. Okay? If you can't accept it, then I'll wear something. Wear something. After a while, hearing the sparse voices behind him Yoryuki Shihoan asked Higashino Hidechi to turn around. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but once he saw it, Higashino Hidechi felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. Really wearing some clothes? I saw that Shifunjayuan Yoryuki had covered some key parts of her body with bandages, and there was still nothing on the rest of her body. Does Shifunjayuan Yoryuki really not understand the saying half-covered face while holding a lute? This kind of dress is much more seductive than the previous one. Okay, Captain Yoryuki, if you think this is okay, then it's fine. This time, Higashino Hidechi didn't avoid it. Shifunjayuan Yoryuki didn't mind, so he didn't mind a thing. He could just watch it to his heart's content. Well, give me your Zanpakuto. Shifunjayuan Yoryuki reached out to Higashino Hidechi. Higashino Hidechi, who had no way to refuse, could only hand his Zanpakuto to Shihoran Yoryuki. Can I ask one more question? Aren't you going to take protective measures? Why do you want my Zanpakuto? Shihoran Yoryuki took off the bandage that had just been tied on his chest and began to wrap it around Higashino Hideaki's Zanpakuto. Isn't this simple? Because the Shimai Paso is a sacred artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Kabuto family. My bandage can't seal it. So I can only settle for the second best, seal your Zanpakuto, so that you can't release your Zanpakuto, and naturally you can't use that kind of power. After all, without the blessing of the release, I'm afraid you can't even maintain that power for a second, right? Of course, don't worry, Hideaki-kun, I will still allow you to release your Zanpakuto when necessary. Hearing this, Higashino Hidechi frowned. He didn't even care about the spring light in front of him. What does this mean? Now he can't even release his Zanpakuto? Although he does have a Shimai Hosa that he can use, it doesn't have much impact on his current strength to seal his Zanpakuto. He can beat those who can fight without a solution. Those who can't fight can't be beaten even with a solution. But the release of his Zanpakuto will eventually affect his future battles. Especially, the person who sealed his Zanpakuto is called Shihoran Yoryuki. If everything develops normally according to the original process, this is his potential enemy. Chapter 93-92 Bitter Choice. Chapter 93-92 Bitter Choice. The next morning, Matsumoto Rangiku woke up from her sleep and saw that she was sleeping soundly in bed. She instantly realized that everything that happened last night was not a dream. When she came to the living room, the breakfast prepared by Higashino Hidechi was already on the table. Master Hidechi. Matsumoto Rangiku's face was full of smiles. As for Higashino Hidechi, he did not appear in the 4th Division barracks at this moment, but went directly to a ramen restaurant in the OS Spirit Garden that he had not been to for a long time. A long time ago, Higashino Hidechi and Aizen met here. Today, Aizen unexpectedly chose this place. Looking at the bandaged Zanpakuto that Higashino Hidechi placed in front of him, Aizen also frowned. In other words, you are now liberated by the Zanpakuto sealed by Shihoran Yoryuki. Of the people coming and going around, no one reacted to Aizen's offensive words. Obviously, everyone here has fallen into Aizen's mirror. Yes, Lord Aizen, so I would like to ask if there is a way to remove the bandage on this without alerting Shifunjin Yoryuki. Higashino Shoiki's expression could not be said to be very good, it could even be said to be very bad. In front of Aizen, he no longer had to hide his emotions too much. This is one of the artifacts passed down from generation to generation by the Shifunjayuan family. I have seen information about it in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. Looking at the expectant look in Higashino Hide's glance, Aizen shook his head ruthlessly. It's a pity, just like the Shimai Posa in your hand, although it is impossible to achieve the level of precision of a Zanpakuto, it can only be sensed. If it's not unblocked, it can still be done. In other words, even Aizen-sama, you can't remove it without alarming Shifunjin Yoryuaki. Although he had long expected such a result, Higashino Shoaki was still very disappointed when the answer was actually placed in front of him. It's not like we can take it off without disturbing Si Feng Yu and Yi. Therefore, Shoaki and your Zanpakuto are in the current situation. Unless Shifon Yoryuaki takes the initiative to remove the bandage, there is no power to destroy the bandage from the outside world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of the name of an artifact. Aizen shook his head and said. Hearing this, Higashino Shoaki knew that he had only one way left to go. This is also the only solution he thought about last night. So, Lord Aizen, during the 5 years since I went to hell, have you made the final preparations for that plan? Aizen looked at the hot look in Higashino Shoaki's eyes that was different from just now, and he immediately guessed Higashino Shoaki's thoughts. As a subordinate who has been with him for so many years, Aizen knows very well that Higashino Shoaki is not a person who gives up easily. The fact that he asked himself this question at this point in time only meant that Higashino Shoaki had already thought of a solution, but this solution was so dangerous that he didn't want to propose it in the first place. When the two are combined, how could Aizen not guess it? Will Mengguan join them? Lord Aizen, this is the only choice I have, isn't it? Higashino Shoaki smiled bitterly. If even Aizen can't solve the problem with his Zanpakuto, then Higashino Shoaki can only find a way to get Shifon Yoryuaki to take the initiative to lift the restrictions. But how could Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki, who was in the same camp as Yamamoto Genryu's Rongyu, make such a choice that went against the will of Yamamoto Genryu's Rongyu? Last night Higashino thought about it, and there were only two paths before him. The first one is to encourage Aizen to kill Shifunjin Yoryuaki. Because the artifact is similar to the Zanpakuto, it requires a master to function. Therefore, as long as Shihoin Yoryuaki dies, Higashino Shoaki will have enough time to get rid of the artifact before the next head of the Shihoin family takes over the right to use the artifact again. Bandage control. But there is a high probability that this road will not work. After seeing that Team Zero is even more cold-blooded than himself, Aizen has realized that it is meaningless to kill more Soul Society Shinigami, so Aizen has already I don't plan to do this kind of meaningless and risky thing again. For Aizen, it is obviously meaningless to stand up for Higashino Hide-ichi and kill Shifunjin Yoryuaki. And the person who succeeds the head of the Shifunji Yuan family is likely to follow Yamamoto Genryu's words and continue to restrict Higashino Shoaki. Therefore, even if this method can be adopted, it will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, unless Higashino Shoaki can kill all the people in the Shifunji Yuan family. The second one is to force Yoryuaki Shifunjin and Genryu Yamamoto to turn against each other, and at the same time join Yoryuaki Shifunjin's lineup. Only in this way, in order to strengthen his own side, will Yoryuaki Shifunjin do it. Remove the restrictions on Higashino Shoaki's Zanpakuto. Compared with the first one, the second one seems to be much easier to implement, because Higashino Shoaki knows that Aizen's captain's virtual plan has been secretly planned for a long time, and now it should only need an opportunity to start it at any time. And just like the anime plot in the previous life, this time, there are almost no changes in the captain candidates selected by Aizen. But the difficulty with this method is how Higashino Shoaki can gain the trust of Shifon Yoryuaki, especially Urahara Kisuk. You know, Higashino Shoaki's relationship with Shifon Yoryuaki and Urahara Kisuk has never been good. He only has a good relationship with Zeihao and above. Therefore, if he wants to join Urahara Kisuk's defection team, Higashino Shoaki has one and only one way, that is, like Rokushaken Ishii and the others, defeat, then accept the hollow, and passively wait for Urahara Kisuk to come to the rescue. There is no doubt that this is a very dangerous move, because if Kisuke Urahara comes late, or if Kisuke Urahara has a sudden brain attack and does not follow the original plot and does not come to save him, he may really end the game. Without Bengayu's help, trying to survive the hollow by one's own will would be simply a dream. This is also the reason why Higashino Shuaki did not plan to tell Aizen his thoughts from the beginning. But the matter has come to this, and Higashino Shuaki has no better choice. Unless he really wants to be controlled by others. Even moreover, even if he didn't do so, Aizen would definitely not give up Urahara Kisuke for him. As long as Aizen didn't give up on Urahara Kisuke, then Shihao and Yuruyuki would definitely stand firmly on Urahara Kisuke's side. By then, if Higashino Shuaki still stood on Aizen's side, then before Shihao and Yuruyuki died, he would probably never be able to release his Zanpakuto again. The plan has been prepared long ago, just waiting for a suitable opportunity. As for your idea, Shuaki, I think it's feasible. If the plan fails and Urahara Kisuke really escapes, it seems that only you are suitable to lurk by his side. It's too simple, and Jin, it only has me in its eyes. Aizen guessed what Higashino Shuaki was thinking, and he agreed. Although in this case, he would indeed lose a capable general in the Soul Society, but if used well, Higashino Shuaki would indeed be a very powerful trump card. Besides, with the wisdom that Higashino Hideichi has always shown, Aizen has no doubt that Higashino Hideichi has this ability. As for whether Higashino Hideichi can survive the hollowification by then, this is not within Aizen's consideration. Since the reaction to the previous chapter was very intense, I will release this chapter in advance. Chapter 94-93 Anohanaretsu, Why Don't You Come to My Place When You Come Back? Chapter 94-93 Anohanaretsu, Why Don't You Come to My Place When You Come Back? The sun began to burn in the spirit garden in June. Perhaps because after talking with Aizen, Higashino Hideichi was full of worries about the uncertain future he was about to face, and his mood was very bad. In fact, he didn't like to do such risky things, especially when he was very sure that in the future, after Aizen merged with the Hogyaku, he could easily create a more perfect hollowification. It was something that was very safe and within his reach, but now it became something that he needed to take a very big risk to get out of the fire. This feeling is very bad. However, worse things are still to come. When he arrived at the 4th Division's dormitory, he saw the group of members who were both happy and embarrassed. He wanted to regain his mood, but he was told that because he had been missing for 5 years, his position as vice-captain was taken back by Yamada Sanoshook. Yamada Sanoshook. Hitano Hideichi couldn't hold back his emotions for a moment, and walked quickly to the vice-captain's lounge, ready to take back the vice-captain's position. However, just as he raised his hand to push the door, his reason finally came online. Isn't it right? Isn't this a good thing? Without the vice-captain and the identity of the 4th Division, doesn't that mean he is now a free identity? Thanks to the hell of Kenpei Koyashiki, his blessing worked. Hitano Hideichi said nothing, turned around and prepared to leave the 4th Division's dormitory, and his target was the 9th Division. First, he would trick a vice-captain from Kensei Rokuguruma. Then he would see which division's captain was weak but easy to talk to, and challenge him to become the captain. After all, if you want to increase the chance of being rescued by Urahara Kisuke, the captain's status is better than the vice-captain's status. But the 4th Division is not a place where Higashino Hideichi can come and go as he pleases. Before Higashino Hideichi even walked out of the corridor, a familiar voice came from behind him. Welcome back, Hideichi. Captain Anohana. Higashino Hideichi turned around awkwardly, and it was indeed the amiable big sister captain. Would you like to sit with me? I heard that your life in the past 5 years has been very exciting. Anohana Retsu said softly, as if chatting with an old friend with whom he had a good relationship. Of course, Captain Anohana. Higashino Hideichi responded with a standard fake smile. Then he followed Anohana to the secret room that belonged to the two of them. A medium-sized underground training ground. I told you, I don't mind you disappearing suddenly, nor do I care what you do, but I hope that you can bring me new surprises wherever you go. As soon as he entered the basement, Anohanaretsu's aura changed. And Higashino Hideichi also knew that he couldn't avoid this battle. After standing opposite Anohanaretsu, he quickly adjusted his state. Because Anohanaretsu is different from people like Kenpei Kizaraki who purely enjoy the fun of fighting, after Higashino Hideichi's forced training behavior for so many years, Anohanaretsu now has a very strong subjective desire to kill Higashino Hideichi. So if Higashino Hideichi can't let Anohanaretsu have fun, he thinks that if Anohanaretsu is unhappy, he may really show no mercy. It is still Higashino Hideichi's favorite standard close-range start. It is also one of Higashino Hideichi's best moves at present. At the same time, it is also one of the moves that Anohanaretsu is most familiar with. Raising the sword and blocking it easily, Anohanaretsu noticed the changes in the blade of Higashino Hideichi's Zanpakuto. Bandages from the Shihoran family. As an antique from hundreds of years ago, Anohanaretsu naturally recognized the origin of the bandages wrapped around Higashino Hideichi's Zanpakuto at first sight. Being distracted during a battle is a taboo, Captain. Higashino Hideichi took advantage of the moment when Anohanaretsu was distracted and used the sword technique taught to him by Kenpei Kurayashiki, Bunjitsukiri. The sword energy was sharp, and the spiritual pressure gathered into a line, leaving a straight bloodline on Anohanaretsu's chest. Kurayashiki's Bunjitsukiri. However, this not only did not Anohanaretsu was shocked, but she laughed out loud. It seems that Shoaki-kun, you went to an extraordinary place this time. Before she finished speaking, Anohanaretsu suddenly disappeared from the spot without a sound. It was not until Higashino Shoaki could no longer feel the existence of his arms that he realized that Anohanaretsu had appeared behind him, with a Zanpakuto and a dagger, and instantly removed both of his arms. Obviously, Higashino Shoaki's moves just now aroused some emotions in Anohanaretsu, making her accidentally take it more seriously. Did Kurayashiki only teach you this little? Anohanaretsu mocked. At this moment, she was no longer as gentle and dignified as usual. To this, Higashino Shoaki never said much nonsense, and a powerful roundhouse kick was his answer. The silver light fell, and as expected, Higashino Hideichi's left leg was cut off. But at this time, Higashino Hideichi's two arms had also fully recovered. As long as he squeezed his physical strength to the limit, Higashino Hideichi could even grow his two arms again at the moment when his arms were cut off by Anohanaretsu. But that would consume several times more of his own physical strength than normal, which was not worth the loss. Now this speed is enough. The right foot touched the ground, and the newly grown right hand grasped the Zanpakuto that had just fallen to the ground, and the ground under his feet cracked. Fusslash. After witnessing Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's fusslash, Higashino Hideichi's understanding of fusslash reached a new level. It was a combination of energy and momentum, the ultimate compression and release of spiritual pressure. It was stored in one sword, released in one sword, and stopped in one sword. Looking at this familiar sword, Anohanaretsu's smile became even bigger. That's it, Shoaki. She didn't even think about avoiding it. Because hundreds of years ago, she was defeated by this kind of momentum. When he taught Higashino Shoaki this move, Anohanaretsu had this in mind. He went forward with a knife. This time, she won't lose again. The fierce collision of the knives almost tore apart the entire underground training ground that was specially reinforced to withstand captain-level battles. Under the dust, Anohanaretsu did block Higashino Shoaki's move, which contained the essence of Yamamoto Genryu's Rongyu. But what about Kurayashiki Kenpei? Anohanaretsu looked at the huge wound on his abdomen, bent his knees, but was held by Higashino Shoaki with both hands. Looking up, it was Higashino Hideichi's clear face. Captain, although you cooperated with me until the end, did not release your Zanpakuto, and did not release too much spiritual pressure beyond me, but this time, I really won, right? Anohanaretsu just smiled happily. That's not up to you, Shuaki-kun, the battle is not over yet. Having said that, Higashino Hideyoshi could see from Anohanaretsu's eyes that at least the latter recognized Higashino Hideyoki's growth so far. Perhaps, from now on, Anohanaretsu officially began to look forward to the day when Higashino Hideyoshi would truly defeat her in the future. 10 minutes later, it was still a familiar scene. Higashino Hideyoshi was knocked to the ground and completely lost his strength. Can you tell me the move that hurt me before? Standing in front of Higashino Hideyoshi, Anohanaretsu asked Higashino Hideyoshi. Its name is Choke, Captain. At this moment, both Anohanaretsu and Higashino Hideyoshi smiled. Chapter 95-94 Sayako Kabuto. Chapter 95-94 Sayako Kabuto. Coming out of the 4th Division's barracks, Higashino Hideyoshi found that having his Zanpakuto sealed didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least Anohanaretsu didn't force him to stay in the 4th Division. Neither of them asked, and neither of them said anything, and they reached a tacit consensus. In the remaining time, Higashino Hideyoshi went to see Kisaragi Shusuke, Swafong, Kuratsuka Mayuri, and Ichimaru-jin one after another. Among them, Kisaragi Shusuke had the biggest reaction, with snot and tears, and vowed that he would work hard as soon as possible and would never let Higashino Hideyoshi do such a dangerous thing again. However, he actually didn't know what Higashino Hideyoshi had done, and simply thought that Higashino Hideyoshi had encountered a very big difficulty. Higashino Hideyoshi was too lazy to explain this to her. He simply comforted her with a few words, pointed out the current progress of Kisaragi Shusuke in the Ghost Way, and told Kisaragi Shusuke all the new experience he had gained from Kenpei Kakura Yashiki in Hell, and then Higashino Hideyoshi left. In comparison, the feelings of Swafong and Ichimaru-jin were much more restrained. Although Swafong's eyes were spinning when she saw Higashino Hideyoshi appear, she didn't fall after all, but just asked Higashino Hideyoshi for a promise. In the future, if Higashino Hideyoshi has similar things to travel far again, he must tell her. And Ichimaru-jin expressed his joy very coldly, but Higashino Hideyoshi could feel that Ichimaru-jin's original intention should not be like this. It was just because he had now surrendered to Aizen that he deliberately alienated Higashino Hideyoshi. Just like he basically doesn't meet with Matsumoto Ranjaku privately anymore. I just wonder what kind of expression Ichimaru-jin would have when he finds out that he is actually the one who has been with Aizen the longest. But Higashino Hideyoshi thought that even if there was such an opportunity, it would probably take a long time. Because according to the follow-up plan he discussed with Aizen today, Higashino Hideyoshi will no longer have unnecessary contact with Aizen. The last one is Kuratsuka Mayuri. In fact, he had only met Higashino Hideyoshi a few times, and they were people who used their relationship to take advantage of each other. The reason why he went to find him now was because Higashino Hideyoshi had asked Kuratsuka Mayuri to research something. After such a long time, Kuratsuka Mayuri, who had become the deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau, should have gained something. Yes, deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau. When Hideyoshi Higashino heard about this from Aizen in the morning, he was also surprised. He didn't expect that after he had changed so much history, this organization would finally be established. The director is naturally Urahara Kisuke, the current captain of the 12th Division of the Soul Society's Godi I-13. He took over the class of Hikifun Kiryu, who was recruited into Squad 0 2 years ago. Should we say this is the inertia of history or the will of the spiritual king? Hideyoshi Higashino couldn't explain it clearly, but this was a good thing for him. It was because Urahara Kisuke became the captain and he could no longer stay behind the scenes like he did in the past that Aizen finally made up his mind to launch a series of plans against Urahara Kisuke. Otherwise, Higashino Shuaki would not know how long Aizen would drag it out. After meeting all the above people, it was already late. Higashino Hideyoshi did not choose to go home, nor did he go to find the captain of the 9th Division, Kensei Maguruma, as he had originally planned. Since he had reached a certain tacit understanding with Anohanaretsu, Higashino Hideichi did not need to urgently give himself the position of vice-captain, so he could choose his next short-term identity more calmly. But before that, he still needs to go to the Doma family, one of the 5 great noble families. In the familiar basement, Higashino Hideichi saw the weak girl. "I'm back, the head of the Doma family, Lord Doma." Standing behind the girl, Higashino Hideichi said respectfully. Before this, he didn't know that Sayaka Kabudoma was the current head of the Kabudoma family. Although this should be an obvious thing, Higashino Hideichi always subconsciously avoided this fact in his heart. Perhaps he sincerely did not want this simple girl who had already suffered so much to bear such a heavy burden. "It's great to be back, but Shoki-kun, I still hope you can call me Sayaka." This time, Sayaka Kabudoma turned around and faced Higashino Hideichi. Just from her tone, you can hear Sayaka Kabuto's joy. Dong Yeshiu took a look and saw that the girl's unmade-up face was a pale white. Her facial features should have been very delicate, but due to long-term weakness, they became shriveled and withered. But from those sapphire eyes, Higashino Hideichi could not see any sadness and dissatisfaction that Sayaka Kabudoma felt about her current appearance. All she could see was a beautiful vision of the future. This is a clear lotus that should not have been born in a family like the 5 great nobles. Yes, Sayako. At this moment, Higashino Hideichi was involuntarily infected by Sayaka Kabuto's emotions. It is hard to imagine that someone who suffers torture that countless others cannot bear every day can have such a beautiful smile. "Then I want to say sorry to you, Shoki-kun. It was my own decision to contact the captain as soon as you came back. Sayaka-kuma seems to be in good condition today." Higashino Hideichi noticed this, and also found that the ghost shadows that were supposed to be entangled with Sayako Kabuto had disappeared. "It doesn't matter. After all, I have been in hell for 5 years. After I came back, no one knew what condition I was in." Captain Meng was right. Higashino Hideichi did not blame Sayaka Kabuto. For Sayaka Kabuto in this state, the most direct way to contact herself as soon as possible was to find the Captain General. Moreover, even if Sayako Kabuto had not informed Genryu Yamamoto, Hideichi Higashino would have taken the initiative to inform him, otherwise he would have gotten a promotion from hell for nothing. However, Higashino Hideichi did not expect that Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu attached so much importance to this power from hell. "But you're Zanpakuto." As the head of the Kabuto family, Sayaka Kabuto naturally knew about this sacred weapon of the Shihoran family. Considering the time period, Sayaka Kabuto would naturally think that it was her own fault. "It's okay, it's just for safety." Higashino Hideichi shook his head. Sealing his Zanpakuto would indeed have little impact on him at this stage. However, this is also based on another premise. "But, Sayako, can I make a request of you?" "Sure, Shoki-kun." Sayaka-kuma nodded hard. Although the ghosts disappeared, the long-term damage to her body would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. "I want to continue to keep this Shimaputra, and hope that you can allow it to be released when I need it." This is the ultimate purpose of Higashino Hideichi's trip. After all, the final right to use the CE Aposa is still in the hands of Doma Sayako. Therefore, although CE Aposa is only an emergency plan for Higashino Hideichi, Higashino Hideichi must also greet Doma Sayako in advance. Sayako Doma on the opposite side did not seem to be surprised at all that Higashino Hideichi would make this request. She only blinked her beautiful big eyes. "But Shoki-kun, CE Aposa is in your hands. You can only use it for the first release, and CE Aposa's first release will consume life." "I know this. I have made mental preparations, Sayako." Higashino Hideichi nodded. Seeing Higashino Hideichi so determined, Sayako Doma also nodded seriously. "Then Shoki-kun, you can use it, but there is one thing I want to remind Shoki-kun, using CE Aposa to enter hell cannot be continuous in a short period of time. Obviously, Sayako Doma was wrong about the direction of Higashino Hideaki's use. I know. I'll pay attention. But Higashino Hideichi would not resolve this misunderstanding. Originally, Higashino Hideichi was about to leave after he finished speaking, but he found that after her body had recovered a little, Sayako Kabuto looked at him with very expectant eyes. Higashino Hideichi had seen that kind of eyes on Kisaragi Shusuke, Matsumoto Ranjaku, and Soiho. It was nothing more than hoping that he could stay and accompany them for a while longer. Looking at the poor girl in front of him, Higashino Hideichi found that he still couldn't be completely cold-blooded. So, this night, Higashino Hideichi accompanied Sayako Kabuto to talk a lot, from the story of Higashino Hideichi before he became a god of death in Rukanga to some interesting things in the 4th division. Higashino Hideichi knew that there was nothing to talk about Sayako Kabuto's past. Speaking it out would only remind the latter of some bad memories. What's more, Sayako Kabuto had never left the Kabuto family since she was born. He knew that Sayako Kabuto was eager to hear something from him. Therefore, most of the time, it was Hideichi Higashino who told his own stories, and occasionally Hideichi Higashino would make up some fairy tales he had heard in his previous life. However, due to the long time, these stories were often halfway through, and Hideichi Higashino could not continue. But Sayako Kabuto always listened very carefully, and asked Hideichi Higashino questions from time to time. For example, what happened to Snow White in the end? Did the prince find Cinderella later? Did the young woodcutter finally get the golden axe and the silver axe? That night, Sayako Kabuto happily forgot her burden because she found Hideichi Higashino, the god of death who could carry their family's mission. Because she believed in the promise that Hideichi Higashino made to her that day, she finally lay quietly on Hideichi Higashino's knees and fell asleep. Looking at Sayako Kabuto, who was as light as a feather on his lap, Higashino Hideaki's eyes were gentle. Why do you trust someone you have only met twice, Sayako? Chapter 96-95 A battle you will never regret. Chapter 96-95 A battle you will never regret. The daily life of Soul Society rarely changes because of some individuals. Higashino Hideichi is obviously not an exception. His return caused some reactions in the 4th division and those who knew him in the past, but everything went on as usual. Well, except for the 11th division. Because a captain who had been coveting Higashino Hideichi for a long time, after learning that Higashino Hideichi had finally regained his freedom, he forcibly captured Higashino Hideichi from his home in the 2nd district of Rukanga and took him to the 11th division's barracks without saying a word, and then announced the new personnel and lives in public. Higashino Hideichi was appointed as the vice-captain of the 11th division, while the original vice-captain of the 11th division, Kyuzaka Yachiryu, created a sinecure of assistant captain for himself. It is hard to say whether Kyuzaka Yachiryu contributed to the establishment of the position of Ise Nanao in the future. Well, he just escaped from one Kenpeki and immediately fell into the pocket of another Kenpeki. Think about it again, he also practiced with a Kenpeki in hell. He may have had a connection with the word Kenpeki in his previous life. However, for Higashino Hideichi, who was about to start planning, becoming the vice-captain of the 11th division was also a good thing. At least he would have one more reason to rashly attack. After all, this was the fine tradition of the 11th division, and it was normal for him, the vice-captain, to be infected. Then, Higashino Hideaki's life changed from teaching the team members to sort medicinal materials to simply chopping and chopping. Chopping the captain, chopping the chair officer, chopping the team members. Anyway, under the leadership of Captain Zaraki Kenpeki, the working style of the entire 11th division has become so simple and brainless. After get off work every day, Higashino Hideichi repeatedly visits Sayaka Kabuto, tells her stories, and performs Huideo to see if he can speed up Sayaka Kabuto's recovery. Occasionally, he goes to teach Kisaragi Shusuke how to cut the fist and walk away from the ghost. When he returns home, he becomes a drinking buddy with Matsumoto Rangiku, and every day he has to listen to Matsumoto Rangiku complaining about the various things he encountered during his work during the day. Kind of a weird thing. Such a fulfilling life lasted for nearly a month. Finally, Aizen, as a lecturer at the Jino Spiritual Arts Academy, led the students from the Jino Spiritual Arts Academy to the real world for internship. The captains of the 10th and 4th Divisions of the Godei 13th Division and Anohanaretsu, the captains of the 4th Division, were temporarily sent to Hueco Mundo to provide support due to the Hueco Mundo riot. At the same time, Shiro Yukitake, the captain of the 13th Division, was also dealing with the work mistakes of his team members during the day. The peaceful Soul Society was finally broken by several incidents of the Death God's virtualization being witnessed by the civilians of Rukanga. Is it virtualization again? Looking at Kenpei Kizaraki, who had just returned from the captain's meeting in the first team building, Higashino Shuaki pretended to be surprised. Yes, at the same time, the deformation of the god of death appeared in various areas in the east, west, south and north. The old man ordered the god of death above the vice-captain level to investigate. How about it? Shuaki, come with me to have a look. Zaraki Kenpei extended an invitation to Higashino Shuaki. Of course, Captain Zaraki. Higashino Hideichi glanced at Zaraki Kenpei and said thoughtfully, but are we the only ones going to investigate? Of course not. The captain of the 9th Division, Kensai Rukyuka, the captain of the 3rd Division, Jiro Hashiro, and the captain of the 5th Division, Mako Hirako. Each of our 4 captains is responsible for one direction, and the remaining captains will stay behind. Spiritual Court, just in case. As for which vice-captain they will choose to bring with them, I don't know. Kenpei Kizaraki explained. After listening, Higashino Shuaki became more convinced of something. Then let's set off now. Seemingly impatient, Higashino Shuaki urged Zaraki Kenpei to go out quickly. With their superb shunpo skills, they quickly passed through the north gate of the Soul Garden and arrived at Area 51 of North Rukanga. It wasn't until Higashino Shuaki found an uninhabited area that he suddenly stopped. Why did it stop suddenly? Shuaki? The virtual death of the North District was witnessed in Area 62. Zaraki Kenpei asked doubtfully. But what responded to him was Higashino Shuaki turning around indifferently and the sudden release of spiritual pressure from his body. Although I don't know how you did it, and I don't know who you are, but you shouldn't be Captain Zaraki, right? Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpei laughed and said, I'm so proud of myself. Other than Captain Zaraki staying in the 11th Division to fight with the team members, and Captain Zaraki fighting, the little grass deer will never leave Captain Zaraki's shoulder for even half a step, not to mention that she is following Zaraki. Went to the captain's meeting with the captain. But there is no little grass deer on your shoulders. Higashino Shuaki looked at Zaraki Kenpei in front of him with a cold expression and said slowly. Of course he knew who the Zaraki Kenpei was in front of him. It was either Taisen or Ichimaru Jin, and Ichimaru Jin was more likely. Because Aizen likes to see this kind of fratricidal drama. It's also possible that Kusaka Yachiro was called over by other captains to help. After all, he was originally the vice-captain. Zaraki Kenpei showed a sinister smile. But, if it were Captain Zaraki, he wouldn't have explained so many things to me at all. If it were him, he would only ask me if I wanted to go with him. If he went, he would follow. If he didn't go, he would stay in the 11th Division. It's not Captain Zaraki's style to talk so much nonsense. This is also not Higashino Shuaki's style. According to Higashino Shuaki's normal approach, he would probably have taken action by now. It's just because Higashino Shuaki now has to pinpoint the time when the other captains are defeated and when Urahara Kisuk arrives to support them. It doesn't matter if the battle ends too early or too late. Too early, and he might not be able to hold on until Urahara Kisuk comes over. Too late, and if Urahara Kisuk comes over, and he hasn't been blurred yet, he'll be embarrassed. Therefore, wasting time with nonsense is the simplest and most effective method for Higashino Shuaki. As for which one he will be saved by Urahara Kisuke, there is no doubt that he will be the last one. Because of Aizen's cunning operation, no one would notice that Higashino Shuaki had followed the fake Zaraki Kenpeki out for support for a while. As expected of Mr. Shuaki, there are only a handful of people in the entire Soul Society who can surpass you in this kind of keen insight. Having been pointed out by Higashino Shuaki, Zaraki Kenpeki simply stopped hiding himself. The effect of mirror flowers and water moon was lifted in time, revealing his true appearance. It was Ichimaru-jin with silver hair. Looking at Ichimaru-jin, who had completely lifted the illusion, Higashino Shuaki was filled with questions. He was not doubting that this fake Zaraki Kenpeki was Jin Ichimaru pretending to be. But I am wondering why Jinghua Shuiyu was lifted so coincidentally. Aizen, do you dare to say that you haven't peeped again? Higashino Hide-ichi was trembling with anger. You just like watching this kind of bloody plot, right? However, Higashino Shuaki only dared to curse silently in his heart. On the surface, he should cooperate with the performance and perform to his heart's content. Silver. Why you? Hidden Higashino shouted loudly towards Ichimaru-jin. The ups and downs of his chest tell his excitement. Because Mr. Shuaki, you absolutely should not become the vice captain of the 11th division. If you were still the vice captain of the 4th division, maybe we wouldn't have to meet in this way so early. Ichimaru-jin's face showed his usual sinister look. In my heart, I was apologizing to Matsumoto Rangiku and Higashino Shuaki. He has his own indescribable difficulties. If that man wasn't so strong, if the man's strength was not so despairing, he would never do it. He would have killed the man and fled. Unfortunately, there is no if. When he saw the man with his own eyes that day, the spiritual pressure that seemed like the bright sun and endless, he knew that what he was going to do must pay countless prices. Because the man was a god, not a human. Really? I won't judge other people's choices, but Ichimaru-jin, have you ever thought about it? Do you have the qualifications to stand in front of me? Hide-ichi Higashino drew out his Zanpakuto, which was still wrapped in bandages. Master Zaiui, you have been missing for 5 years, so you may not know how much a Shinigami can transform in 5 years, not to mention that you now have no way to release your Zanpakuto. Ichimaru-jin also drew out his Zanpakuto. He was not willing to kill Higashino Hide-ichi in this way, but unfortunately he had no choice. If you know everything in the future, I will not beg you to forgive me, Rangiku. Looking at Higashino Hide-ichi across from him, Ichimaru-jin seemed to see the face he had never forgotten. He knew the complex feelings that Matsumoto Rangiku had for Higashino Hide-ichi. The latter was a teacher, a father, and a friend. It was because of Higashino Hide-ichi that Matsumoto Rangiku could survive. It can be said that Higashino Hide-ichi's meaning to Matsumoto Rangiku is the most complex and irreplaceable. And such a person who means so much to Matsumoto Rangiku will die in his hands today. Shoot him! God's gun! The Zanpakuto in his hand stretched out instantly. Ichimaru-jin will never regret today's decision. Seeing Ichimaru-jin finally taking action, Higashino Hide-ichi, who knew that the battle could not be dragged on, also attacked almost at the same time. Fuslash! The spiritual pressure swept across, and the whole earth trembled because of this collision. Chapter 97-96 The battle has just begun, Jin. Chapter 97-96 The battle has just begun, Jin. In the center of the battlefield, 2 figures flashed quickly. He fled, he chased, he couldn't fly away. Hitano Hide-ichi, who knew the characteristics of Ichimaru-jin's Zanpakuto very well, didn't want to give Ichimaru-jin the chance to get close to him. Because only by keeping a distance can he have enough reaction time. It's a pity that Ichimaru-jin is a rare genius in the Soul Society in hundreds of years. Under Aizen's training, in just 5 years, his instant step skills have been comparable to those of himself, an old god of death who has been practicing for more than 200 years. Another divine gunshot, Hitano Hideaki's body was shot through a big hole again. Master Hideichi, running away blindly will not work, your ending will not change at all. Ichimarujin said as he looked at Hitano Hideichi, who recovered quickly. Fortunately, the infinite regeneration ability is bound to the fragments of the Soul King's nails and is not affected by the Zanpakuto. Otherwise, facing the difficult Zanpakuto ability of Ichimarujin, no matter how strong Higashino Hideichi is, he can't withstand a few stabs from the divine spear. Jin, you don't have to provoke me here. If you can't release your Zanpakuto, I really can't do anything with your divine spear, but I can't do anything with your divine spear, right? Higashino Hideichi carefully controlled the rhythm of the battle, and at the same time used the Tenjokura that he had just released in the battle to expand the sensing range and try to defeat Urahara Kisuke before he came. Because if the timeline is closed and everything goes according to the original plot, Urahara Kisuke should rely on the forbidden technique of the great ghost Taoist holding the Ryatetsai, the space-type ghost way, to rush to save people. Although that thing cannot be monitored, it needs to be located. According to the information that Urahara Kisuke can grasp, there is only the 62nd district of Kitara Soul Street where the accident happened. Therefore, Higashino Hideichi chose this battlefield, Area 51. 11 areas are the current limit of Higashino Hideaki's detection range. 11 areas are not too many or too few, enough for Ichimarujin to defeat him, complete his transformation, and then leave, and it won't take long for Urahara Kisuke to find him. Master Hideichi, you are joking. Since I am ready to deal with you, I am naturally confident. I will never fight an unprepared battle. This is what you taught me. I taught Kizuo Kisuke this. At least I will not admit that I taught you these things now. Higashino Hideichi showed a look of disgust. Then please take a look at my progress in the 5 years since you disappeared. After saying that, Ichimarujin's eyes, which had been narrowed for a long time, suddenly opened, revealing a terrifying look in his eyes. You haven't seen this, sir? Explanation: God's killing spear. In an instant, countless spiritual pressures slashed around like huge blades with Ichimarujin as the center, and the Zanpakuto in the hand of Ichimarujin, who was at the center, seemed to turn into ashes in an instant. Just turned into ashes. Hideichi Higashino looked down at Ichimarujin and said. But Ichimarujin just raised the corner of his mouth. Sir, sometimes people look up for too long, and they should look down. Hearing this, Higashino Hideichi looked down and found that his chest, I don't know when a huge hole has been pierced through, and if you look closely, you can still see a few grey spots. Of course, Higashino Hideichi knew what it was. It contained a poison that could instantly dissolve all the cells in a person's body. Even if it was Aizen, if he didn't have the Hogyaku, he might have been killed by Ichimarujin with this move. This is a true god killing. But Higashino Hideichi was not worried that Ichimarujin would completely release these poisons. Because Ichimarujin's mission was to hollow him, not to kill him. That's it. So Higashino Hideichi taunted Ichimarujin very arrogantly, and while his chest and body recovered quickly, he raised his hand upwards. Hardway 90, Black Coffin. This was the first time that Higashino Hideichi tried to abandon the chant and use the 90th ghost way. He had thought about it before, but failed because of his lack of ability. However, after this special training in hell, with his improved spirit particle control skills, he finally succeeded in completing the abandonment chant of the Black Coffin. Although the effect would definitely be greatly reduced, Higashino Hideichi did not expect to use the Black Coffin as a killer move. The Black Coffin instantly swallowed Ichimarujin, and the terrifying spiritual pressure tore him inside. Higashino Hideichi stepped forward. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the Black Coffin, quietly waiting for the moment when Ichimarujin broke out of the coffin. A cracking sound was heard, and Higashino Hideichi knew that the time had come. Stroke and slash. Since he realized the essence from Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu, this move of his has become his strongest slashing technique. And after the charged stroke and slash, the momentum was brought to the extreme. One sword went, and the world mourned. Apart from the difference in spiritual pressure, Higashino Hideaki's slash had already fully grasped the essence of Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu. But how could Ichimaru-jin be good at it? No step, continuous blade. The moment he felt the terrifying aura below, Ichimaru-jin unhesitatingly used his strongest move on Higashino Hideichi. The god-killing spear that continuously extended and retracted like a waterfall of light curtains collided with Higashino Hideaki's knife. In terms of quality, Higashino Hideichi won, but in terms of quantity, Higashino Hideichi was completely defeated. Looking at the gun shadows all over the sky, Higashino Hideichi thought of Kai-8 Stark. Isn't this also a kind of firepower coverage? Deep pits, huge holes. Ichimaru-jin looked at Higashino Hideichi, who stood up again with his quickly recovered body below, and his expression became unhappy. He felt that Higashino Hideaki's ability was more powerful than the superspeed regeneration of the 10 blades. More. Higashino Hideichi, then you should have never seen anyone more perverted than me. Not only have I seen it, I have also seen many more. If it drags on like this, who knows how Aizen will look at him. This is the first time that Aizen has given him such an important task. If he can't complete it beautifully, how will Aizen look at him? What if he doesn't get close to him? Thinking of this, Ichimaru-jin felt that he could no longer let the little emotion in his heart affect his judgment. Quickly fight and make Higashino Hideichi hollow quickly, and then rush to other battlefields for support, so that Aizen might look at him with new eyes. Shoot him, God Killer Gun! 6 words slowly burst out from Ichimaru-jin's mouth, and the ash in Higashino Hideaki's body that had almost merged with his body because of the countless times it pierced his body. All started up at once. The poison dissolved Higashino Hideaki's body in less than a blink of an eye, leaving only his head. Then Ichimaru-jin fell from the sky, not intending to give Higashino Hideichi a chance to recover his body again, and the virtualization device in his hand was ready to pierce Higashino Hideaki's head. It's all over, Master Hideichi. Ichimaru-jin said coldly, with a hint of sadness in his tone, and it was unknown who he felt sad for. Is it Matsumoto Ranjaku? Or Higashino Hideichi? Or both? But what Ichimaru-jin didn't expect was that the release of some Zanpakuto did not require direct contact with the god of death. It's like this in hell, and it's also like this for the artifacts that are actually inherited by the 5 noble families. Cross the other side of the world, Shimai Posa. The Zanpakuto Shimai Posa, which fell to the ground because of the complete dissolution of Higashino Hideaki's body, instantly became like a blooming dandelion. As the air wave blew, countless silver petals danced in the air. I received your wish, Hideichi. Far away in the house of Kazuma in the Raito, in the bedroom that was cleaned by Higashino Hideichi, Kazuma Sayako's gradually reddened hands gently pressed on her chest and whispered. What on earth is going on? Ichimaru-jin couldn't understand what was happening in front of him at all. It didn't conform to the common sense of death he had learned. But it happened so vividly in front of him. The extremely powerful spiritual pressure was released outward like a mushroom cloud, directly knocking Ichimaru-jin out. And in the spiritual pressure, Higashino Hideaki's voice was faintly heard. The battle has just begun, Jin. Chapter 98-97 Everything is Strange. Chapter 98-97. Everything is strange. Time goes back to the day when Higashino Hideichi left hell. When Higashino Hideichi was about to leave, he suddenly looked at Kenpei Kurayashiki. Captain Kurayashiki, if I need to borrow your strength in the future, will you lend it to me? Kurayashiki Kenpei laughed, ha ha ha, what are you talking about? With your current strength, unless you are like me, how could such a person encounter danger if he went deep into Hueco Mundo? What if? What if? Then you can just call me. As long as I have it, as long as I have some strength, what's the matter? Kuriyashiki Kenpeki saw the worry in Higashino Hideaki's eyes. Although he couldn't understand why the death god in front of him, whom he was very optimistic about and who could inherit his spirit, was so worried about his future, he would not explore it. If you trust a person, you must support him unreservedly. Just like when his best friend Isido wanted to go deep into the Great Void Forest. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki couldn't understand either, but he absolutely supported it and always believed that Isido would come back safely one day. Then, looking at the whirling Zanpakuto Shimai that Higashino Hideachi handed him, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki knew what he should do. After piercing Shimai Posa into his abdomen, divine patterns that were completely different from those previously carved on Yukasa Ikeda gradually emerged on his body and then disappeared within his body. Seeing this scene, Higashino Shoaki fell silent. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki knew the purpose of his coming to hell this time, and also knew the function of the divine pattern carved by Shimai Posa. But he still chose to believe in himself. If Shimabasa carved the same divine pattern as Ikeda Yukasa, then even if he is as strong as Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, the spirit sun will be gradually guided out and then completely eliminated. What kind of trust is this? Higashino Hideachi thought of the girl in the basement of Kabutoma's house in Soul Society. She also had the same trust in him. After taking over Shimai Posa from Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, Higashino Shoaki solemnly promised to Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, "I will live up to the captain's trust." Time goes back to the moment when Shimai Posa began to unlock the earth. This was the first time Higashino Shoaki used it in its original way. The soul seemed to have entered an ethereal world, surrounded by pure white except for the back of a mighty man standing alone in the center. The white captain's Haori is hanging down on the ground. This is a set of captain's Haori that Higashino Hideachi has never seen before, but the number 11 written on it has already explained the identity of its owner. "Are you going to borrow my power, Shoaki?" Before Higashino Shoaki could speak, the owner of the figure had already turned around and looked at Higashino Shoaki. It was none other than Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, or in other words, it was the clone of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki at the moment when Mibasa planted the divine mark in the world. "Yes, Captain, please help me." Higashino Shoaki bent down and bowed. Even if he knew that the heroic spirit in front of him was just a clone of Kenpeki Kuriyashiki, no matter what his attitude was here, it was impossible for Kenpeki Kuriyashiki in hell to know. But this is Higashino Shoaki's heartfelt respect for the captain. After coming to the world of death, Higashino Shoaki has never respected a person so much, and Aizen is not worthy of his sincere respect. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki is the first and currently the only one. "Haha, Zaihui, you have to make good use of it. My power is not that easy to control." Kuriyashiki Kenpeki laughed and walked towards Higashino Shoaki until the two figures completely overlapped. Soul Society, in reality, the terrifying spiritual pressure belonging to Kuriyashiki Kenpeki is released outwards, and Higashino Shoaki's body, which was almost completely destroyed due to Ichimaru Jin's attack, is restored to its original state under the infinite regeneration ability. At the same time, the Shimai Posa held by Higashino Hideachi in his left hand returned to the shape of a carving knife, but outside the blade, there was a faint shadow of another Zanpakuto. And it was not only Shia Posa who had the same vision. Within Ichimaru Jin's field of vision, Higashino Shoaki's body was also flashing with blurry figures. I have never heard that a god of death can have two interpretations. Ichimaru Jin saw that what Higashino Shoaki had liberated now was not his own Zanpakuto at all. But how is this possible? A Shinigami should only have one Zanpakuto. Study hard, Yin, you still know a little about this world. Higashino Shoaki didn't want to hand over Shimabasa's Shikai just like this, because it cost his life. Although the lifespan of the god of death is theoretically very long, it doesn't mean that it can be squandered casually. Except for madmen, few people would dare to play like Maraitsune Yashiro Tokinata. But in the face of Ichimarujin's sudden understanding and the suddenly accelerating battle rhythm, in order to prevent himself from falling into a virtual state for too long, Higashino Shuaki could only bite the bullet and continue the battle. No step. Ichimarujin repeated his old trick, and the Zanpakuto in his hand instantly turned into ashes and stretched out. However, this time, the trick that had been tried so well before failed. I saw Higashino hide Ichi slashing his sword one by one. Cut into months. The tip of the spear failed to break through Higashino Shuaki's defense. But this was also within Ichimarujin's expectation, because Higashino Shuaki's unusual spiritual pressure far exceeded his own, which was enough to show that Higashino Shuaki's state at this time could not be viewed from the perspective of the past. Bind the way, thousands of rebellions. Countless bandage-like spiritual pressures swirled around Ichimarujin's body. Higashino Shuaki knew about this binding method, and Aizen had proposed a similar idea. It's just that Aizen himself doesn't need it, and Higashino Shuaki doesn't have the creativity of Kido, so he has never been able to achieve it. I just didn't expect that Ichimarujin, who had only followed Aizen for 5 years, would already create this ghost path. And the effect of thousands of countermeasures is. A strong sense of crisis came from behind. Higashino Shuaki, who had the blessing of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, stepped on the air with his left foot, drew an arc with his right foot, turned around, and slashed. Ichimarujin teleported to a few hundred meters behind Higashino Shuaki. Grey was the connecting color between them. And white is Higashino Shuaki's splash of ink. The slash that restrained countless spiritual pressure peeled off the grey layer all the way to the end. But Ichimarujin, who was wrapped in layers of white bandage-like spiritual pressure, seemed to be no longer among them. Speaking in the east and attacking in the west, you taught me, Mr. Zyuyi. When Ichimarujin's voice appeared again, his figure returned to its original position, and the Zanpakuto in his hand was still that layer of poisonous ash. No steps. A hole appeared in Higashino Shuaki's right shoulder. But that's not the most important thing. What's important is that the almost invisible bits left inside the god-killing spear can instantly dissolve the poisonous ash in the entire body of the god of death. Stop struggling, Lord Shuaki. Ichimarujin whispered coldly, shoot him, god-killing gun. Then came the use of Senton, causing Ichimarujin to instantly appear above Higashino Shuaki. Theoretically, at this moment, what will appear under Ichimarujin is the only head he has preserved. However, what shocked Ichimarujin was that underneath him, Higashino Shuaki was almost intact except for a piece of his right shoulder that was eaten away. How is this possible? This was already the first time in this battle that Ichimarujin was extremely shocked by Higashino Shuaki's unreasonable behavior. But Higashino Ichi silently looked up at Jin Ichimaru, as if he had known he would appear here. Born to slaughter the auspicious omen, respect the darkness and farewell to old age, the corridor of hunger and joy. This is the initial ability of the Kuriyashiki Kenpeki Zanpakuto, and it is also the ability of Shiya Poza. It is different from the sacred Zanpakuto passed down from the Tsuneya Shiro family era, which Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata jokingly called Kyuten Kagyudani, but actually named Inra-Kade Nori. Yan Luo Jingdian directly imitates any Zanpakuto by consuming lifespan, and can be used superimposed, but its final ability will be limited by the user's spiritual pressure. Shimabasa, on the other hand, directly summons the heroic spirits who have made a contract with Shimabasa in the past to possess her by consuming her lifespan, including spiritual pressure, Zanpakuto abilities, and even combat skills. Only one heroic spirit can be possessed at a time, and the greater the spiritual pressure gap between the user and the heroic spirit, the faster the lifespan will be consumed. If Higashino Shuaki's current level of spiritual pressure were to forcefully summon a heroic spirit with the level of spiritual pressure of Yamamoto Genryuu and Rongyu to possess him, his lifespan would be exhausted within a few minutes. Dozens of white spheres with big bloody mouths were created by the power of Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's Zanpakuto and were scattered in the air. One of them landed next to Higashino Shuaki's right shoulder, chewing the food he had just eaten. The body bitten off from Higashino Shoiki's body. The poison that was enough to dissolve the entire body of the god of death in an instant had no effect on him. Fujian. Higashino Shoiki, who had been preparing for a long time and had long guessed that Ichimaru-jin would appear in this position, took advantage of Ichimaru-jin's distraction and struck mercilessly. The red liquid splashed on Higashino Shoiki's face, and the cut clouds in the sky shed a little bit of sunshine. Feeling the warm blood on his face, Higashino looked in another direction. There, Ichimaru-jin covered his chest with one hand, and blood continued to flow from his fingers. What a risk! Just a little bit close. Ichimaru-jin will be frightened when he thinks of the knife that almost sent him to hell. He couldn't figure out why Higashino Shoiki suddenly became so powerful, even though his Zanpakuto had been sealed and released. What is the origin of that Zanpakuto named Shimai Posa? Also, those white spherical creatures around Higashino Shoiki just look very unpleasant, and that language of liberation that I have never heard before, the corridor of hungry joy. All of this made Ichimaru-jin feel strange. What happened to Higashino Shoiki during these 5 years of disappearance? Chapter 99-98 Don't overdo it, Shoiki. Chapter 99-98. Don't overdo it, Shoiki. Looking at the injured Ichimaru-jin in the distance, Higashino Shoiki felt that he seemed to have exerted a little too much force. But it doesn't matter. If necessary, he can pretend that he can't hold on and remove Shimai Pojuo's Shija. Give up, Yin. I don't care what you plan to do. Now come back with me to face trial. You may still have a chance of survival. Higashino Shoiki knows why those people in the past life anime like to talk the most. Because this really delays time. Mr. Zaiwichi, you can't last long in this state, right? Ichimaru-jin saw that Higashino Shoiki did not take advantage of the victory to pursue him, and seemed to want to capture him alive. After secretly sighing in his heart that Mr. Shoiki was still as kind as ever, Ichimaru-jin pressed his hand on the ground. The 57th chapter of The Broken Path, The Earth Turns. The clods of soil soared into the sky like butterflies, and then gradually turned into swirls. The wind surrounded Higashino Hide Ichi. It's useless, Yin, there's no way to escape. Higashino Shoiki didn't even need to take action himself. The white spherical creatures surrounding him flew towards the flying clods of soil as if they had seen delicious food. A few clicks and they were all wiped out. Stepless blade. And Ichimaru-jin did not give up, as if he wanted to fight a trapped beast, he launched a final charge towards Higashino Shoiki. Hide Toshi Higashino just raised his sealed Zanpakuto weapon, relying on Kuriyashiki Kenpaku's unparalleled insight and cooperating with the white creature. He stopped all Ichimaru-jin's attacks. He knew what Ichimaru-jin wanted to do, because not only Ichimaru-jin sensed it, but also Tentate Carrera, who Higashino Hide had released early in the morning, also sensed the arrival of that person. Cry! Clear away the insects! Around Higashino Shoiki, countless buzzing sounds appeared instantly, which were harsh and annoying. The same white bandage appeared on Higashino Hide too. This move will be further strengthened into the 1000 anti-white snakes in the future, a space-type ghost path that can achieve ultra-long distance instantaneous transmission. Now it has been mastered by Aizen's 2 subordinates. Second form of clearing insects, red migratory locust. Countless sharp blades with pointed ends fell like raindrops from the circle of white bandages. Ah! But this sudden attack was just food for those white spherical creatures created by the power of Kuriyashiki Kenpaku's Zanpakuto. So, crunchy. Higashino Shoiki can even feel the feedback they send to him after eating. I remember you. You are the 5th seat of the 9th team. Your name is Dong Xian Kao, right? Higashino Hide Ichi looked up. I was relieved in my heart, because since Tisan Kaname can all come here, it means that the captains in other places must have fallen into a void at this moment. The time is probably not far away. Yin, you are too slow. Dongxian didn't answer Higashino Shoiki's words, he just said lightly. There was a hint of reproach in his tone. In this regard, Ichimarujin did not intend to defend himself, but just said to Tisan Kaname, just explain it directly, Kaname, he is not an enemy that we can easily defeat. Although I really didn't want to admit it, Ichimarujin once thought that with the rapid progress he had made in the past 5 years with the help of Honyu and Aizen, his strength should far exceed that of Higashino Shoiki. His qualifications can only be regarded as an average Shinigami among captains, but the reality has given him he slapped her hard. If Tisan hadn't rushed over in time, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to complete the task of turning Higashino Shoiki into a virtual reality after a while, but he would have been caught by Higashino Shoiki, right? Another solution. Higashino Shoiki raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he didn't know anything about it. Yet, Tisan wanted to feel the harmony of the two people below. If he hadn't already known that Higashino Shoiki was also a member of Aizen and was the oldest one, he would have been deceived by Higashino Shoiki's superb acting skills. No wonder Aizen-sama would entrust such an important task to Higashino Shoiki. A thought flashed through Tisan Kaname's mind, and then he placed his Zanpakuto horizontally in front of his chest. Explanation: the final form of the clear insect, Inma cricket. With Tisan Kaname as the center, the majestic spiritual pressure instantly turned into an ellipsoid-shaped barrier, enveloping Tisan Kaname, Higashino Shoiki, and those white spherical creatures. In an instant, Higashino Shoiki lost his hearing, vision, smell, and sense of spiritual pressure. The whole person seemed to have fallen into an endless hell. But Higashino Shoiki was not worried at all. It was not because Tisan wanted to know his true identity, so he would show mercy. But because... Swallow everything, hungry corridor. Higashino Shoiki murmured in a low voice. Although he has lost all sense, the white spherical creatures transformed by the Kuriyashiki Kenpei Zanpakuto themselves do not have these things. They will only act mechanically according to Higashino Shoiki's instructions. Their only job is to devour all the spirits that Higashino Shoiki demands to destroy. Less than a minute after the barrier was formed, the light hit Higashino Shoiki again. When the 5 senses were restored, the first words that came to my ears were, "No step, continuous blade." Obviously, Ichimarujin outside never believed that the solution Tisan wanted could trap Higashino Shoiki for how long. The white spherical creature can even swallow his poisonous ash without any harm, let alone such a large-scale barrier that Dongxian wants. To end Higashino Shoiki's resistance, he still has to rely on himself. This time, there were no white spherical creatures to help Higashino Shoiki clean up the ash inside his body. In other words, Higashino Shoiki, who has eaten a complete set of stepless swords, has so much ash in his body that even if those creatures want to eat the ash, they must eat more than half of Higashino's body. There is no essential difference between this and Ichimarujin's direct detonation of poisonous ash. Shoot him! Godly gun! Ichimarujin destroyed Higashino Shoiki's body, and Tisan was responsible for the last hit. A set of combined punches is executed smoothly, which can be said to be a fatal situation. However, the man he wanted to knock down was Higashino Shoiki, a man whose fighting wisdom even Aizen admired. Choke! All the souls in Higashino Shoiki's body were frozen in this moment, including Ichimarujin's divine killing gun hidden in it. The grey is no exception. As long as the ashes explode, it is indeed a certain death situation, but what if they cannot explode in the first place? In Higashino Shoiki's perception, Yura Harakisuke and Nirio Tessai have not yet appeared, so he cannot be defeated yet. If Kenpei Kuriyashiki, who invented the choke, were here, he would definitely be amazed. So choke can still be used in this way? All the souls in his body were temporarily frozen, which meant that Higashino Shoiki's body could not move, but this did not mean that Higashino Shoiki could not use Kido. Because at this time, Higashino Shoiki's source of spiritual pressure did not belong to him, but the clone of Kenpei Kuriyashiki who relied on Krypton life to possess him. The unruly dragon, the filthy land, the unstoppable fury, the origin that wakes up from sleep, the violent wind, the flames, the ice, the thunder, the earth, breaks the karma and returns without obstacles, everything is destroyed, everything returns to its beginning. The 19th chapter of Breaking the Path, the 5 dragons are destroyed. The earth is roaring, and the dragon is roaring. The battlefield, the sky, everything that could be seen was destroyed, collapsed, and destroyed under the dragon's wrath. And the moment the Goryu Tensei was used, Higashino Shoiki's chokehold could no longer prevent Ichimaru Jin's divine killing spear from erupting in his body. But this is not important anymore. Whether it is Tsun Kaname or Ichimaru Jin, neither of them has time to take care of Higashino Shoiki during the 5 dragon tenses. Until the roar of the earth ended, Higashino Shoiki was still standing in the mid-air, but Tsun Kaname and Ichimaru Jin were already in a miserable state. Kuriyashiki Kenpei's spiritual pressure was still much higher than the two of them. And relying on the spiritual pressure of Kuriyashiki Kenpei, the 5 dragons Tensei released were not something that Tsun Kaname and Ichimaru Jin could resist at this stage. Perhaps, given Ichimaru Jin a few more years, he might not be as strenuous as he is now. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. If Higashino Shoiki hadn't had his Zanpakuto sealed, he wouldn't even need to borrow the power of Kuriyashiki Kenpei to easily deal with the current Ichimaru Jin. After all, no matter how talented you are, it still takes time to grow, except for a certain idiot. Just when Higashino Shoiki was about to have another quarrel with Tsun and Ichimaru Jin, a familiar voice blew gently by his ears like the wind. "Don't overdo it, Shoiki." Immediately afterwards, a knife passed through Higashino Shoiki's heart, and at the same time, a mysterious power poured into Higashino Shoiki's body crazily. "I didn't notice it at all," Higashino Shoiki thought with a wry smile. At the same time, his body went into a rage. Chapter 199 Feng Kilo Juro, Aizen? Good old man. Chapter 199 Habashiro Juro, Aizen? Good old man. Time moves forward. When another incident of the Death God's virtualization broke out in Rukanga, it immediately attracted the attention of the Soul Court and organized the first batch of investigation teams as quickly as possible. Led by the captain of the 3rd Division, Hohashiro Juro. However, due to their first experience in dealing with the Hollow Death God, the Spirit Court only sent the captain and vice-captain of Habashiro Juro and Shooting Field Sentetsu to deal with it. Because according to past experience, only the virtual Shinigami blessed by the Tapi Raya sword can barely threaten ordinary captains. The Shinigami responsible for stationing in Rukanga are not very strong and do not have the Tapi Raya sword, so they must not be able to pose any threat. The possibility of a captain-level Shinigami. Only Urahara Kisuke, the captain of Division 12, frowned after receiving the message. He was very uneasy about this arrangement of the spiritual court. Because only he, the person who was responsible for the follow-up investigation, knew that the Kazumodala family rebellion was not that simple. The heart of the Soul King mentioned by Shinyo Kazumedeji was not found. There was a serious discrepancy between the number of cores of the Tapi Raya sword and Shinyo Kazumedeji's confession, with a difference of up to 5 times. And the reason why the god of death became virtual has not been found. He only found some minor and sporadic clues, such as Kyumwa Yeokaku once appearing in the Zaraki district at the end of North Rukanga. For example, the Zanpakuto in the hands of Senseki Ryu, the former captain of the Soul Society expedition team, is actually the Tapi Raya sword. Another example is that Higashino Shoiki was originally entrusted by Kyumwa Yeokaku to go to the Saragi district. However, Higashino Shoiki took advantage of the fact that the entire Kazumioji family was under strict surveillance at that time and did not go to the Saragi district at all. Instead, he took it easy on his own. Complete the daily tasks of the 4th Squadron, etc. Originally, Kisuke Urahara planned to submit a report that was pretending to be stupid, to paralyze the people behind the scenes, and to make them relax their vigilance. Then let the covered mobile members of the 2nd Division be ready to take action at any time. But I didn't expect that after the report was handed in, the people behind the scenes seemed to have disappeared into the sea, and there was no news. So much so that the 46th Central Office had confusedly accepted the ridiculous conclusion in Urahara Kisuk's report that the Hollow Death God was caused by the wrong evolution of the Taper Yao sword. To this day, looking at the information from the Central Room 46, the Central Room 46 has identified these sudden death ghost events as the core of the Taper Yao sword that was missed in the Kajimadala family rebellion, resulting in unexpected events. Only then did Urahara Kisuk realize that he had made a major mistake. That was because he discovered the mastermind behind the transformation of the Death God may not make another move in the short term, so he submitted another report to the Central 46th Office, explaining why he had deliberately submitted a report full of loopholes before. There is nothing wrong with this behavior, but the problem is that after Urahara Kisuk submitted the report, the Central 46th Office neither punished him nor responded to the report. This should have been a problem that would have been noticed quickly, but at that time, because the captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hikifune, was promoted to the 0 Division, Urahara Kisuk was recommended to succeed the captain of the 12th Division, and he himself was planning to establish a new department, the Technology Development Bureau. All these factors combined, resulting in him not having the time to notice this detail. Now that I think about it, it is very likely that the Central 46th Office did not receive his second explanation report at the beginning. A strong sense of uneasiness enveloped Urahara Kisuk's heart, so he called his vice-captain, Hisorai Saraka, over and entrusted her to rush to Feng Kilojuro to check the situation immediately. If the situation is not right, send a signal immediately to request support. Unfortunately, Urahara Kisuk's reaction was too slow. Before Saraki Hiri arrived near the advance investigation team of Fengchia Rajuro and his team met an unexpected person. "Hey? Isn't this Aizen? Why are you here? I remember you should have taken the students of Mua Spiritual Academy to the human world." Fengchia Rajuro did not realize the seriousness of the matter at this moment. He usually had a good relationship with Hirako and Mako, and he had a very good impression of Aizen, the vice-captain who was kind and caring to his subordinates. On the contrary, his vice-captain Shiba Chitetsu stopped the unruly Fengchia Rajuro. "Be careful, Rajuro, he is not right." As an old Shinigami who saw Fengchia Rajuro enter the 3rd Division and grow up to be the captain step by step, Shiba Chitetsu has a very good relationship with Fengchia Rajuro. He is also the only vice-captain in Seoul society who calls the captain by his name. The other one was promoted to the captain's assistant because of someone's joining. "No way, Shota. He's Aizen." Rajuro waved his hands at Shota Sentetsu repeatedly, denying the latter's worries. "Aizen, don't he know? What a good guy." However, the next moment, Aizen walked towards Rajuro with a smile. "Rajuro, as a captain, you are really derelict in your duty. You even let the enemy down, but you are so careless." While speaking, Aizen slightly released some of his spiritual pressure, and all the Shinigami of the investigation team who came with Rajuro fell to the ground. The body was cut in half by the subtle spiritual pressure. From beginning to end, they didn't even know what happened. "What are you doing? Aizen, a carry!" Bang! Aizen clenched his palm gently, and Shiba Sentetsu's thunder roar cannon exploded in Aizen's palm. Although in a sense, this can be regarded as a successful hit on Aizen, but the feeling it brings to people is completely different. "Hey, don't know." Just when Shiba Sentetsu was about to perform the next ghost way, a shadow shrouded her eyes. A finger gently and softly touched her forehead. "Look, she's struggling." "Shiba. No." Aizen's movements were so fast that Fengchia Rajuro had no time to release his Zanpakuto, let alone stop him. As for Shiba Chitetsu, after feeling the finger against her forehead, her heart suddenly became calm, as if she had seen her own end. She silently recited the name of her son Shiba Tetsuzumon in her heart. Sure enough, what she was most worried about was her son, who always shouted about benevolence and loyalty. 73. Twin Lotus. Shiba Chitetsu stubbornly wanted to finish chanting the Hado. A black light flashed, and a column of blood gushed out. But until the last moment, she was unable to release the Kido. Thanks to Kenching for his 500-point reward and B. Nayak for his 100-point reward. Chapter 101 100. All members became hollow in Aizen and Kisuk's first encounter.